Chapter 1. Under the night, the sound of pattering rain was swallowed by the sound of huge waves, and the splashing waves beat a dilapidated multi-masted sailing ship docked on the shore, and the soaked skull flag at the top of the mast was frantically torn by the wind and waves, crunching the crunchy dumb, like a group of vultures hovering over the dead for a long time. Hunger, carnival, shuddering. For via pirates, who is drifting on East Blue, the small island unexpectedly means a feast. The pirates, who have been drifting on the sea for half a month, are destined to become a group of wild beasts of stomach rumbling with hunger when they set foot on this island. They are howling crazy, roaring, waving all kinds of inferior but powerful weapons in his hands, as if he could not vent the repression overflowing in his heart without this. This was a complex emotion that they could not understand in their lack of thinking. I smell the unique smell of berry, and the intoxicating aroma of wine, oh, yes, and the full body of the women. Captain Via, wearing a black hat with a dark sword in his hand, brown boots stepped on the sword's landing spot. Even the Black Knight could not hide the greed in his eyes. Oh, yes, I listen when it comes to your impatient breathing, the desire to kill and plunder is roaring in our blood. We are the mighty Via pirates. We ride the wind and waves to this island. Every time Captain Via, the mobilization commands are almost exactly the same, but every time I hear it again, it is still as overwhelmed by emotions as the first time. The bloodline is full of flowers. The pirates underneath hold their heavy breathing one by one, and their bloodshot eyes become more cruel. Captain Via's lifting hat looked at his crew, and he didn't notice that one of the lips was hiding an insignificant arc. There was a trace of mockery in the cold, and he pulled it out very satisfied. The abduction sword in his hand swung roar vigorously over his head. Go and bring back all the wealth on this island, my crew, start your carnival. Roar, roar, roar. The tranquility of the island was completely torn apart. Dozens of pirates screamed and dispersed, moving towards the panic-lit light in the center of the island and rushed away. Yarlin, what are you rubbing against? Did a serious illness burn your brain? If you don't catch up quickly, Bailey will be taken away by others. Fick looked at my closest companion to pirate in Via Pirates, his eyes are full of doubts. Since Yarlin woke up with a high fever 2 months ago, there has been an unspeakable change. He has become a little dull. You have to know before. Every time the captain gave an order, Yarlin always wanted to rush to the first one, but in the last few times the opponent has fallen behind. Damn it! Fick quickly put his doubts behind him, leaving only anxiousness because unconsciously the other pirates have run out of sight, which means that if nothing happens, this time it will be difficult to get any decent gains, especially after most of the looted wealth has to be turned over to the captain. Don't worry, Fick. A hoarse voice with a little cough, as if a walnut stuck in the throat reveals the weakness of lack of breath. While speaking, the voice of the owner's mouth just evoked the arc. The line was flattened, and it was the indifferent thin lips hidden in the dark in front, and then gradually revealed pale faces without much blood. The blue pupils in the narrow eyes reflected Fick's anxious expression. Dao's dead flesh with the scar on his left cheek looked even more hideous. The scars on your face will become even uglier when you are in a hurry. Yarlin licked the wet and whitish mouth soaked by rain, and moved towards what was still faintly visible in the distance. Pirate's shadow chased it. Fick's cheek fiercely twitched twice. Damn bastard, this scar was left behind for you. He chased up and cursed fiercely, with a hint of regret in his eyes. But in an instant was replaced by fierce determination in the bottom of my heart. Although we are all vicious pirate, but Yarlin is my best brother. If you don't protect him, Yarlin's fragile head will be shattered. Take me, a scar would not lose his life. Besides, the pirates originally grew more fierce and more fragrant. The emotional changes on Fick's face could not be kept away from Yarlin. He pressed his lower lip lightly. Isho grinning, the Baileys you grab will be yours. Humph! Rottweiler, Ganziverer, and those bastards rush forward. You think they will leave us with something else? That's what I said. Fick was still laughed heartily, and he felt that saving Yarlin was indeed correct. Raising fast may not necessarily be able to grab the most, and falling behind does not mean that you will get nothing. The most important thing is to find the right target. Jarlan stopped, watching the sudden change in his eyes get bright and vivid scenery. That bright is the rays of light raging by flames. Half of the 4-meter-high arched door at the entrance of the town is burning, and the other half is shrinking and scorching, and black smoke follows the twisted wood grain on the top of the head. Gathering, it is obviously wood, but in Jarlan's eyes, it is strangely like a scorched and deformed dead person. Inside are the chaotic wailing and the hysterical arrogance of the mob, and the bloody smell that cannot be concealed even by rain and smoke. With the gust of wind, it pours into his mouth and nose without entering. In the small town, a picture of hell on earth outlined by blood has clearly appeared in Jarlan's mind, bright and dazzling. Even though many lives and blood have been contaminated in his hands in his previous life, Jarlan still frowned fiercely, but his left hand hidden in the linen glove was clenched tightly, making joints touch. Boring, but it seems that there is another voice in that voice. More dull, more depressing, and urgent. Target? What do you mean? Fick didn't understand what Jarlan meant. He looked at the man in the town who resisted the murder, the woman who was dragged to the ground in despair, and the child kneeling on the ground with blank eyes. And in the center, a short and thin monkey-like pirate was staring at them coldly, and under his feet were bags of blood-stained Bailey. Damn, Ganziver must have left us with none of Bailey. Fick cursed. Look, the idiot Fick and his sick child are here. Ganziver kicked the woman who was kneeling on the ground and kowtow. Next to the woman was a teenage boy with frightened eyes. And hollow, the poor child was terrified. Who are you, stupid? You ugly, shameless, stinky monkey kneeling and licking Rottweiler's chrysanthemum. Fick's counterattack was vicious. Oh, my God, Jarlan, look at Sivir, his cheeks have become red as a monkey's ass. I'm going to kill you. Ganziver's thin body screamed like a woman, kill me, I want to tear his mouth apart. The 5 pirates around Ganziver stared at Fick, the killing intent in their eyes made no secret of it, as if the next moment would be a collective charged up and smashed Fick and Jarlan to pieces. Only the captain in Via Pirates has the power to execute crew members. Other crew members are not allowed to fight privately. Do you want to be stripped by the captain and soaked in seawater in a bucket? Not far away, a few footsteps approached hurriedly. At first, a human figure resembling a brown bear, it was Via Pirates number 2, First Officer Lowe. Ganzivil's voice was stopped abruptly by a male duck pinching his throat. His twinkling pupils seemed to recall a horrible scene, and the faces of the surrounding pirates were also abnormal. Ugly. On Via Pirates, the captain's will must not be violated. No one dares to challenge the captain's authority head-on, and everyone is unwilling to converge on the killing intent. Gather all the Baileys and drinks, and send them back to the boat in a team, and the others will spread out in pairs and continue to search the town. Don't miss any corner, any piece of Bailey. Lowe stared at Fick coldly, and then scanned Jarlan without any emotion. His gaze was like looking at 2 dead men. Jarlan didn't say a word from beginning to end. He watched Lowe leave with an unusually calm gaze, and watched Ganziver killing the woman at his feet and leaving. What Ganziver didn't notice was that the moment he turned around, there was a strange black light flashed in Jarlan's pupils. He suppressed the dryness in his throat, using a non-human voice. Whispered, "It's time to eat." Chapter 2. The unique fragrance volatilized by the death of fresh flesh stimulates Jarlan's taste buds to secrete a lot of saliva. The struggling soul staying on the warm corpse escapes the breath of resentment, begging, and despair. The smell is very in the world any kind of condiment. Pirate all around moved towards the depths of the town like a locust crossing, leaving behind a place of ruins and flames. The black smoke covered Jarlan's rugged face, and his pupils shrank and trembled. The lines are like some cold-blooded animals. Fick, go search those rooms again, maybe there is something left. Jarlan lowered his head and moved towards the woman's body and walked. The hoarse, suppressed voice carries a kind of heart-pounding weirdness. Fic swallows back the retort from his mouth, and moves towards the door knocked open in the distance, and soon there was the clash of boxes and cabinets from inside. Yarlin looked at the woman's corpse lying in a pool of blood, a pair of deadly eyeballs staring at the sluggish child, his expression frozen in a face of despair and nostalgia. Touching the woman's skin through the glove, the remaining warm touch and twisted emotions made his fingertips tremble suddenly, and the entire leather glove oscillated with countless thin strips like dead branches. Like what was under the glove, the living creature awakens, and the impatient must choose someone to eat. A stir is bad, be quiet. Yarlin took off his black linen gloves and stared intently at his left hand like a living creature. The left hand seemed to feel his gaze. The dangers and warnings, slow and difficult to quiet down. In this way, his left hand finally calmly exposed the whole picture. It was a black blood line, like a dense tattoo covering the entire back of the hand. From the 5 fingernails, countless black lines spread and entangled, like numerous tree whiskers twisted around the fingers, and finally converged into a pitch black as ink ring on the back of the hand. On the opposite side of the back of the hand facing the ring, a black vertical line splits the texture of the entire palm into 2. The black line, the ring, is positive and negative. One vertical eye is one vertical eye, which is one vertical eye, which is closed tightly, just like Yarlin's pupils at this moment. He called it a stir bad. The index finger is cold and has no temperature. It is pressed against the center of the woman's eyebrows, sliding down slowly and firmly. The black line between the fingers suddenly comes alive again, and the black line spreads rapidly on the woman's face, densely packed from the center of the eyebrows. The line resembles an inverted spindle covering the woman's body, until Yarlin's index finger slides to the woman's chest, and all the black lines are gathered here in an instant. The center of the eyebrows, the position of the pineal gland, the residence of the soul, the chest, where the heart is, the source of life in the fleshy body. From the eyebrows to the heart, this is a whole. I'm hungry. Yarlin licked his slightly dry lips. To be precise, Esther is hungry. Oh, it doesn't matter, what matters is the taste of hunger. It's so uncomfortable, I have endured it for 2 months, now I am very weak, my face is very pale, I can't sleep every day all. I will die if I don't eat any more. I have killed people in my previous life, but I have never done anything like cannibalism. The psychological barrier is not that difficult to overcome. Yarlin muttered to the woman's body, and even more to himself. As the temperature on the woman's body gradually became cold, Yarlin's index finger trembled even more. The food is not fresh when it is cold. In exchange for the first meal, woman, I promise you that I will avenge you, and they will be reunited with you soon. Yarlin's 5 fingers suddenly clenched, knitted with black thread the spindle was pulled and contracted, and with just one breath, the woman's body and soul were all condensed and annihilated, turning into a drop of squirming black spots into the black thread. The black line thinned and converged back to the back of the hand, and everything returned to calm. Hey! He relieved to stand up, his face eased a lot, and the pupils in the vertical line returned to normal. It looks like it is not as bloody as I thought. The ground is very clean except for a pool of blood stains, there is no drop of meat scum. To cherish food is a commendable quality. Can you simplify the ceremony, and eat more quickly, Esther's bad. There is no response from the left hand, it's calm as if everything just happened was just Yarlin. Yarlin twitched his lips and put on his gloves, slandering in his heart, you don't admit it if you are full. Then, the corners of his mouth opened, and a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Text message made. Asturger, with the fall of the gods, he was born from the dead remains of the abyss, the last resurrection of the endless abyss. He is Asturger, the corpse of the mythical era, the brood of alienation and flesh and blood brings the lord of death and slavery. All creatures where he passes become his slaves, and all civilizations are swallowed by him and become his nourishment. He is the most terrifying natural disaster in countless epochs of the universe. He is long-winded, short. The text stopped abruptly, he seemed to hear the proud hum sound in his mind. The text in it shattered like glass, and there was probably a sound of broken glass heart. The new text emerges quickly, short and perfunctory. Asturbator, the brood of alienation and flesh, ruler that brings death and slavery. Incomplete seed. Swallow, swallow all flesh and blood into nutrients for your growth. Complete species under the first stage. Transformation, transform dead creatures into their own servants. The servants of this first stage have no autonomous consciousness and can only accept the simplest instructions. Assimilate, you can extract the essence of the same type of life form to strengthen your own basic qualities. Yarlin squinted his eyes, and his mind quickly turned to think about the meaning of each word, making sure that he did not omit or misunderstand. Immediately, cross-analyze and process the information obtained and your own situation to control the benefits and disadvantages to the greatest extent, and try to deduct and optimize the possible future. This is the instinct. Even if the body is crossed over, this instinct is still unforgettable. Even in his previous life, this ability eventually pushed him to prison and death sentence, but I think it will not happen again in this life. When Yarlin was thinking, he habitually touched his eyebrows, and the cold touch through the gloves made him shivered and put away his thoughts. Black fingers are officially online. The point is that I can finally sleep tonight. I've got a good night's sleep. Damn, I found nothing but a pile of broken logs. Fick walked over angrily, and said with a daze, "Where is that woman's body?" The voice was stern and sharp, piercing the eardrum. The boy kneeling on the ground looked at the blood stains above the ground. Like a crashed computer suddenly resumed operation, hollow his eyes appeared to focus, and he stiffly turned his neck to search for the dead body on the ground. "Obviously I can't find it." Then he seemed unsure of what he saw in a trance, until his stiff eyes focused on Yarlin's left-hand black glove. He paused, and then he suddenly jumped up from the ground as if under some kind of stimulation. There was a vague scream, like a crazy little wild beast crashing into Yarlin. Yarlin sideways ruthless kicked the boy's abdomen. The boy fell to the ground and couldn't get up. He swallowed and wailed in his mouth. He lifted his head and stared at Yarlin and Fick with hatred. "Hey, little demon, I didn't kill your mother." Fick showed a fierce expression. "Nice look." Yarlin walked over with expressionless expression, squatting down and pressing the boy's head with his right hand. "Remember this feeling of hatred, it will keep you alive." The boy stared at Yarlin with his eyes wide open, as if to brand the wicked face into his soul. Yarlin was indifferent. He gently raised his hand to stun the boy. He stood up and walked into the dark woods in the distance as if carrying a dead dog. He found a depression and threw it away. "Go in, then turn around and walk back." "Yarlin, you have become kind, and you saved that little demon's life." Fick looked at Yarlin curiously. "That little demon will sleep until we all leave. Of course, if there is no food, he will still starve to death." "Benevolence." Yarlin sneered. "Fick, you are wrong. Living is more cruel than death. Living is better than death." "Cruel." Fick chewed this sentence carefully. When did this damn pirate hear such philosophical words? His eyes lit up. This sentence is really great. If I die, I must let people engrave this sentence on my tombstone. Pirate's brain circuit is really different. I don't know if you will have a tombstone if you die." Yarlin looked at Pirate, who was faintly searching for wealth everywhere, and said coldly, "But if we don't act anymore, we both may really die." Chapter 3. The rain didn't stop all night. On the muddy soil, pirates looked like wriggling maggots, digging through wealth and food, filling their ugly and bloated belly. "Don't leave a trace. Ganseville, what kind of person do you think our captain is?" Lowe stood in the rain, his black eyes under the lowered brim of his hat became more and more deep and cold. "Formidable? Cruel?" Gansiver opened his mouth, feeling a bit cold in his clothes soaked in rain. No, neither." Lowe licked his lips, sneered, "These are just Captain Via's methods, the purpose is for his greed that can never be filled, like only a hyena who can never eat enough. Every time we plundered the wealth with fate tribulation, we can only leave a little bit, and he doesn't have to do anything, don't even disembark, just wait quietly at the bow. Those idiots will move all their wealth into the captain's room obediently. And after that, don't try to get a berry out of the captain's pocket. Lo made a funny big the action of laughter fell in Ganziver's eyes, but it became more and more dangerous and hideous. By the way, what is the name of the bad luck egg that was peeled and hanged by the captain last month? Sens. Ganziver swallowed and spit. He was only because he was fighting on the boat. Everyone thinks so, hee hee. Lo interrupted Gangzi. Wire, actually, it was because he stole into the captain's room and took a bottle of malt and a pocket watch. Silence. Ganzivil was shocked and silent. After a short silence, Lo patted Ganziver on the shoulder, meaning, stealing the captain's wealth will be skinned. Then, Fick and Yarlin have basically been in the past 2 months. Nothing. On the Via pirate ship, even a dog must bring wealth to the captain, otherwise it will only become a pot of dog meat. Because eating free food is also stealing the captain's wealth. Ah! Gu lu. Ganziver swallowed and spit, his vocal cords shivered, so, Fick and Yarlin will both be hanged by the captain. Yes, based on what I know about the captain, 2 months is the limit he can endure. Lo's gaze flicked across Ganziver's face, looking into the distance in the blur. The shadows of the faintly discernible trees are heavy, as if there is a greedy hyena in the dark with his bloody mouth wide open like a sacrificial bowl, and the smelly saliva is mixed with rain on this rainy night. In that direction, the hull shook and creaked, and Captain Via stood on the bow and looked up at the dark rain. It's been 2 years. It's almost there. It's almost the last point. The rain hit his wide eyeballs, cold and merciless, without a trace of human temperature. The woods, the muddy slopes of the footsteps were deep and shallow. Yarlin walked in front with a bow, and Fick followed behind. Listening to Yarlin's intermittent inferences, his face became more and more ugly. Captain Via, he can't. Fick stopped talking. Yarlin climbed up the soil slope. The soil slope under his feet is high. From here down, he can see most of the outline of the town. He squinted his eyes and stared at the people staying in the distance. Pirate, who is in small groups, slightly raised the corners of his mouth, revealing the cold fox line. He turned his head and met Fick's dodging eyes. In Captain Via's eyes, we are his domesticated hyenas. He gave us bones, and we brought back spoils of war. And when this hyena can't eat it, do you think Captain Via will turn it into a pot of dog meat? Maybe I guessed wrong, maybe our captain is really good. How magnanimous. Yarlin patted Fick's shoulder, his tone was still calm. Then guess, will our first mate Lo forgive you for the collision with him today? Fart. Fick's face flushed suddenly. I don't need his forgiveness. Ganziver is the adopted son of a bitch, and Lo is a total villain, asshole. It seems you want. I understand. Yarlin retracted his palm and sighed. It's a pity that Bailey is in pirate's pocket, so for the sake of our own lives, we can only reluctantly rob our companions. You have no regrets, you are simply from the very beginning and you are ready to rob yourself. Fick was startled, he looked down at pirate like an ant below, and finally understood why Yarlin had to climb here just now. He fiercely, damn Yarlin, you hypocritical bastard. Isn't robbery all about black and black? Yarlin shrugged, smiling brightly, what do you think of Bill? Fick looked at the position pointed by Yarlin. On the outside of the stone wall on the western edge of the town, Bald Bill carried a sack and 2 other pirates and walked out, seemingly ready to return. And plentiful harvest. Crunch! 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 The sound of footsteps in the muddy water, from far to near, judging from the sound of footsteps, is 3 people. The rain is still very heavy, it seems that it does not stop tonight. Surrounded by bushes and trees mixed with night, the rain formed a perfect shelter, and Yarlin and Fick were motionless in it. Bill, William, Chat. Fick lowered his voice, "It's all Rottweiler's dog legs." Yarlin was crawling on the ground without hearing Fick's voice. There was a momentary trance in his eyes. He recalled the first smuggling in his last life. It was also the black eating and black swallowing of the money and goods of the partner. I don't know if it is fate. Both life are the same beginning. He put away his thoughts and heart. Self-deprecating, sure enough, I am not a good person by nature. His eyes became cold, his attention was highly concentrated, his right hand pulled out the short blade, and his left glove did not know when he had taken off, and his 5 fingers stuck in pitch black. In the dirt. Quiet, quiet. The man actually dared to resist. He was as skinny as a monkey. I cut his head in half with a knife. Then, the people next to him were shiver coldly like quail. Bill boasted loudly. Own bravery. Chat has a bloody tooth mark on the back of his left hand touching the crotch, he curses filthily as he walks, combined with the hair sticking to the bloody rusty axe on his right hand, not difficult imagine what a cruel scene just happened. Damn it, this time I have to turn in so much again. The first officer is right. We can't even drink the soup with Via. William's voice was low and resentful, we still have to until when, every time the first mate says it's fast, I've had enough. Shut up. Bill glared evilly and snarled, be careful, it's passed to the captain's ears. Here, you will kill us. After speaking, Bill K stopped his emotions. He glanced around, but he didn't see anyone, and his voice eased, the chief officer quietly told me that he was about to discover the secret of the captain. At that time it was the death of Via, and then the first mate became the captain, and our good days would come. Secret? William and Chat's eyes lit up at the same time. I don't know, the first officer didn't tell. Bill's voice suddenly stopped, Zilla the voice suddenly pierced, and only a short blade was placed across Bill's throat. From left to right, swipe. Like a silver bottle suddenly breaks through the water broth and burst forth, a cluster of cold glow, blood splattered, and a face next to Bill's head appeared, standing side by side, it was Yarlin. Robbery, he said. Chapter 4. The throat was severed, Bill's subconsciously opened mouth made a leaking sound, and the blood was splashed immediately, as if the impatient was about to escape from this sinful body. Chat leaned closer, with a bloody face, but the remaining temperature caused him to fight a cold battle from head to toe suddenly. After William leaned back, he looked shocked and his eyes were locked. Live, staring at Yarlin's face. That face has always been pale like a sick ghost, but today it suddenly became more bloody, it looked so frightening. Yarlin! Chatter roared in response, but it was probably because he was too shocked, and his voice was a little distorted, are you crazy? Let go of Bill. Yarlin did not respond. Gently withdraw the short blade with his right hand, and pushed his left hand forward. Bill raised his head and covered his neck with his hands desperately, so blood leaked from his fingers, his throat made a whimper sound, and his body slumped heavily. Before hitting the ground. I killed you. The blue veins on Chat's neck violently, and he picked up his axe and slashed towards Yarlin. Yarlin's pupils slightly shrank, his toes picked up forcefully, Bill's corpse flew forward, Chatter was furious, and the axe cast more than just split Bill's corpse in half. The corpse seemed to be broken. The sacks separated, and Chat rushed out in blood, like a brown bear running wild. Yarlin's expression was awkward, he quickly glanced at Bill's split upper body, and at the same time, when he turned his feet, he got into the bush next to him. Want to run? Without any hesitation, Chat chased in with his axe. Chat, don't go. William looked at the disappeared back of Chat with a hazy expression. He stayed in place for 3 seconds, looking irritably. He followed the corpse of Bill divided into 2, then fiercely clenched the teeth and stomped to chase him. He also didn't notice that the back of Bill's upper body corpse, to be precise, was the position of the back of his heart, and the dead flesh trembled strangely. Some mud stuck to the linen cloth. The mud was shaken to reveal a palm-size piece of flesh below. There are 4 small holes in the necrotic flesh lined up side by side. It looks like someone forcibly digged in with a nail. A finger hole. At this moment, the skin around the finger hole began to tremble, and then a black thread penetrated the skin and flesh, as if someone was threading a needle through the skin to perform a suture operation. A circle of densely packed black lines connected to the strangely growing granulation buds, pulling each other quickly to heal. The corpse trembled more violently. Suddenly, Bill's head was lifting, and his neck began turning. The eyeless white pupils are shaking, looking for something. Next moment the direction of his head turning freezes, and it is the corpse of the lower body. In the bushes, Yarlin and Chat were chasing one after another, getting closer and closer, while William kept a certain distance and followed far away, without daring to get too close. "Charter, be careful." William looked at all around the dark bushes, his eyes wary. "Beware of traps, he is impossible, Fick may be hiding around." Almost the moment the voice fell, a black shadow suddenly sprang out from the side, like a cheetah rushing to bearing fangs and brandishing claws, and like a cannonball bounced from the ground, moved towards Chat's side, fiercely hit. Bang! There was a heavy muffled sound, splashes of water and mud splashing. The two hugged and rolled on the ground, and the axe went out to draw a gully on the mud. Ah! Chart let out a howl of pain. During the rolling process, his nose was hit by Fick's forehead, and he made a squeaky sound like a wounded wild beast's fierce eyes seemed to be dripping blood. He was struggling frantically to break free from Fick's embrace. The blood vessels on his arms were all bulging. It was not shocking. "Get me up!" He swings his arms, and his clenched fists hit Fick's ribs and back with a muffled sound like a drum. Fick's face flushed red, and his mouth also issued a wild beast-like roar. His 2 arms were like 2 steel clamps to lock Chatter's thick waist, and his whole person was like a heavy iron bump, the weight of the whole person. They were all pressed on Chat's chest, and the opponent was still on the ground. There is no fancy dodge, only the purest brutality. The neck was raised high, the scars on the bloody cheeks twitched, and the fierce light was like a blood-stained skull hammer hitting heavily. The final word. Boom crack. The muffled sound mixed with the weird and crisp sound is chilling. Blood and water splashed, and the filiform fascia was woven together with broken bone stubble, passing through the rotten flesh and falling down beside the bloodshot eyeballs. Fick let go of Chat's body, stood up, wiped a fleshy stain on his face with his sleeve. Ho-Ho smiled like a ghost. All this is a long story. In fact, one killed another injured in the blink of an eye. It was simple and rude, and did not give William a chance to respond to help. He could only take a few steps under his feet, and then never again. He didn't move, but stopped moving, and turned cautiously back. "Hey, William, are you going to drop Chat?" Yarlin picked up the axe and frowned slightly. The power of this body was really terrible, and he vaguely felt a little strenuous. Reluctantly tossed the axe back to the ground, Yarlin looked towards William's eyes became fierce. "Absorb, draw the flesh and blood essence of similar life forms, which can strengthen one's own basic qualities." William met Yarlin's gaze, and his heart was suddenly cold. He couldn't describe the look that made people cold to the bone. It was not looking at the same kind, but at the food. Covetous, indifferent. Of course he can't imagine what terrifying thoughts Yarlin had in his mind at the moment, and it was precisely because of the same reason. "Don't come here." William shook the iron sword in his hand, slowly pulling back the distance from Yarlin, while squinting at Fick's movements. "Oh, look, William is like a frightened rabbit," Yarlin said to Fick with an exaggerated smile, wiping the blood on his face, grinning. "Isho, you are terrified he's here." Fick obediently wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth, grinning. "Isho," and the whole person looked even more terrifying, like a ghost. "Hey, don't be nervous, I'm serious." Yarlin clapped his hands. "Fick and I just wanted to grab something and get back on the boat for business. Bill and Chat's death was just an accident. I didn't expect them to be so grumpy. Unlike your William, I always think you are a very calm person. We can talk to each other and there is no need to hurt each other. The safe distance between each other, brows twitched, he knew Yarlan shameless inverted black and white. He didn't run away immediately. He was sure that he could escape at this distance, and the vague fear in his heart made him have to listen to Yarlan's words. We are on the same boat, we are friends, aren't we? Yarlan said this, picking up the money bag that had fallen on the ground. His movements were calm and his tone was even more sluggish. I'm satisfied with William's appearance. Friends should trust and understand each other. This is just an accident. You don't want to go back and file a complaint. Are you not afraid? Yarlan's aura was suppressed. The calmer Yarlan, the stronger the anxiety in William's heart. He calmly threatened, the captain will peel off your skin and hang it on the mast. Oh, are you sure that we will be hung on the mast instead of yourself? Yarlan sneered, why do you think we kill Bill and Chart? Is it just because of a little Bailey? My friend thinks about it. The reason? William was horrified, and the faint conjectures in his heart condensed into real fear at this moment. It seems you have figured it out. Yarlan stared closely at William's expression changes, and his voice dragged on. It's the captain's order. William like falling in an ice hole. Chapter 5. Everyone is a born conspirator, especially when he is trapped in it. He will weave the malicious intentions vividly and thoroughly. William will naturally not be an exception. There are all kinds of thoughts in his mind at the moment. Its treacherous and insidious excitement is beyond anyone's imagination. Yarlan doesn't even need to say anything more, and William will be happy. The loopholes are filled up by themselves, and I am convinced. Captain, do you know? Of course. Yarlan looked at William and answered simply and concisely. William gasped deeply, panic and fear gripped his heart like a poisonous snake, his eyes were almost black, and his voice was hoarse and weak. What should I do to beg the captain's forgiveness? Yarlan's eyes rolled dripping. Now, go back and tell the chief mate privately immediately. What? What? William thought he heard it wrong. Fick and I were instructed by the captain to quietly kill Bill and chat and tell Lo about the incident. That's it. Yarlan's tone became a little impatient. This is also the captain's plan, you just follow it. Plan. The two words Yarlan intensified the tone especially, and William's face turned paler. He could not understand the captain's plan, so he became more sure of the authenticity of this, and became more and more afraid. Please tell the captain I will do it. Yarlan waved his hand, looking like he didn't bother to continue to talk to him. William's throat moved up and down, he opened his mouth and stopped talking, and finally did not say it, but took a few steps back and turned to leave the place quickly. Yarlan looked at William's disappearing back, feeling in his heart that the human heart is a filthy silt. As long as the seeds of evil are planted at the right time, it can fertilize and irrigate by itself and grow strong. It sprouts and grows and produces foul-smelling fruits, including himself. Yarlan. There was a muddle in Fic's mind, and the expression on his face was impatient and weird. Is it really the captain's order? When did you? Hey, this IQ is really touching. Yarlan was stunned, rather speechless. Of course I lied to him. Hey. Fic looked dumbfounded, and went on. Very anxious, you are crazy, then you still let William tell Lo that you. Yarlan stared faintly in the woods, where a faintly discernible connection was introduced to him. In his mind, he licked his lips, then turned his head and looked towards Fic, and said at a moderate pace, it was meant to be said, the difference is that now William will not tell the captain, but will tell Lo. And in private. Looking at Fic's puzzlement but slowly calmed down, Yarlan paced over slowly, squatting next to Chat's corpse, reaching out and groping in his arms. If William speaking directly in front of the captain, then we must pay for Bill and Chatter's lives. There is no room for quibble, because Lo will inevitably kill us, and the captain will of course kill us both, and if William the First told Lo about this in private, so the development of the matter will become more interesting. Fick scratched his head. He didn't understand the twists and turns, but he saw the arc of Yarlin's mouth evokes, and he slowly relaxes. Then, why not just kill him? Fick stared suspiciously at Yarlin. Yarlin drew out the money bag in Chatter's arms, shaking the blood on it. It's too obvious, we killed people, and in some people's eyes, this shit basin was buckled on us. It's also very appropriate. So how to deduct and who will deduct it is very important. He said that he threw the money bag to Fick, and suddenly asked Fick a question with a serious expression. Questions that Fick has never thought about. Fick, do you want to be pirate forever? This world, I don't want to be pirate for the rest of my life. There is no future. Yarlin doesn't want to be a pirate. Kay replied, muttering to himself, staring at Fick's eyes flashing cold glow that made him palpitate. This incident can just be an opportunity to leave. What is lacking is just a little preparation time, and 2 or 3 insignificant chess pieces. Improper pirate. Yarlin's eyes made him feel inexplicably scared. The dark blue pupils were like the sea at night, and the shadow of the black dome was reflected in the calm. Vague, deep, indifferent to swallow everything. Yarlin, what do you want to do? Hee hee. The deep, impudent laughter echoed in the patter of rain. Bill's corpse is missing. William turned back, staring straight at the pool of black blood under his feet, where Bill's corpse was cut in two and disappeared. Naturally, a dead person can't move on his own. It can only be moved by someone. Then who would it be? He stared at the blood stains under his feet, and he could see traces of dragging between the two pools of black blood. He speculated that someone had dragged Bill's upper body to the position of his lower body, and then took them away together. After all, he is not a professional policeman, otherwise he will find the strangeness of the scene. There are a few palm prints soaked in rain around the black blood, and the more strange thing is the missing body, which is Bill. At the original position of the lower body that was slashed, all around was empty. From start to finish, there was only a row of leaving footprints, and no incoming footprints could be seen. Furthermore, the footprints are very shallow. It doesn't seem to be carrying the weight of a corpse at all. Instead, it looks like the corpse got up by itself, and the cat walked away sneakily. Over there, I went to the via. William stopped thinking, and quickly followed the direction of the footprints. The heavy rain had not completely covered the traces of the footprints, and he could still distinguish out direction. He didn't know why he wanted to take a look at Bill's corpse, but it was a horrible thing. He did just that. Intuition might be important to him. Following all the way, the footprints disappeared on the seashore. William stood blankly. He turned to the left and looked at the old hull of the via. The distance would not exceed 200 meters in a straight line. Where are people? Or corpses? Throwing a corpse into the sea. William stared blankly at his pale face in the sea, and his eyes were covered with bloodshot eyes. He didn't understand why there were people. What's the point of moving Bill's body here to Shanghai? It's not Yarlin and Fick, it's also impossible to be the first mate. That can only be done by Captain Via, but why? So far, William can be sure what Yarlin said just now was not deceiving himself. Although he had believed 80% just now, at this moment, the last trace of luck in his heart was washed away by the cold water. He lowered his head and looked at the sea, as if he saw Bill's body sinking on the bottom of the sea not far away, his eyes staring straight at him, and the Viagra in the distance was like an open bloody mouth wide open like a monster in a sacrificial bowl. Bill, I don't want to die. William's fists are tightly clenched, and a pair of blood-red eyes are full of madness and viciousness. A pair of eyeballs stared at him in the sea. Senpai, ruthless. Chapter 6. The footsteps on the old ship plank made a crunch, the property was thrown to the ground and clang dong was issued. All the looted wealth was gathered to the bow, and then the number was counted and carried into the captain indoor. Captain Via stood at the door and personally supervised this scene, with one after another folds squeezed against the corners of his eyes and nose, and his mouth made a strange laugh like a night owl. Fic got on the boat and threw the sack on the deck. Yarlin followed, and the money bag in his hand threw an arc and hit the sack with a pada sound. Oh, a clear and sweet voice. Via twitched her ears, lifting the brim of her hat slightly, and her black and white eyes swept across Yarlin's body. Yarlin lowered his head, his voice was extremely humble, all wealth belongs to the great Captain Via. Ho ho greedy laughter, Vias he turned his gaze back to Yarlin. Yarlin, you finally got something back. It seems that your illness has been completely recovered, so I can rest assured. It all depends on the captain's mercy, otherwise Yarlin's little life has long been ruined in the sea. Yarlin was grateful, but a pair of eyes quietly swept aside the expressionless First Officer Rowe, who had a rigid cheek. Not far behind Lowe is hiding William, his head is drooping, as if he can't wait for the whole person to get to the ground. Only William's bloodless profile can be seen from Yarlin's position. Oh, the effort to nurture the chi is not bad, that's good. Yarlin grinned slightly to reveal a few white teeth. He half turned his head, looking at Lowe with a faint smile. The expression seemed to be provocative. Hurry up and reveal that I killed Bill and Chat in public. Humph. Lowe's face twitched, his eyes flashed fiercely, and he forced his heart. The anger was suppressed, and the more confident and provocative Yarlin was, the more he had to guard against the captain's trick. Can't be impulsive, I'm not ready yet, and it's not time to tear my face with Via. Lowe has always been sensible and calm, and of course he can't be captain's little trick after making decisions. And self-confidently, moreover, Via's secret is. Yes, I guess it's right, Via is already in a hurry, after all. It's like grinding rust. The unpleasant laughter interrupted Lowe's thoughts. It was Captain Via's surly tone. Ha ha ha, I always believe that Yarlin, you can survive the disease tenaciously. We are pirate, we may be swallowed by the sea, killed by the enemy, but we will never be crushed by disease. Yarlin, you did a good job. Yes, as I always believe you are a great captain. Yarlin he clenched his right hand to cover his chest, expressing high respect. The captain has all counted, the total is. A pirate wearing a black headgear walked over in 3 or 2 steps, his mouth was close to Via's ear, and his voice was very low. Yarlin's line of sight followed, black headgear, rickety figure, 2 large palms, and an old flintlock pistol pinned to his waist. It is more, the oldest pirate on board. Is also the most trusted person in Captain Via. Via nodded, of course, would not tell other pirate specific numbers, but the raised eyebrows on his face are enough to show that this is another big harvest. Well, who else hasn't come back? Via's Jian touched the ground lightly, and then he randomly shook his right hand, and the Jian pierced out with a chi sound, like it was a poisonous snake looking for food. It picked up a silver object on the ground like lightning. Then, his wrist just turned slightly, and everyone didn't even have time to see the movement, they heard a slight click. The sound, a silver curve is drawn in the air. Yarlin's pupils shrank suddenly, and things were flying towards him. He instinctively raised his hand to grasp things. A silver chain hung on the edge of his palm. He spread out his palm and suddenly tightened his nerves. Relax immediately. It is a silver pocket watch. He pressed the knob on the watch end, his pocket watch popped open, revealing a photo of blood dyed red inside, a photo of a family portrait. The appearance of the man has been covered by blood and can only be seen blurred at the face of a woman and a boy. Yarlin's pupils changed in a flash and returned to normal. He doesn't care about the blood on the bracelet, but hides it in his arms like a baby. His face is naturally a look of surprises, and his mouth is even more like honey. The generous captain praises you. But he was secretly cursed in his heart. Fuck, scare me. His humble and flattering face showed pirate around him with disgust. His expression, but he acted indifferently. Via waved his hand to interrupt Yarlin's chattering compliments, and then lowered the brim of his hat, which seemed to be a habitual action of him. He liked to touch his hat before often speaking. "First officer, who else hasn't come back?" we asked. Rotway gently exhales one breath saying, fiercely glared at Gansiver who wanted to talk, and then walked out heavy, almost squeezing a sentence from his teeth, "Bill and Chat is dead." The boat fell silent. The pattering rain line hit the deck and mast. Lo raised his head halfway, his sad and bloodshot eyes staring at the turned face of Via's lifting hat. His eyes seemed to collide in the air. Lo did not see any emotional changes in the captain's eyes. He was only as cold as before. There was only a short muscle twitch on the stiff face of the dead man's face. Of course, I can't understand the meaning of that kind of micro-expression. Probably a surprise, or an unexpected treacherous. Who knows, Lo is not the face master. Roddy's afterglow glanced at Yarlin again quietly. This glimpse made him feel more heartbroken. It was different from the vivid clown just now. Yarlin was expressionless at this moment and looked at him. Nose looking at the heart, eyes blankly dull. "You are at a loss as a MMP, who killed the person, don't you have any idea about it?" "Dead." Via's voice raised an octave. Rotway's gaze turned away, his voice was as cold as a piece of ice that would last forever, and the killing intense voice was like a poisonous snake vomiting a snake letter. It was chilling. Oh, poor Bill and Chat was an old partner on the Via pirate ship, but they had to go ashore this time. William found the corpses of Bill and Chat after they were killed. The corpses were difficult to piece together. William was there. Bury them. Who killed? The eyes under the brim of Via's black hat were harsh and ruthless. He moved the sword that was leaning on his side to front of him, and the sword issued on the deck a harsh rubbing sound. Fic's breathing became unnaturally rapid, and Yarlin's eyelids drooped, almost narrowing into a gap. No one could see the emotional fluctuations in his eyes. "Mate Lo, this is your last chance to identify me directly. If you miss it," Yarlin pressed the tip of his tongue against the closed teeth, "the initiative is not in your hands." Yes, at this time, as long as Lo dared to identify Yarlin, then Yarlin is a certain death situation. No evidence is needed at all, because Lo is the first officer and Yarlin is just a lower-level crew member. In the presence of the entire crew, Captain Via only has an IQ online. No matter how skillful Yarlin is, he cannot change the fact that the captain has to trust the chief mate. It is more likely that he will not even have the opportunity to argue. Yes, the captain pierced the heart with a merciless sword, and took the pocket watch back. However, Yarlin was sure that Lo would not dare, because if he asked William to take it back, and the disappeared bodies of Bill and Chat, they all created a real truth for Lo, and that is this: everything is a conspiracy carefully designed by the captain, just waiting for him to jump inside. As long as he opens his mouth to identify Yarlin, the accusation of framing the crew falls on himself. Because he couldn't take out the corpses of Bill and Chart. What's more terrifying is that the charges of killing Bill and Chart would be planted on him instead. "Captain Via, you look down on me too much. I will not be deceived by anger. On the contrary, I am happy to see that you are ready to attack me. The more impatient you are, it means the distance it's getting closer and closer. Now let us come to BB patiently for the last time." Lo's thoughts turned sharply, his face was just right, showing a fierce grief, and his tone was heavy and calm. "I don't want to admit it, but I have to say the scum that killed Bill and Chart is on this ship." "Yes, how unbelievable, the man who killed Bill and Chart is among us." Lo, his gaze swept across the uproar pirate, especially when Yarlin's squinted eyes slid Captain Via's unwavering eyes for a moment before he said in awe, "William saw the back of that scum," and he finally ran on. "Via, damn bastards, we are brothers on the same boat. Someone will attack our own brother. You are not worthy to live on Via. Lo swears in the name of Via that I will find out on the boat. You, then smash your corpse into 10,000 pieces, let your blood dyed every inch of the board of the Red Via, let everyone on the ship eat your meat." His self-conceited smart performance, however, the blood that a person shed can dissatisfy the whole boat. Yarlin's half-squinted eyes are densely covered with killing intent, his tongue is firmly against his teeth, and he struggles to hold back the suppressed sneer in his mouthpiece. Chapter 7. The rusty iron rope hooked the heavy triangular anchor, twitching and making a clang-clang sound. The old via shook and made a toothy squeezing sound, giving people a feeling of the illusion that the ship will capsize in seconds. The dark sea swayed like silky silk. Pirate, who was anchored on the deck, swayed involuntarily, but the soles of his feet were firmly rooted on the ship. This broken ship is really bad, I'm really afraid it will suddenly fall apart one day. Bearded Pirate pulled the rope hard with his arms, and the other two pirates struggled to secure the anchor to the boat frame. The same unstoppable complaining words, "This broken ship is our captain's treasure. I have heard from the boatman that every time the via is damaged, the captain asks him to repair it to its original condition, no matter how big or small it is. Size and orientation are all required to be intact, so except that the via is getting more and more broken, everything is exactly the same as when it set sail on the first day. Oh, but it's terrible." One of pirate untied his waistband and released water to the surface of the sea. His eyes blinked suddenly, then his eyes widened, wondering, "There is a shadow under the boat, is it a reef?" "Nothing." Another pirate stretched his head out of the boat and looked down. "You are dazzled, oh, you pee on the boat, you idiot." Pirate indifferently shrugged his shoulders, looked around, and found that no one had a corner of his mouth. He lowered his voice and asked sneakily, "Are you saying that the chief mate is true? Bill Enchart the bastard is dead, the murderer is on the boat. Bill Enchart must be dead, otherwise, they won't be on the boat until now." Another old-looking pirate interjecting in, "The tone is also very gloomy, on this island, no one wants to keep anything except the corpse. Then of course the murderer is on the boat. From my point of view, I am afraid it is the captain. Don't talk, someone is coming." Several pirates were silent, looking thoughtful at each other, and they all observed a chill of chilling in each other's expressions. In the great age of pirates, pirate is like a crossing river carp, which is as numerous as a feather. Basically, an individual can successfully transfer with a knife. The prerequisites for navigators' employment are extremely demanding and proper high-end talents. The density of distribution on the sea can almost move the pirate to attempt suicide. Draw a chart. Determine the route. Label the coordinates. Forecast the weather. These are what the hell is that, completely non-existent. For everyone in via pirates, once the ship leaves the island, basically the island can be regarded as non-existent, anyway, as long as the island disappears in their sight, it really disappeared completely, and they will not find a trace for the rest of their lives. As for saying that there is a derogatory meaning to via pirates, of course it is not necessary, because similar to this pirates occupy more than 90% of pirate space. In this group of real in the eyes of the adventurer, it is a great navigator that can drive the ship away from the dock without capsizing in a heavy rain. So in the eyes of Yarlin, the 2-month voyage is simply a bet on his life. If he is not paying attention, it is really possible to get lost in the sea forever, and then starve to death on the ship. Even though this is not the unpredictable and dangerous sea territory like the Grand Line, but only a corner of East Blue, which is counted as a novice zone at best, Yarlin is absolutely unwilling to put his life on something like at the roulette table. The act of giving and gaining is completely disproportionate. Yarlin hates it, just as he looks at the cramped and narrow space in the cabin with a look of disgust at the moment. The entire bottom cabin is divided into 2 opposite sides. A corridor, the middle of the corridor is a wrapped keel, and the corridors on both sides of the keel are roughly transformed into cabins. In the dim space that is 30 meters long, 3 meters wide, and less than 2 meters high, pieces of inferior wooden boards are fixed. The wooden boards are covered with filthy bedding, which is full of dirty colors. There is a strange smell, which is a special smell mixed with athlete's foot, sweat, musty and damp water vapor. Yarlin looked pale lying on the bed near the door, although it was as close as possible to the door of the cabin. The broken door was thankfully rotten with a gap. Cold wind and rain came in from the outside, but it still blocked the terrifying scent poured into his mouth and nose all the time. The flickering oil lamp was quickly blown out, and the cabin plunged into darkness. A few pirate foul-mouthed murmurs of playing cards, then spread out and crawled back to their respective beds. Various grunts came from the Clipper's cabin, one after another like a tireless symphony. This harsh environment can be compared to Yarlin being abducted and sold by snakeheads, traffickers, when he was young in his last life. He was also confined in the cabin, and the same dimly enclosed space was crowded with people. An angry memory. He slowly closed his eyes on his side, forcing himself not to pay attention to the smell in his mouth and nose, while his body had to feel the bedboard shaking with the bumps of the boat, and he tried his best to put his ears up. Listening to the movement in the cabin, while thinking about the next plan in his mind. William is already in the set, and then just a little bit of arrangement, he will be completely tied to death by me. The first officer thinks himself smarter than I thought, and smart people know how to restrain reckless impulse, so that the scale of my original plan can be enlarged a bit. The number of people who will die later than today can be changed from 1 to 2, 3 are better. Yarlin twitched slightly, frowning, and 3 hits. The sound of the call is too close to him. Which is particularly annoying. The most worthy of attention is Captain Via. There is no doubt that he is the strongest person on the ship. In addition, he gave me an indescribable weirdness. What is the captain's secret that Bill and Chet talked about before their deaths? This should be a winning hand between the chief mate and the captain. I need to test it out. This will affect my priority in dealing with the chief mate and the captain. Sequence. This is like a game where the prey and the hunter roles are swapped. Each is hiding its mind and actions, waiting for a chance to launch a fatal attack. However, in a corner on the side a poisonous snake disguised as a branch was also curled up, licking the insidious fangs at the stomach, rumbling with hunger, deciding which fresh meat to devour first. Order is important. Yarlin's breathing became more and more stable, he felt his head swaying heavier and heavier, and his eyelids seemed to become dizzy. Just with the smell of no opportunity and symphony of sleep, is he going to fall asleep? Snoring. Chapter 8. This is a rectangular, empty room, with a cool white light on top of the head slanting down, converging on the white projection curtain. Beside the curtain stood a straight middle-aged man, a neat police uniform with ironed posts, and his short hair showed a spirited and capable appearance, especially a pair of eyes staring at the projection. There are sharp and dazzling rays of light, and the eyes seem to pierce directly through the curtain to a certain real place. Chu Binwen, male, Han nationality, 41 years old, Chinese citizen, is the chairman of our city Rongli Co., Limited, and the legal person of Chihu New Technology Company. A picture of a thin-faced middle-aged man standing at a press conference. He has a slightly shredded and neatly trimmed short hair, and he wears gold-rimmed glasses, a straight nose, and a faint smile on his thin lips. From the photo, this person has a friendly and elegant and harmless temperament, but from the bottom row, sitting in a row, there is no lack of the dignified expressions of the police officers and provincial leaders. The image can only be the disguise of a man named Chu Binwen. There is no need to talk about these on the surface things, say something we don't know. An official of the provincial secret department who looked like swallowing fly dung interjected, and he couldn't imagine it. How did an outstanding entrepreneur in here turn into a murderous criminal, even a registered criminal in Interpol? Chu Binwen is also the largest shareholder behind this Huyeo Group, the true owner of the Wixin Shipping Logistics Company, and the actual owner of Telford Logistics and Jiaxi Logistics, which means that our province and surrounding areas in the 3 provinces, all the largest logistics companies are actually owned by one person. On the surface, this is just a way of capital operation, but secretly, this is indeed the largest in China and Southeast Asia. The protection of armed smuggling groups. Several police officers distributed piles of heavy materials to the leaders below. These materials were collected, confirmed by their local police and international police for 5 years. The information was printed on A4 paper. The first page was a colloidal photo. At the same time, the photo on the projection instrument was also switched over. It was an armed off-road vehicle. Profile photo of a man in military uniform. With broken black hair and a smile at the corners of his mouth, it can be vaguely distinguished that Chu Binwen is the same person, but the whole person has a cruel and fierce aura. Zhang Wanyan, the son of a fisherman in coastal areas of China, was 14 years old and followed his father to go fishing. He survived a shipwreck and drifted to the beaches of Hong Kong. He was rescued by a snakehead trafficker, and sold to the black market in Southeast Asia. He was beaten blind. One eye, but eventually survived, and with the help of fierceness and tenacious, he was taken back to Yuzhai by the local drug lord Barlow. 4 years later, Zhang Yuyan was taken as a son by Barlow at the age of 18, and then it took 5 to gradually take over Yuzhai. Part of the power of the village and the 2 teams, and designed to kill the other 3 heroes of Barlow, and eventually became the second person in the entire Yuzhai in one fell swoop, and began to be jealous and suppressed by Barlow. 1 year later, Barlow's 60th birthday, the coup d'état was launched that day and he took over all power in Yuzhai. He was 24 years old. In the following 4 years, he developed wild ambition forces and became one of the largest drug lord in Southeast Asia with his cold and cunning hands. Targeted by the Interpol, nicknamed the General, he gradually disappeared from the public's sight. Then at the age of 29, he directed an assassination, suspended animation and escaped back to China. The international police once thought that the general was dead. The forces of the village were destroyed until 5 years ago, a smuggling group nicknamed Ghost Face was discovered in Southeast Asia. Its organizational planning was complete and its criminal tactics were brilliant. After a long investigation, various signs finally confirmed that the general did not die, but fled back with suspended animation. The mainland, and the forces that have been remotely controlling Yuzhai have changed their faces and developed secretly. So, Chu Binwen is Zhang Fuyan? The deep voice asked. Yes, we didn't find it at first. After all, the difference between the 2 people's identities is too great. It's not an exaggeration to say that the difference between heaven and earth is, and the previous one is blind, and the other has good eyesight. Chu Binwen gradually entered our field of vision until we started investigating all the patients who had undergone eye change surgery in China in the past 10 years 2 years ago. The difficulties and setbacks in the process will not be mentioned, but we can now 100% confirm General Gaimian, Chu Binwen, and Zhang Fuyan are all the same person. Hiss inhaled a cold breath, and then an official patted the information on the table, venting his anger. So, how did a drug lord and a smuggler become a successful entrepreneur? The upgrade of criminal methods, the combination of money and military force, a more subtle way of committing crimes, and a more efficient introduction means, the use of threats, inducements, bribery, murder, accidents, and a series of meticulous criminal thinking about human nature, as well as a group of criminals who are bewitched and brainwashed to control, trade, infiltrate, steal, do everything. If not accidental. After discovering Chu Binwen, I am afraid that we will not know that such a terrifying evil force has been hiding in our province and is making waves. The picture turns. The city in the interrogation room of the first prison, the environment is cold and cold. An iron chair is connected with locks and fetters, and the eye sockets are deeply sunken. The look pale Chu Binwen eyes opened, looked towards the policeman who opened the iron door, and his eyelids were stunned at that moment. Hes Hong's eyes showed no pretense, calm and cold. Officer Hong, meet again. With fatigue in his hoarse voice, Chu Binwen licked his dry lips as if meeting an old friend. Your sentence has come down. Officer Hong paused. He and she wanted to see the expression of fear from the other person, but unfortunately, he and she were disappointed. Death penalty, he said. Of course. Chu Binwen replied. You don't appeal. If you win, take all, you have to admit if you lose. This is the rule. The rule? You deserve to talk. 2 rules, how many laws you have violated, how many people have been killed, and how many people have lost their wives. You, Police Officer Hong looked at the other side's life and death face, looking very angry and excited. Officer Hong, you are too excited. This is not good. After all, this may be the last time we talked. Chu Binwen's voice was still calm to indifferent. Yes, this is our last conversation. Your death sentence is tomorrow. Officer Hong opened the verdict and presented it in front of Chu Binwen, asking the most doubtful question in his mind. Why did you choose me to talk to you? Unexpectedly, it seems that many people want me to die soon. Chu Binwen sneered, then took back the senseless ridicule in his heart and stared at Hong seriously. Police officer, sorry, there are some distractions. Oh, why did you choose you? Because you are dying? Find someone who is more pleasing to the eye and confess your guilt, and you will feel better. Well, your eyebrows are very similar to my mother. A kind and weak woman. Officer Hong was astonished, exhales one breath saying, and Chu Binwen's eyes softened unconsciously. To answer your question just now, whether you are bathed in the sun or in the dark world, there are rules and regulations. The difference is that they abandoned the light and chose to embrace the darkness, and I was in the dark. It just so happened to have the ability to make rules. Chu Binwen blinked his sour eyelids. I have never forced others to make choices. Those who come to me are following their own desires, and I just make fair exchange. They get what they want, and when I need help, they should give back friendship, and those my enemies, I never choose them, but they choose because of greed, jealousy, stupidity. Enemy with me, they mistakenly thought I was a lamb to be slaughtered, but in the end they found out that I was the fiercest one, so I sent them where they should go. Chu Binwen wanted to spread his hands, but he realized that his hands were tightly handcuffed, so he spread out the palms. He had nothing to hold, but he gave people a kind of pride that he still held the center of the world, and now, I lose. So I'm sitting here, waiting for death to come. She didn't know how to refute Chu Binwen. She thought it was sophistry, so she was silent, and then asked, You don't have any repentance? Repent? Chu Binwen smiled, his mouth widened, his smile became louder and more impudent. Inspector Hong, tell you a secret. Your investigation data missed the first place. The details of my father and I were killed at sea. It was a fisherman's fishing boat. It's also made of wood, similar to a sailboat. I lost my way when I was carried by the waves on the sea. There was no water and no food. It has been 4 days. Do you know the taste of hunger? It seems that the flesh and blood of the whole body are burning. Every cell is gnawing at its own soul, that will seduce the greatest evil in a person's heart, turning a person into a naked wild beast. Chu Binwen stopped, his eyes covered with scarlet blood. She took a step on her hind legs, terrified. Did you eat your father? He Chu Binwen's eyes returned to cold and calm, and his voice was indifferent like a piece of 10,000 years. Frozen ice, he wanted to eat me, I struggled, resisted, and finally killed him, and then used his corpse to attract fish, and finally I ate the fish, and he was buried. Yarlin suddenly eyes opened, he stared at the top of his head in a daze, the blue pupils were reflected in pitch black. For a long time, he straightened up from the swaying bed and felt it again. This unfamiliar and flowery flesh made a suppressed and hideous laughter in his throat. He he he. Chapter 9. People who have never died will always be impossible to truly understand that the terrifying that death truly represents, the loneliness and nothingness that is like the eternal night, is pale and weak in any language. Whether it's because of God's disgust, Satan's gift, or Astur's evil. Yarlin licked his wet mouth, staring at his left hand with piercing eyes, his mind a faintly discernible connection emerged from the depths, as if a shadow slowly emerged in the deep darkness. Bill. The whispered voice weirdly penetrates the rain curtain and space, and is conveyed to the sea below the shadow of the via. A silhouette is strangely absorbed in on the bottom of the boat. He saw his chest tightly against the hull, and his 4 claw nails showed ink sticking to the deck, and then looked at where the ink was, but the squirming black lines looked like living creatures penetrating the cracks of the wooden texture. Entangled in it. At the moment Yarlin whispered, a black line flashed in the human white eyeballs, and at the same time all the black threads on his 4 claws contracted back to the limbs, and then his limbs lightly the whole looked towards and then slipped out, like a curled-up 4-clawed octopus. At the moment when it was about to leave the stern, the suction claws volleyed to grab the edge of the hull, and the body popped out of the sea as soft as boneless. Hang upside down on the stern with a sound, and then climbed upside down quickly. Water drops from the bald head, gliding over the completely motionless nose, closed cheeks with no shaking, only the undulating chest is still pitifully trying to prove that this is a living thing. Aft of the ship, Yarlin has walked out from the bottom of the cabin and walked along the side of the ship, then the corners of his eyes twitched slightly and saw a very horrifying and speechless scene. The first thing that catches the eye is the 2 straight long legs, which suddenly swept over the edge of the boat, and then bends at 90 degrees, which is completely inconsistent with human mechanics. Then the knees of the calves received the same straight bend. Passing a right angle, the feet are on the deck, and the entire upper body is made into a slab bridge posture. Then in the next second, the upper body exposed outside the boat will be bayou, like a bent spring suddenly rebounds when he came back. He stood upright on the spot without a trace of unnecessary tremor. Transformation, transform dead creatures into their own servants. The servants of this first stage have no autonomous consciousness and can only accept the simplest instructions. Flashed through my mind. After a paragraph, the corners of Yarlin's mouth twitched involuntarily, and he had a more appropriate and clear understanding of the explanation of no self-consciousness and receiving simple commands. Heaven knows, he just sent Bill an order to go to the stern. Is it necessary to come up with such a weird alternative way of appearance? He is in the heart, but he is swiftly calculating in his mind. The text explanation given by a Sturker is too brief, and he needs to verify many necessary links himself. For example, turning dead creatures into slaves is very irresponsible. Otherwise, why both Bill and Chat Ming Ming are dead, the former is obviously more miserable, but the former is transformed success, while the latter, the body is well preserved but failed. Precondition, the deceased needs to send in a black wire before transforming. The latest deadline at this point is to be temporarily determined as the heart stops beating. Yarlin recalled that he pierced his finger into the opponent before Bill died. The heart of the corpse, and Chatter touched the corpse after the corpse was cool. It will not be fresh when it is cold, so is it because of picky eaters? Pretend to be a normal human. Yarlin curled his lips to give orders. Bill didn't react at all. Obviously the 6-word command was too complicated. This was in Yarlin's expectation. He immediately broke down the command, pretend. There was no response as usual. There is no sense of autonomy, so there is no room for free play. Yarlin observed Bill's expression, the nose on his cheeks did not twitch, his lips were stiff and closed, and his eyelids had not been closed for 1 minute. Signs. The whole cheek, including the pores, has no natural vibrating life activity, as if the facial features on that cheek are just piles of meaningless superfluous objects, which have no existential value. Breathe. There is no response. Bill more accurately said that the black silk parasite has no concept of breathing. Close your eyes. Bill did. Open your eyes. No problem. Nose trembling. Lips trembling. Squat down, stand up. Left earlobe toward bend the back 90 degrees, and turn the little finger of his right hand 360 degrees. Yarlin quickly gave instructions, observed feedback, and gradually got the diagnosis result in his mind. Be tethered in a human body and covered in human skin, it is essentially out of the category of human species. It can control every inch of the body's skeleton and muscles, and perform actions that violate human mechanics. It will damage the body. Skeleton and muscles are still important functions of support and connection. The black wire has a substitute effect, but it lacks strength. Bill's left ear lobe is bent, and there is a bruise in the middle, which is a muscle cartilage injury. And the little finger of the right hand is even more obvious. The entire little finger is broken from the joint, and the exposed surface skin shows a twisted ecchymosis. The skeleton and muscles are completely broken, hanging weakly, with black silk threads interspersed in the middle. The head of the little finger was hung in the air by a puppet with a string, and then the black thread was pulled up a little bit to stick to the wound, but that's all. The bones and muscles were broken, which obviously caused it. No longer have the ability to support activities. Yarlin's eyes fell on Bill's chest. He seemed to be able to see Bill's heart replaced by a ball of intertwined thread, and in his mind he imagined weird pictures of people, countless, the black thread interspersed through the muscles and skeleton, weaving into a huge spider web, while the internal organs of the liver, spleen, and stomach were squeezed into shriveled waste like garbage. Unfortunately, there is only one transformant. Otherwise, dissection can be used to get a more intuitive observation. A chilling thought came up in Yarlin's mind. A deep understanding of one's own abilities. The smaller the deviation and misjudgment, the better the performance of the ability and the fewer accidents, and accidents often mean unbearable costs. This is Yarlin's philosophy of survival, especially after he died once. He needs to be more rigorous and harsh on himself. Compared with Bill's life, the muscle and skeleton strength has not been enhanced, but if used as a disposable consumable, flexibility can be regarded as passive fullness, plus the sublimation of wool. Don't be afraid of pain and death. Yarlin squeezed Bill's soft and cold arms, and finally showed a satisfied smile on his face. Even if it can only be mechanical, rigidly executing simple instructions, it will be enough to deal with the next situation. The battle strength of a transformant is enough to spell out 3 to 5 pirates. Via Pirates has 47 pirates including the captain. In theory, there are 10 more transformants. I can deal with it freely. Of course, if they are used as consumables, it is really a waste. Yarlin calculated in his mind, but he and Bill were hidden in the dark corner of the stern. Continue some final tests. Retelling my words. Yarlin in the heart silently. He is now enough to confirm that his connection with the transformant comes from a conscious connection, and this connection it is possible to ignore the limitation of space distance. Of course, he will look for opportunities to conduct more precise and detailed tests to verify this point. He muttered intermittently in his heart. And from time to time he turned his head to carefully observe the shipboard. The patter of rain hit the old deck, and the other captain's room in the distance was closed tightly through the door. There is still light in the gap at the bottom. Chapter 10. The coarse round wooden table made the gagajagi rubbing sound all the time with the shaking of the ship's hull, and the dirty oil lamps on the table flickered and dimmed, reflecting the gloomy and uncertain faces nearby. Captain Via sat on the side of the bed and stepped barefoot on the short chair next to him. Next to him was the black flat round hat. The sword was leaning against the bed to ensure that his sword hilt can be reached by raising your hand. At a distance of 3 meters across from him, the old Moor bowed slightly, his head slightly nodded, so that his eyes would not face the captain, who closed his eyes, but fixed his eyes on the captain's feet. On the chair. Like a humble steward, more than a vicious and cunning pirate. Bill and Chart are indeed not on the ship, they should be really dead. Moore's eyes were puzzled, and his voice hesitated. Captain, you. Moore, it's not me. If it's what I mean, I'll tell you. Via interrupted Moore's questioning. It's the last juncture, I don't have to make any extravagances. Lo wants to take my place, and Via gives it to he is it. Since it is not the captain's order, the people below must not dare to do it personally, then who will it be? Moore's cloudy eyes flashed cold rays of light. The pirate on the Via can be divided into 3 series. The first series was taken by Lo and bought over the past 2 years. It is considered Lo's diehard. There are about 13 or so. The first series is our people. Including me, there are 19 people, the last one is not the captain's diehard loyal, and it can be counted as neutral, and there are 14 people left, but if you do it properly, these people dare not rebel against you. So we can also be our people on the spot, which adds up to a total of 33 people. On the surface, our number is more than twice that of Lo. Although I don't know who killed Bill and Chart, it did us a favor, and Ro has fewer people. Then, why don't we take this opportunity to kill Ro to avoid future troubles? Moore said. Smelly yellow teeth, murderous looking suggested. Via seemed to have moved in her heart, but for a while she still sighed, then said, nothing. Captain. Moore was anxious. Listen to me. First, Lo is very smart and cautious. We have not been able to find a reasonable reason to attack Lo. The captain killed the first mate just because of suspicion. This is not realistic. It's difficult to ensure that those neutral people will miss Lo because of this. Maybe Lo is waiting for me to do it. Secondly, Lo's people are definitely more than this. The people below have been very stingy with me over the past 2 years. Dissatisfaction, if it were not for my strong deterrence, they would have turned back, and Lo has bought people's hearts. This is positive and negative. Those neutral people must be more inclined to Lo's side, and ours. Isn't there anyone who secretly thinks about Lo? I don't think it is necessary. In fact, you are the only person I can really trust on this ship, Moore. Via. Moore was very moved, with a trace of remembrance on his face. My life was saved by the Master. Since the Master passed away, you are the only heir of the Master. No matter what decision you make, I will always guard Moore. It's around you. Moore, I understand. Via waved her hand and opened a pair of cold eyes. You can be regarded as my only remaining relative, but unfortunately, I'm not as good as my father. Fear can work for a while, but it doesn't last long. It's a pity that I don't have much time, so I have to be so greedy and stingy. Otherwise, I may not be able to subdue everything on the Via. It's just a group of pirate, that's all. It's not a pity that the captain, all their lives combined, can't compare to. Moore was excited, with an angry expression on his face. He is angry that these pirates are like wolves that are unfamiliar with each other, and he must always beware of these beasts biting their master. That's all, this is the end, no need to mention it. Via holding the sword hilt with her right hand, her voice became as cold as the sword edge. Anyway, we will finally wait until this day. Lo, if Wei is knowledgeable, the Via will be given to him. Otherwise, we have to take his head to commemorate Via. Understood. Moore is heavily nodded, no longer questioning Wei Ya's decision. Is another question that is incomprehensible. So, what Lo said is true. Who would kill Bill and Chart? True or false is not important. Ya has a decision in his heart, and he does not intend to entangle this kind of problem. If it is true and does not damage us, then it is Lo's problem, and we can just wait and see the changes. If it is false, what kind of trap is it? Then wait until the end and kill them all. Moore thoroughly understands Via's intentions. After all, after so many years of hard planning, he finally has to wait for success to come, any slightest twists and turns. All of them were unbearable by Via. He didn't want to bear any possible losses, but just wanted stability. For this reason, he was willing to make some other concessions and compromises. Via's state at this time is like the bat locked in a cage in the captain's room. Hunger and restraint suppress its fierceness. It is waiting to be released to the light, or in the end crush the iron cage and come to a bloody gluttonous feast. I swear, every crew member on Via Pirates, you don't want to see that scene. Moore respectfully said good night, turned off the oil lamp, and then turned to leave the captain room, and then closed the door tightly. He didn't notice that when the light in the captain's room went out. In the corner of the ship's stern, a head half of his head was just looking over, and the white lips soaked in rain evoked a dangerous arc. Yo, the lights are finally out. Via is the highest military force on the ship. In order to show his due respect, Yarlin deliberately prayed on the first night plan to act until the other person falls asleep, which will be more secure. Yarlin sticks out his tongue and licks the skin of his mouth. Bill is standing motionless behind him. The night is like a ghost. The waking ghost is slowly opening his bloody mouth wide open like a sacrificial bowl. After waiting for a full quarter of an hour, Yarlin stretched, then tiptoed slowly back to the bottom cabin. Behind him, Bill followed suit, and the sound of the rain curtain perfectly covered their steps. The door of the cabin is closed, and the hole on the left under the door is still blowing hoo-hoo inside. Yarlin stood at the door, slowly squatting down, and leaning his face into the hole. He looked inside for a while, then stood up and cautiously pushed the door halfway open slowly. The door was pushed open, and the turbid heat inside collided with the air conditioning outside. The sound of the wind became stronger for a while. Yarlin walked in and hid behind the open door. He took off his gloves and shook it. "Pa!" The wet gloves hit the face of a pirate who was sleeping on his back. Chapter 11. The face seems to be covered with a wet sponge, water flows in from the nose and mouth, the air in the lungs is getting thinner and thinner, and the feeling of suffocation is like a dark palm holding one's throat, suffocated and struggling. Jack suddenly woke up from his sleep. He reached out his hand to touch his face, touched a wet object, lifted it up and shook it in front of his eyes. "Really a black glove?" Jack's face turned dark. He threw his gloves on the ground with a vague curse, and then touched his face with the sheets. Yu Guang caught a glimpse of a person standing at the door. The door was half open and half concealed. Looking out from his direction, he could just see a vague outline outlined at the door, and the mottled and dim moonlight fell down as if it was a bald head. "Bill." Jack rubbed his eyes and pulled out the sticky yellow eye feces. Looking again, it turned out to be a bright bald head. Jack opened his mouth and closed it in a ghostly manner without making a sound. He moved carefully and got out of the bed, tiptoeing towards the door. The chief mate said that Bill was killed, then. He was a little confused, but instinctively realized that he seemed to have discovered a major secret. His heart he beats very fast. For some reason, he didn't say anything, as if he didn't think he should break the weird silence at this moment. Perhaps out of a certain fear, but also out of a certain expectation that he is not sure of himself. Jack cannot accurately grasp his first reaction. However, another pair of prying eyes in the dark, there is no unexpected expression at all. Selfishness and greed are the roots of human inferiority. This is not only reflected in wealth and power, but also includes secrets and exploration, although people are always uncertain whether the hidden treasure or dead. "Bill, it's you. I know I didn't make a mistake." Jack approached from behind, with his palm on Bill's shoulder, his voice deliberately lowered. "Mate saying that you and Chat were killed, I was sad for a while, and now I find that you were fine. It is very good." Bill has his back to Jack, completely motionless, and on Jack's right side, behind the half-covered door, a dark and strange palm came out quietly, grabbing his back from the darkness inch by inch. "Hey, Bill, the first mate lied, right? Don't worry, I won't tell anyone." Jack thought that Bill was worried about being discovered. He grinned isho and squeezed Bill's palm slightly. "Shoulder, but, can you tell me what the chief mate wants to do? Maybe I can help." Bill still turned his back to him without saying a word. Jack's face suddenly darkened. He called Bill in a low voice, with a hint of threat in his unnatural tone. He continued to use his palms, but suddenly felt that the touch from his fingertips was abnormal, weird, cold, stiff, and an indescribable sense of slippery. It's like there are slender things flowing under the surface of the skin. It's not blood vessels but more like another strange living thing. Thinking about it this way, his brain was immediately opened like a gate. He realized that the temperature from the palm of his hand was cold and bitter. He suddenly trembled, and only felt that there was a cold electricity from the caudal vertebrae from the sole of the foot. Going up to the forehead, the densely packed cold sweat on the back is like a slippery poisonous snake sliding on the back, and then stopping at the second to third section of the thoracic spine, which happens to be the position of the heart. No, there is something on the back. Just as Jack was about to turn around, Bill's head began to twist strangely. First the head was twisting, then the neck, then the torso, as if those were not a whole, but individual joints working independently, but in the end they pieced together a seemingly identical result. Bill turned around. Jack's tongue is stiff. He doesn't know whether he should turn around or stare at Bill head on. Then, his face turned pale for a moment. He finally saw Bill's face, a pair of white dead fishes. I have one's hair stand on end. He was guilty, his tongue trembled, his throat quivered unconsciously, his whole body stiffened, and only his lips seemed to be able to manipulate. Jack suddenly realized that this was his last resistance. He needed to be screamed like a bitch. The next second, a cold voice cut off Jack's final fantasy, and he felt a tingling pain from his vest, as if something terrifying and slippery creature got inside the body. Along with the tingling is the command to extinguish all vitality, block the mouth in front of you. What? Better than Jack's. The thing that thought faster was Bill's movement. From standing still to attacking, there was no sign. Jack was horrified to see Bill's right hand popped out in shock, stabbing a sharp straight line diagonally in the air, absolutely straight. In fact, he didn't even make this sound, and his mouth was blocked. It didn't look like a palm at all, it should be a wall. He smashed straight into his mouth and closed his mouth tightly. Even in order to ensure a tight fit without revealing the slightest breath, Jack could feel between his lips and the two leaky teeth, and Bill's fingers forcibly squeezed in against his upper jaw. Don't! He wailed in his heart. His eyes seemed to fall out of his eye sockets because of his force, the whole face was wrinkled and twisted, and his mouth was biting hard. There was smelly and cold blood flowing in his throat, and his tears and nose were running, but Bill didn't notice it, his fingers were completely motionless. The tingling sensation at the vest has begun to disappear, something is moving in the body, the heart seems to be penetrated, entangled, and swallowed. The strength of the whole body quickly flows away and clean. Jack's eyelids seemed to be poured in lead water, but he didn't dare to close his eyes. He stared fiercely, so he reflected from Pilson's white pupils and his eyes began to fade. To become like Bill. He had a foreboding of his fate, he was unwilling, he resented, until now, he does not know who the person behind is. The voice was familiar, but he couldn't remember it for a moment, and there was not much time left for him. Secrets are called secrets because of. The syllables are prolonged, a cheek is exposed from Jack's shoulder, and there is a joke on his face, a triumphant smile. Most people who want to peek are dead. Yarlin. That's the voice, it's Yarlin. The last touch of Jack's eyeballs black disappeared, and then, a deeper and strange black line flashed away. Yarlin saw it, so he grinned. Isho, the first one, happy to do it. Then, the next one. Bill let go and Jack, expressionless, closed his lips, turned and stood side by side behind Yarlin. Yarlin opened the door again and walked in. He walked to Jack's bed, squatted softly and picked up the glove on the floor, then flung it again. Pa. Chapter 12. Second day, overcast. The sky is grey, like a paper towel contaminated with ink. It starts to spread from the sea level, and the sunlight that occasionally struggles through the gaps in the dark clouds, falls on the deck as if it is dying. William looked at the sea and sky, feeling that a new rainstorm was approaching. The suppressed haze air was breathed into the lungs, and his expression was gloomy and uneasy. No one knows where this dilapidated via's sailing destination is, or whether it will be swallowed and capsized in the next rainstorm. There are some pirate gambling on the deck, and he usually participates in it, but at this moment, standing alone at the bow of the ship, looking down at the cold and vast sea as always, suddenly thinking about himself fragmented for the first time, unbearable to look at life, what have you experienced? This sea once buried countless pirates' corpses, now and in the future. It is not so much that the via sailing in the sea of surging forward with great momentum, it is more like climbing one after another. A sea of blood and mountains. His cold cheeks were reflected in the sea, which seemed to indicate uncertainty. "William, what are you looking at here?" In the unpleasant voice that broke his throat, a sweaty pirate walked over and followed William's line of sight to the sea. Did not find anything, and then said, "The first officer asked you to come over." As soon as you walked in, everyone in the room focused their attention. William looked at each other and counted the number of people in his mind. Sivir, Shakari, and Gucci were all present under the three chief mates, and the first mate was sitting in the middle of the group, with bloodshot eyes looking over. William's heart suddenly burst, and indeed, in the next second, he heard Lo's dry voice, the master's insidious cunning in his voice. "William, I need you to spread a message." William walked out of the room with a gloomy and uncertain face and moved towards the bottom of the cabin with silent eyes. There is a cloud of haze. The damp and hot smell permeated the cabin. Pirates with their naked upper bodies and heavy body hair gathered in small groups in the corner, screaming and laughing hysterically with red ears. The atmosphere of gambling is like the flu from the upper respiratory tract. The hot air flow from every breath is like boiling hot water. Pirates are one of the few senses. This is what William saw when he came in. He was lifting his gloomy eyelids and immediately observed 1, 2, 3, or 4 people who were not infected by the disease. They were abnormal. Lie on the bed conspicuously, without being noisy or lethargic. 2 positions close to the middle cabin, and 2 close to the door. William frowned. He noticed that one of the positions was closest to the door, which happened to be Yarlin. His pupil shrank, and the fine lines at the end of his eyes outline the hidden killing intent. He quietly observes Yarlin, and the other party lay on his back on the bed, his eyebrows closed, and there seemed to be more on his pale cheeks. There was some rosy blood. His attention was focused on Yarlin, so much so that he didn't realize the unusual weirdness of the other 3 sleepers. After all, who would doubt whether the person lying around by the pillow is alive? Who Yarlin, who was sleeping, didn't notice William's peeping gaze. His consciousness was immersed in the deepest part of his mind. He called it tentatively. After all, he was not sure that Astur was bad. Where does this strange life form reside in his body? The left hand is only the external form of Asturgers, a form of expression in a narrow sense, but heaven knows Asturgers can hardly be defined as the concept of existence in a broad sense. Mind or soul, or a certain co-existing cell, a rebuilt structural tissue and organ in a certain body. Yarlin sometimes is fortunate that there is no X-ray and CT on this broken ship, this kind of perspective instrument, otherwise, he would not help but watch the real situation of his body within the body. That scene, I'm afraid it will be wonderful. Getting back to the subject, Yarlin's consciousness at this moment sees through a dark desolation, pitch black, deep, and gloomy. In the silence, there seems to be a huge and small shadow rooted here. It is said that it is small because of geometry alone. The meaning is defined in terms of volume and form. At best, it is no more than a slap. Saying that it is huge is because of the inexplicable shock of the senses. It feels like facing the first singularity of the universe, the kind of fear derived from the instinct of life. It's like, you don't think that a meteorite that falls to the ground is small, because it once lived in the sky and vast, unpredictable, and unimaginable. It's like you can't despise one, even the most compact nuclear bomb, because it can create a vast sea of blood. It was an extremely contradictory feeling, so that Yarlin felt that using the name it was not enough respect, and could only choose him, and now, he and himself coexist as one. Shadow occludes all light. More precisely, it is the shadow itself. It is a vague outline, like a seed full of tentacles. Numerous black lines sway and sway. Yarlin can clearly perceiving 6 black threads is unusual. 4 of them penetrate the space and extend into the darkness of nothingness. There is also a black wire snaking and swinging end to end, and the connection is woven into an oval ball bag, which looks like a blood bag for infusion. It is like the blastoderm that breathes life. The last one turns into a straight black line, which penetrates straight into a human-shaped illusory shadow. The illusory shadow reflects me, and that different black line happens to be one after another in contrast to Astur's three abilities: transformation, swallowing, and absorption. P. Yarlin looking thoughtful, several scenes flashed in his mind. First fragment, the corpse with the broken neck stood up from the ground again, and it was done the same way all night. Behind him and Bill stood a total of 4 stiff and pale living corpses standing side by side. Second episode, the warm body of a woman was swallowed by his left hand, countless black threads overflowed, and even the dregs were swallowed. Third episode, a stiff pirate in the stern of the night, the flesh of the whole body becomes old and withered at the speed visible by naked eye, like a dry corpse that has been drained of blood and water, and then by a black palm push into the bottom of the sea. The first and third episodes are naturally the results of Yarlin's night, which is slightly different from the number of people originally planned. It does not matter. In short, the efficiency is quite high. Astur's bad, I'm coming. Yarlin in the heart called. In the next moment, the deep echoing sound was shaking. Yarlin saw a vertical line suddenly cracked in the middle of the black species in the shadow, and a section of dark vertical lines appeared, and the deep and strange eyes looked at each other. Draining a person into a nutrient to absorb, the feeling of absorbing growth is like the evolving life that never stops. Every cell is irrepressibly intoxicated and sinking. Yarlin make an expression of greedy breathing. Oh, it's the first time I draw life. Please forgive me for expressing emotions that I can't help, but it's hard to restrain. What I want to ask is, in the sense that you swallowed that woman and gained needs. Chapter 13. Be silent. Black's tentacles dance like a black sea one after another. Asturger is the mystery hidden in the Black Sea, and he is thinking about Yarlin's problem. Food. Evolution. Yarlin frowned. He was not very satisfied with his brief answer. After thinking about it, he corrected his questioning method. He needed to use more direct words. State your problem. Swallowing is to evolve to the next stage, and absorbing is also to strengthen oneself, which is also an evolution. Therefore, in order to allocate resources more reasonably, I need a more valuable measurement. It's not. Yarlin paused, making a pouting expression, a black thread twisted like a twine, and an illusory shadow outline that has no facial features, though, I have to admit it. It's quite shocking, but it's not intuitive enough. Astur Bader remained silent. Food? Understand, how to distribute, I need a more intuitive and accurate understanding, such as numbers or progress bars. Astur's bad, this shouldn't be a problem for you. Asturger's gaze seemed to peep into the deepest part of Yarlin's thoughts. He was directly interpreting Yarlin's thoughts through consciousness, which was not difficult for him. Yarlin is waiting, he is not in a hurry, today has just begun, there is still time before the next night, he has a full day to sleep and communicate. Asturger closed his eyes slowly, so Yarlin suddenly opened his eyes, and a virtual three-dimensional outline appeared strangely in the depths of his eyes. It is a three-dimensional projection of his own, which is a bit of plagiarism from the medical dissection diagram. The one after another red line is drawn horizontally around the human body diagram, and the spiritual strength, 5 basic qualities, nerve conduction rate, skeleton stiffness, muscle activity, blood density, and flow rate. Doesn't the organs like the heart, liver, spleen, and lung live? Yarlin could only pray that he was thinking too much. All the numbers are 1. Yarlin understands what Asturger means, and uses his current physical fitness as an initial basic unit. There is also a black data similar to the progress bar displayed as 1100 right above the three-dimensional picture, with a note next to it, mutilated body, complete body. Yarlin understood in an instant, this is a progress bar for Astur's evolution and upgrading, and the required units are also well understood. Similar to the woman who was swallowed, 99 copies of the same amount are needed. Unit. Very good, then the next step is the correct division of resources. Yarlin in the heart read, then he turned from the bedboard and lay on his side, with blue eyes. Zi calmly looked towards Pirate in the cabin, and in his field of vision, two numbers, one red and one black, appeared strangely and unexpectedly on top of Pirate's heads. 0.1,1 0.1,1 0.2,1 0.1,1 0.2,1 0.1,1 0,0. Yarlin looking thoughtful, the red label should be the unit for improving physical fitness, basically 0.1 unit, occasionally 0.2 unit, the black label 1 refers to the unit of the progress bar, this is very unified, all are 1 units. The quality of 0.1 corresponds to 1 progress, and the quality of 0.2 corresponds to 1 progress. What are the calculation attributes of the two, and the conversion rules between them? What is it? There are too few data available for Yarlin to get the answer at the moment. He can only leave this question to speculation and argumentation in the future, for the time being. The 0,0 is naturally the easiest to understand, that is a dead person. Yarlin's line of sight glanced over. The nearest to his line of sight was Jack, the first deceased last night. Now he is a transformant of him. At that moment, a three-dimensional Jack image appeared on his retina. Figure. The skeleton hardness is marked as 1.2, the muscle activity is marked as 1.1, and other mental strength and other data are all displayed as 0. This is not unexpected by Yarlin, but what is interesting is that there is a red line at the bottom of the word, no skill enhancement in 5 fonts. He looked at the other two 0,0 transformants, which were also marked with the same font. Interesting. Yarlin withdrew his gaze, knowing the meaning behind this. Nothing means there can be. 3 hours later. William lost the last piece of belly in his pocket with an ugly expression. He cursed bad luck, rummaged his empty pocket, and then foul-mouthed away in the eyes of other pirate mocking. After he left, soon another pirate squeezed in to fill in the empty space left by him. The crash-bang banknotes on the table were taken into his arms by Pirate, laughing heartily. He didn't notice that a few cigarette-like notes were interspersed in a pile of banknotes. It was another 2 hours when the greasy and dirty banknotes on the table were changed hands several times, and several pirates held them in their hands, rubbing them indiscriminately, and then stuffed them into their pockets. It's getting dark, I'll be here today. Pirate, with the scarred face, touched the bulging mouth full of yellow teeth, and the smelly spitting stars splashed around. Damn it! The few pirates who were impatient next to him were unwilling, but it was getting late, and more pirate disappeared like scarred faces, and they could only spit thick sputum. Angrily walked to the bedboard. Ha, a nice day. Scarred face dragged off his boots, rolled up his trouser legs and sat on the bed, then he took out all the belly in his pocket, sprinkled on the sheets, a greedy joy appeared on his face. 1, 2, 3. He spread out each belly, and played in midair, making a beautiful sound unique to banknotes. Then he was folding the banknotes into a stack. Which bastard got the cigarette in the money? In midair, a cigarette sticking to the back of the banknote with saliva was bounced off, slightly rolled up and yellowed cigarette. Spinning in the air and falling onto the sheets, he blinked as if he saw words on the cigarette. For a moment, he picked up the cigarette on the bed, straightened it, and a line of concealed fonts greeted his eyes. The pupils on Scarlet's face suddenly shrank, and his mouth opened into a nest shape. The banknotes in his hand slipped off. He reacted immediately and quickly grabbed the cigarette into his hand, and then he looked around nonchalantly, hiding the cigarette in his pocket cautiously, but suddenly his mind was no longer on the attractive coins on the sheets, his eyes were, it is unnatural, moved towards the direction of the cabin door. The scene of the scarred face is not a special case. The same scene, no more than 10 minutes before or after, is quietly staged in several corners of the cabin, but they are not at all aware the eyes of each other completed a tacit meeting in the air. The endpoints of the eyes converged to the same point. In the dark, William was lying on the bed pretending to be sleepy, his half-slumped eyes looked like a predatory hyena, staring at every corner of the cabin without blinking. The sticky cigarettes were unfolded one by one, and the fonts were reflected in the shocked pupils, as if foreshadowing that the entire cabin was unconsciously stained with a subtle atmosphere. On the unattended bedboard, several pale faces set off the weirdness that is not known to anyone. Chapter 14. If there is a sleeping corpse lying next to your bed, how long will it take you to find it? The answer given by Via Pirates was 15 hours until second day. Behind the dark clouds and haze was the black nightfall, and the gloomy sea breeze poured into the cabin to make a woo-woo cry. The noise in the cabin suddenly became quiet. Pirates circled the three beds in a crowded circle. Yarlin and Fick also stood in the crowd. What's the matter? Via walked in from outside with the crutches, followed by the ship doctor with the medicine box and the first mate who was also puzzled and the others. Jack and the others have been lying in bed motionless for a day. They can't wake up no matter how they call, and they don't seem to be breathing anymore. Pirate, the first to find, trembled. Pirates dispersed, Via stepped in and stood beside Jack's bed. The other two pirates had also been moved together long ago. The three were lying side by side in a row, looking like neat and tidy, involuntarily letting Pirate had goosebumps on his back. The appearance is different, the height is different, but when the three of them are placed in a row, the visual impact gives people a trembling feeling as if they are carved out of a mold. The body is cold and there is no body temperature. The ship doctor stepped forward, touched Jack's forehead with the back of his hand, and the complexion slightly changed, and then he opened the other's eyelids with 2 fingers, showing Senbai's eyes. Dead. The ship doctor's fingers retracted like an electric shock, his eyes were horrified as if he had hell, so that the words he blurted out were forcibly swallowed back. What's the matter? Via frowned. There seems to be something moving in his eyes. The boat doctor took a deep breath and put his fingers on Jack's eyelids again, but this time the action was not as random as the first time, but like he lifted 1,000 pounds and opened the thin eyelid of the other party. A white eyeball. The boat doctor was stunned, he rubbed his eyes, widened his eyes in disbelief, and muttered, I was dazzled just now. In the end, what's going on? First Mate Lowe stood behind Via with arms folded, his eyes fixed on the 3 people on the bed, his heart was a bad premonition, and his tone was irritable. No body temperature, no breathing, no pulse, no eye movement, it should be dead. The ship doctor checked the other 2 people one after another, and came to the same conclusion as expected. The only thing that puzzled him was that the corpse, which had been dead for a long time, showed no signs of stiffness or corpse spots. It was a living specimen that had been soaked in formalin water for a long time. The pirates were in an uproar. The palm of Captain Via's sword was suddenly clenched, like a poisonous snake, with the expression of gloomy and uncertain, and the first officer Loaway was also pupil suddenly shrinking. His eyes fixed on Via's back. The 2 people had their own harbor ulterior motives, and under the suspicion, they all locked the suspicion on each other. Yarlin blended into the crowd silently, the corners of his thin mouth pursed slightly, and then his brows frowned slightly, and he noticed that all around was staring at him with some flickering eyes. Suspected? This is not normal. Yarlin's face doesn't change, thinking is running frantically, trying to analyze which link is wrong. First officer, captain, they are suspicious of each other, so it is impossible for them, then these ordinary pirate is even more unreasonable. No, it's not this thing. This thing has just begun to brew. Some people suspect that it is impossible to me. Therefore, it is the setback in the previous link. Then, it can only be William. Yarlin pressed the tip of his tongue against his upper lip and habitually squinted his eyes to cover the coldness in his eyes. Already have cares. How did you die? Lowe crossed Via and walked to the bed, squatting halfway to Via, which allowed him to be alert to the captain's movements when checking the body. He gasped heavily, turning the bodies of the 3 people rudely, and his thick palms fumbled and checked on the bodies, and then his face became more and more ugly. There is no wound? How could there be no wound? Roddy's repeated inspections did not find any wounds that could be fatal, which made him breathe coldly, and he stood suddenly. He got up and said to the ship doctor, gnashing teeth, "There is no wound." The ship doctor, "Tell me how they died." The ship doctor's eyelids jumped. He saw all the movements of Lo just now. I was also confused and panic. He hesitated and said, I don't know how they died. No wounds. Vaya was astonished and interrupted to question the ship doctor. Ro sneered in his heart. He had already determined that Vaya was acting. On this ship, the death of unfathomable mystery could be made by anyone other than Vaya. Unlike Lo, Yarlin did open his eyes suddenly, staring at Via's expression, with a looking thoughtful expression on her face. Vaya naturally wouldn't be acting, so he was close distance, obviously has a full view of Luo Wei's actions just now. There is no reason why he can't see that there are no wounds on the corpse. He is only now showing an expression of error. Isn't this reaction slow? Yarlin was thinking. Some fragments and details that he had overlooked seemed to be overlapping slides passing through his mind. Suddenly, the shock in his eyes flashed away, and a weird guess appeared in his mind. Captain Via's secret, is it this? It really deceives everyone. Yarlin felt awe-inspiring, and of course he is still guessing now. The specific truth needs to be more detailed. Multi-detailed evidence. Thinking like this, Yarlin's attention became more focused on the changes in Captain Via's expression. At the same time, he gave instructions in accordance with the original plan from the bottom of his heart. Moved! Pirate exclaimed. Luo Wei immediately turned his head and opened his mouth in the shape of nest. He saw Jack, who had been judged dead, with his 5 fingers spread out on his right hand, slowly clenching at an extremely slow speed. Not only Jack, but the other 2 corpses were also defrauding corpses, one with a weird mouth and lips with a grinning teeth, a low woo-woo sound in its throat, another the mouth is closed, the teeth are rubbing creak, and the creak makes the scalp numb. Luo Wei looked at Pirate of change color, his face was immediately green, he turned his neck stiffly, and a weird scene from behind broke into his eyes, shivered all over his body and quickly backed away. All this is a long story. In fact, within a gap of 2 or 3 seconds, the corpse fraud happened. The climax and the coherent track at the end quickly returned to calm. The 3 corpses lay flat and motionless there, surrounded by the pale pirate. I am most afraid that the air suddenly becomes quiet. The gaze of Yarlin, who directed this short play from start to finish, did not leave Vaya. He stared at the gloomy and uncertain face, and touched his left eye with his right finger unconsciously. Didn't you say that they were dead? After a full minute, Lo came back to his senses, grabbed the ship doctor's collar, and almost half of the opponent when I mentioned it. There was a trembling sound. You tell me, dead, why do you still move? The ship doctor was shocked but afraid that his eyes seemed to be bulging out. In it, he should feel that the world view has been subverted. Although he is only a third-rate ship doctor, he can't tell the difference between the living and the dead. His voice was contaminated with crying. Enough! People actually act recklessly, they just find a place in the storage room to move over, and then observe and observe. Compared with other pirates' horror, Via's expression is enough to praise a sentence of comfort. The ship doctor, they will leave it to you to take care of them, so there will be no problems. Luo Wei let go of the ship doctor with a humph. The ship doctor was crying and his teeth were shaking, but meeting Via's icy gaze, he had to accept the job. Chapter 15. The storage room is near the stern of the Vaya. It is full of empty wine barrels. There are black cotton wool in the gaps of the wine barrels, as well as miscellaneous junk and tools. Yarlin helped the ship doctor to place the wine barrels with wooden boards and cotton wool on it. The 2 people lifted the 3 corpses together and carried them onto the bed one by one. Looking at the 3 peaceful and pale faces, the ship doctor still felt the coolness on his back. He wiped the sweat all over his head, and was grateful for Yarlin, who was eager to help him carry the corpse. Pirate is mostly a cool person, and it is such a weird thing, who wants to be infected with such a bad thing? Yarlin, thanks to you, otherwise, I won't be able to move by myself. The ship doctor looked at Yarlin, who looked as usual, and admired, this guy is really brave. If he knows that the good-hearted person standing in front of him is the so-called secret mastermind, I don't know how wonderful his expression will be. In short, if you feel uncomfortable in the future, come to me, and I will try my best to cure you. Yarlin's calm infection made the boat doctor feel less nervous. The eyes lifted and looked towards the three who didn't know whether they should be called corpses, and some dangerous thoughts slowly formed in their minds. Curiosity kills the cat, let alone a moving corpse. For a doctor, even without a medical license, after the fear is overcome, the temptation is like a flood of floods. Out of control. Where, if it wasn't for the ship doctor's potion, I'm afraid I couldn't survive the last high fever at all, or the ship doctor saved my life. Yarlin scratched the back of the head, gratitude. Ah ha ha, that's it. The ship doctor was taken aback, and then showed a hearty smile, with a strange heart in his heart. Potion, he doesn't really think it is the effect of the potion, right, then it is simply water with a little sugar. How could the stingy Captain Via be willing to give precious medicine to people who are dying? Are they still alive? Yarlin pretended to be curious. He boldly touched the corpse and stared at the ship doctor with suspicious eyes. The sarcasm in his eyes flashed away. When the fear retreated, curiosity grabbed the ship doctor's entire soul. He looked towards the corpse and his gaze became warm and affectionate, and his tone was even more chilling and weird. It should be stay alive, Yarlin, you go out first, I need to do a good job of research. Is this kind of crappy boat doctor also have this kind of hobby? This is really unexpectedly act recklessly. Yarlin sneered in his heart, glanced at his work sideways, and then left, leaving them temporarily to the ship doctor of the Via. As soon as I left the house, I saw Fick, who was hiding not far from the door, rushing over to grab him and ran. Yarlin, are you crazy? Go move those. Fick could not find the correct wording. Yarlin's face returned to coldness, neither too fast nor too slow spit out 3 words, living dead. Yes, that's what it means. Fick cried out in surprise, and then he understood what he had come over, and said in a low and surprised tone, you can see that Jack and the others are dead, but they can move, then you still move up. Strange, why the dead move? Fick's words are incoherent. After all, this is the first time the Via has encountered such unimaginable things. Fick, I can tell the difference between a dead person and a living person. Yarlin patted Fick on the shoulder and said with intriguing eyes, even if he can move, I will not admit it. He is a dead man, I'm just curious. Curious? Fick accepted this explanation, although the curiosity in Yarlin's mouth was not the curiosity he imagined. By the way, you didn't come over to help you just now without loyalty. Are you afraid, right? Yarlin stared at Fick intently, with a narrow smile on his mouth. Just kidding, I'm afraid of Fick, I'm just... Fick blushed and screamed, I just happened to have a stomachache. Via, the deathly depression in the chief officer's room, Lo's low roar came intermittently. It's a dead person, definitely a dead person. Lo Wei stared at his palm with tears. He used this palm to touch the cold corpses, the cold temperature, and life, the fingertips of human difference, the pulse with no fluctuations. As a senior pirate of killing people like scything flax, even if he forgets the taste of a woman one day, he will be impossible to distinguish between the dead and the living. But, they were moving, we all saw it. Shakelai sat cross-legged by the door, his forehead dripping with cold sweat and his throat trembling. It's a dead man, I'll say it again. Lo stared at Shakari, like an angry bull with bloodshot eyes. The unknown fear made him a little crazy, especially in this important one. At this juncture, he would overinterpret any sign of danger, even more how is a terrifying change like this. The suspicion is like a wet poisonous snake, biting every inch of his intellect frantically. What is left is the paranoid instinct. It is Vaya, it must be Vaya, and it can only be Wei. Vaya did it. Roddy gritted his teeth, and every syllable revealed the killing intent of choosing someone to eat, which made his judgment sound like such determination is determined to be vicious and correct. Shakulai, Gucci, and Gansiver looked at each other, and the brutal blood flowing within the body also began to boil, as if the name Vaya itself has a certain trait of attracting black, allowing them to quickly put aside their internal doubts, and plant all their questions and answers tacitly on Raja's head. Can't wait any longer, I don't want to die suddenly one day unclearly. Lo said bitterly. What shall we do? The three of them were waiting for Lo's instructions. Rotway paced back and forth in place, then suddenly walked to the door, opened the door and looked at the closed storage bin at the stern, but his voice was like a cold knife cutting bone. Ship doctor. The sea breeze was cold, but couldn't move the eyes of the shady bird hidden under the brim of the hat. At the same time, in the captain's room, Vaya sat on the edge of the bed, looking straight through the door into the storage bin. In the storage bin, the ship doctor didn't notice anything, as if he had been stunned, and wandered over the three naked corpses with an almost greedy look. He pinched left and pinched right. Fuzzy mutter incantations in his mouth. I know, you are a dead person, hey, you are a dead person, you can move, he he he. The body hasn't shown any signs of rigidity, but there is no pulse. The ship doctor swallowed vigorously and spit, then suddenly leaned down, his entire head pressed against Jack's chest. It can be seen that when he maintains this action, the uncontrollable trembling of his face shows that he is a little nervous, but he has been listening, overcoming his fear, which can explain the problem. There was movement there, firmly attracted him. What is it? In the chest of a dead man, what would it be? Chapter 16. Pump, pump, tong, tong. Like a heartbeat, the sound is very light, if you don't hear it close to your ear, you can't hear it at all. Frequency, it's very slow. The heartbeat frequency of a normal person is between 60 and 100 per minute. However, at this moment, the frequency of this sound is only 10 times with a scalp-numbing precision. It is repeated at a frequency that is not moving. Bounce every 6 seconds. A more accurate description should be that it only jumps for a moment every 6th second. Monotonous, precise, circular. This is not a human heartbeat. The ship doctor opened his mouth slightly. Because of fear and excitement, his lips were pressed against Jack's chest, and the cold touch of his skin ran up his forehead along the nerves of his lips. There are other things in this corpse, it's the heartbeat of that thing. That thing made the corpse move. Expanding his entire life to build a horizontal axis, supplemented by IQ to build a vertical axis, then the coordinates at this moment represent that his life is about to end, and the spark of IQ is shining at its peak. Will you die in the evening? The ship doctor opened his mouth, his eyes sparkling like never before. Suddenly, a black line flashed in his mind, and his heart blurted out, yes, that's not my illusion, there is something in his eyes. He spits out one mouthful of impure air, and suddenly opened Jack's eyelids. A piece of pale eyeballs revealed from inside. He scolded, especially observing for a while, and then he was fierce in his heart and took out a narrow cleaver from his arms. The tip of the knife pierced the lens vertically. Irregular cracks appeared on the pale eyeballs, and there was no blood seeping. The movements in the hands of the marine doctor became stiff, and then the heart became fierce again. The tip of the knife was slightly lifted, and it was facing downward. Move to the chest of the corpse. I don't know if it is an illusion. When the tip of the knife touched the skin of the chest, the ship doctor felt the heartbeat tremor passed along the blade to the 5 fingers. His palm shook suddenly, and a cut was made in the chest of the corpse. On the other side, Yarlin was lying on the bed in the bottom cabin with his eyes closed and rested. The corners of his mouth evoked a cold arc, and lightly let out a sneer. It's shorter than I expected, it's really act recklessly. The living dead who were transformed and enslaved by Yarlin are called servals tentatively. Although they are still not up to the degree of shared vision, a certain degree of perception can be immediately similar. The telepathic way of pheromone feeds back to the owner. For example, being attacked and destroyed. Yarlin still closed his eyes, counting the time silently in the heart, and suddenly opened his mouth and uttered a name in a voice that only he could hear, Vaya. The wound opened, and the strangely pale flesh and tissue was pulled to one side by the blade, exposing more of the wound to the air. Black, densely packed black, the ship doctor's expression is horrified, only a coolness rushes to his forehead. He sees a black spider web in the flesh, countless black threads penetrating the flesh and piercing the skeleton. The parts in the chest cavity are dense, intertwined, and entangled, and the internal organs such as the liver, spleen, and lungs that should have existed are all like garbage that has been discarded. The pile is squeezed into a paste in the lower right corner of the abdominal cavity, quietly displayed. Dead, silent, scalp numb. Only in the heart, it can be vaguely recognized that the organs entangled and gathered by countless black threads still exist, like a symptom of cancerous infection, stained with pitch black color. Strange a frequency is beating. Living. Without thinking, a terrifying idea popped up in the boat doctor's mind. He always felt that black heart was like a hatching egg. There is terrifying in secret fermentation. In the next moment, a weird and gloomy voice suddenly entered the marine doctor's ears. The voice seemed to be coming from far away, and it was like a whisper from the mouth of a corpse close at hand. That is a name. A familiar and terrifying name. Said familiarity, because the name ship doctor has heard countless times. Said horror, because the name was spit out from a dead population at this moment. Shudder, heart palpitations. The ship doctor was stiff in place, his neck was stiff, and his eyes were staring at the lying corpse stiffly. His eyes were opened, revealing a shattered eyeball, and a pale eyeball that got his wish. There is a black line swimming in the hope of the ship doctor. Vaya. The body whispered and repeated. Vaya? Captain Vaya? It's Captain Vaya? Why does the body spit out Captain Via's name? The ship doctor's scalp was numb and his body was cold. In the damp and messy storage room, the ship doctor's face was pale. He felt as if a pair of cold killing intent eyes were watching him behind his back, making him hesitate to turn around. There is no one behind, the door is closed, only him and 3 corpses are in the storage room. The corpse contains living things, which can manipulate the corpse, and the corpse is impossible to mumble and repeat the captain's name for no reason. All of these are related. Think carefully. The ship doctor fiercely bit the tip of his tongue. He didn't dare to think about it anymore. In a flash, the medical curiosity in his heart was killed. Looking at the 3 corpses in front of him, where did he dare? There is coveting and inquiry, all occupied by fear that is shunned. I immediately pulled out the blade. Immediately, the flesh was pulled back and closed by the black thread pulled by the contraction, except for a thin, indistinguishable naked eye, not even a scar was visible. The ship doctor's face twitched again, and his complexion fluctuates between clear and dark. After a while, he hurriedly opened the door and looked at the position of the subconsciously moved towards the captain's room. Retracted his gaze, he let out a long breath, gritted his teeth and moved towards the bottom cabin. He didn't want to accompany the 3 terrifying corpses anymore. In this case, it is necessary to find someone to replace it. It happened, he happened to have a choice in his heart. What the ship doctor did not notice is that when he left the storage room, the scene where he looked suspiciously at the captain's room happened to fall into the eyes of the first officer Low, so Low's face changed. It's even more ugly. The bottom cabin. Close to the door, Fick was standing next to Yarlin's bed, his small eyes flickered, and the whisper of gnashing teeth whispered in Yarlin's ear, "Damn it, we killed Bill." "Oh? Don't panic, speak slowly." Yarlin leaned over, brows raised, eyes dark and cold with the color of the sea. There are a few slips of paper with a line written on them. Yarlin killed Bill. I don't know how many people found that slip. Fick said everything he knew. Jarlin can roughly guess what happened. He habitually rubs his left eye, his tone is still neither too fast nor too slow. If there is no evidence, who will believe it? Just take an anonymous note? He. But Fick was still a little worried. Jarlin put his finger to his mouth and made a hissing motion. The expression on his face suddenly became cunning and cunning. Who said Bill was dead? I never thought Bill was dead. This is framing. I always thought that Bill was hiding in a corner of this ship. Chapter 17. Oh, I understand. Fick suddenly felt Satori, and then showed a knowing expression of "you are treacherous," making Jarlin quite speechless. He knew that Fick got it wrong. You know, what he said was never a sophistry, but a real truth. This is the same as the ship doctor who came from the door and pretended to be calm. The same, after all, not everyone has the courage to face the truth. Jarlin knew that the ship doctor was here to find him. He sneered in the heart, but continued to pretend to be grateful on his face. One turned over and got out of bed, moved towards the ship doctor and walked quickly. Jarlin, you are very good here. The ship doctor looked at Jarlin who was approaching, and a touch of unbearable flashed in his heart, but he was wiped out immediately. The three corpses were hot potatoes and changed hands in an instant. Jarlin is the best and only candidate. Jarlin thought I saved his life, so he will definitely not refuse my request. This is really very good. The ship doctor has already had a plan in his heart, regarding the terrifying thing in his heart. Speculation and the danger passed on to Jarlin are simply not in the thinking of the ship doctor. A few minutes later, in the storage room, the ship doctor urged a few words and left in a hurry. Everything is as the ship doctor's wish, of course. I am afraid it is also the wish of Jarlin. He was not at ease to let other people contact those corpses for too long, but those are his number at this time. Not many slaves, if they are scrapped early because of some stupid pirate, wouldn't it be too wasteful? After waiting for a while, after confirming that the footsteps outside the door had gone away, the false smile on Jarlin's face slowly receded and returned to his cold face in private. He walked a few steps to the corpse and began to observe his private item under broad daylight. Oh, I was stabbed in the chest. Well, my eyeball was cracked. Jarlin carefully inspected every part of the corpse, as if one had necrophilia's freak. He is still muttering to himself while checking his mouth. If the whole scene is paired with the soundtrack of a terrifying film, it will really scare the faint-hearted. The broken eyeball cannot be repaired and is completely scrapped, but it doesn't matter. The eyeball is just an unnecessary decoration for the living corpse. Pull both fingers along the existing scar to both sides, revealing the dense black line below. Even if he had expected it, Jarlin's face was still shaking, and then when his fingertips touched the black line tacitly seemed to perceive his thoughts, and then began to sink downwards, exposing the entire body cavity completely and clearly to the fundus of Jarlin's eyes. Who? Sure enough, the internal organs and so on are turned into rubbish. Seeing that the guess becomes a reality, the cruel scene will inevitably not let Jarlin have some kind of cruel associations. You must know that from a certain definition, he and the living corpse in front of him have a fundamental template. They are all living with terrifying existence within the body. Jarlin licked his astringent mouth, his 5 fingers slowly touched the dark ovate heart, the strange touch from the belly of the fingers, and a faintly discernible life fluctuation. Jarlin has a clearer understanding of living corpses. This egg is the true face of the transformant, so what I control is actually what is being conceived in this egg, and the corpse is just an external form of disguise and expression, then it will come out. Jarlin was not sure. Just as all the suspense chose to reveal the answer at the end, Asturboel did not respond. Curiosity is the driving force behind human progress. This may be a deliberate urge by Asturber to urge the symbiote to evolve to the next stage as soon as possible to unlock the various eggs buried in the first stage. Jarlin retracted his palm, slandering in the bottom of his heart. The other side. Jarlin, Why is he everywhere? Gansiver watched in doubt and walked into the storage room with the ship doctor. After a while, the ship doctor left alone, but Yarlin was left in the storage room. Inexplicably tight. Lo's eyes also flashed killing intent, but at this time he no longer plans to spend energy on Yarlin. Don't bother with this kind of little guy, as long as you solve Via, Yarlin will do it. It can be dealt with. The rumors on the ship Rotve naturally knew that it was William's action, but at this moment, his mentality of produce transformation naturally would not continue to be entangled with Yarlin. Go and invite our ship doctor. Lo waved instructed. I'll go. Shakulai was already unable to restrain himself, and immediately rushed out, one-handed sideways over the fence and fell to the lower deck, and then quickly moved towards the ship doctor. The ship doctor heard the movement behind him, he turned around and saw Shaji's ugly face walking towards him, his heart tightened immediately, and the ridicule on his face hadn't piled up. Shaji's the big hand pressed his shoulder. The first mate wants to see you. The door of the first mate's room is closed tightly, the ship doctor is standing in the middle, and the back is blocked by Shakari and Gucci, and the first mate Lo the burly silhouette seemed to cover him as a huge shadow. The ship doctor is tall enough to reach the first mate's chin. He lifted his head and looked at the first mate with composure. The bloodshot eyes in Lo's eyes made him frighten. First mate, what's the matter? The ship doctor's flinching expression can't hide from Lo's eyes, and a smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. Don't you know what I am asking you for? The ship doctor's heart shrunken, almost instinctively, he had the scene of the corpse talking. He swallowed and spit. Is it the 3 corpses? It seems that you are not too stupid, talk about it. Right, what did you find? Lo looked at the short blade inserted in the waistband of the marine doctor's pants and stretched out his hand to pull it out. The ship doctor's eyelids twitched and gritted his teeth. They are 3 dead people, I'm pretty sure, but why they can move, I am also very surprised, but unfortunately, I haven't noticed anything yet. Lo looked down at the ship doctor. A layer of sweat appeared on the ship doctor's forehead. After such a silent pause for 3 seconds, Lo suddenly sneered and lifted the dagger. Woo! The ship doctor exclaimed, but behind him Shakulai and Gucci leaned over at the same time, and one person covered his mouth to prevent him from speaking. The other person squeezed his shoulders, making him impossible to move even a little bit. Hey! The blade entered the flesh, and the short blade plunged directly into the half. The cold chill penetrated the ship doctor's scapula. The severe pain made him struggle desperately. At this time, Luo Wei's faint voice made him even more frightened. This is really a pity, then you are of no use. Don't let him make a noise, we will send the ship doctor on the road. Lo drew out the short blade, and the blood spattered on the boat doctor's cheek. He stared at the boat doctor expressionlessly, while the blade in his hand was slightly offset and cut through the clothes, leaving a thin line of blood between the opponent's shoulder blade and his left chest. Heaven knows, the ship doctor just used this short blade to slice open the chest of a corpse. So soon it was his turn, and for a moment, his heart was chilled and his mentality burst. Chapter 18. Hoo-hoo, hoop. Heavy panting, the ship doctor knelt on the ground like a puddle of mud, his face was full of horror, and there was a blood hole in his shoulder blade. The gurgling blood spilled out, and the more deadly wound was a finger-length open wound in the corner of the left chest, which was slanted from the chest to the side ribs, and even bloody ribs could be seen. He was really going to kill me, almost. If it weren't for me to break away at the last minute and dodging for a while, the knife should have pierced my heart directly. The ship doctor trembled all over, he was lifting his face that was distorted by pain and fear, and opened lips were all whitish and sticky. Shajari, didn't you eat? First mate Lo frowned, and his faint voice made the ship's doctor shiver all over his body like a ghost asking for his life. The cheeks trembled uncontrollably, and his teeth shivered and spoke in clear vague sound. Didn't expect the ship doctor will have such a great strength, not next time. Shakulai stared at the ship doctor's limp body, with a cruel smile in his eyes. He stepped forward, reached out and grabbed the ship doctor. Ah! Like a frightened quail, the ship doctor screamed. Shut up! Rotway snorted sharply. The boat doctor immediately keep quiet out of fear. Lo squatted down ahead of time, and the blood-stained short blade pressed against the boat doctor's neck. A thin layer of goosebumps that can be seen on the naked eye surfaced, and Lo grinned grinningly. It seems that you have something to say to me. The ship doctor is shivered and nodded like garlic. Very well, my patience is limited. You said faster at the end, and let me vomit it clean all at once. Lo threw the short blade to Shakari casually, and then lifted a handful of short blades. The chair was placed in front of the ship doctor, and he sat up and looked at the ship doctor condescendingly. Tick, tick. The ground was blood-dyed red, and the ship doctor sat on the ground with a pale complexion and did not dare to move. He listened to the urging sound of his own blood loss. The brain doesn't have time to think at all, so it speaks everything that can be said quickly, even for fear of not saying enough, simply dare not conceal the slightest. The corpse can move. There are black lines in the eyeballs. Weird heart beating, terrifying sight in the corpse, egg-like heart. The corpse can speak, and is called Vaya. With the ebbing of time, the ship doctor's voice is getting weaker and weaker, and low and shaky here. Gucci and Gansiver's complexion seemed to be pale. The former is a symptom of excessive blood loss, while the latter is purely scared by the content of the ship doctor's words. Are you sure you are not telling the story of a midnight ghost? The atmosphere is getting more and more dignified, and breathing is getting more and more depressed, perhaps because the story is too terrifying, so that the focused audience has no time to question and interrupt, so that the ship doctor can smoothly tell the truth. The story is over. When the ship doctor uttered the last word, it took half a minute for Shakari to swallow fiercely and spit, making a sound to break the deathly silence. How is this possible? Isn't this? Rotway stood up and stared with bright red eyes. Icily said, enough, although it is hard to imagine, but this they should all be true. Hee, Vaya, I still underestimate you. Ganseville, give our ship doctor a dressing. Low-faced Ganseville instructed and watched looking at the ship doctor, coldly said, I think Captain Vaya is still not clear. You know so much, don't be afraid, I will not let Captain Vaya hurt you. The ship doctor is truly desperate. Now, he looked at Lo, crying and speechless. William took out a note from under the pillow and unrolled it. The small line above caused his pupils to shrink suddenly, and the handwriting was as follows, I know it is you, 0, the anchor. Bill. The signature of the handwriting is Bill. William clenched the note in his hand and looked gloomy towards the entrance of the lower cabin. Yarlin's bed was empty. He retracted his gaze and lay back on the bed, muttering to himself, Yarlin. The hand of time turned slowly. In the past 2 days, there have been more weird things on the Vaya. The invisible depression was accompanied by the moist air. All pirate felt the dark tide, wind, and rain. Want to come? The livelihood of licking blood on the tip of a knife is always more sensitive to dangerous fermentation. The oil lamp was blown out, the cabin was strangely silent, and occasionally a few whispers quickly disappeared. 0. William got up from the bed without drowsiness, touched the cold dagger in his arms, and then moved towards the outside. His heart was abnormally upset and anxious. There was a dark patch on the ship's board, and there was no silhouette. Only the empty sea breeze was tearing the pirate flag day and night. William looked around all around, feeling inexplicably the dimension shrouded in darkness. Yaha was so gloomy, and the skull banner on top of her head also made a horse laugh as if it had come to life. The deck is a bit slippery. When you step on it, you will make a gag sound. William moved towards the stern on the right. The anchor on the Vaya is hanging there, rusty. Circles of yellow rusty chains were entwined on the huge iron anchor. William frowned. He didn't see Yarlin. Didn't you come? William looked all around, but still didn't see the shadow of Yarlin. I'm wrong, it's not Yarlin, but he will use Bill. The only person who signed the money was him. It seemed that it was different from what he expected. William was even more irritable. Just when he was hesitant to leave, a strange voice came into his ears. How do you describe that sound? It's like the rubbing sound of needle thread penetrating the flesh, and it's like the sound of scraping wood chips with a small blade. In short, it's unusually weird, and the surrounding waves the voice is out of place. William turned around, there was no one behind him. Looking left and right, there was no one. He immediately stared it up ahead. The anchor was fixed on that motionless, and the sound came from the outside of the ship. On the rough sea, the lonely and shabby pirate ship, you tell me there is a sound outside the ship? William stood there, holding his breath. After a few seconds, he could be sure that the sound came from outside the ship, and the sound became clearer and clearer, as if something was approaching. There was a cold sweat on his forehead, and the dagger in his arms was taken out by him and held it in his palm. After a while, the sound suddenly disappeared, as if the thing stopped moving. Yarlin! William called softly, but did not answer. Reason told William that he should leave immediately, but he couldn't move at all, so he gritted his teeth and walked forward 2 steps very slowly, so that he was completely close to the anchor. Then he swallowed and spit. The dagger was raised high above his head, and his head suddenly and quickly peeked outside. 4 eyes are facing each other. Yes, Bill. Chapter 19. Fed each other. The black swaying, by Senson's coldness, are 2 pairs of eyeballs. On the side of the anchor, half of his body propped his head out, did not immediately return and froze in place. Outside the anchor, there was a person hanging on the boat, his limbs curled up like a gecko attached to the wall. With his bare head facing back he looked up, his pale face was facing William, and a pair of eyes were coldly reflecting William's hell face. Bill's hands and feet were tightly attached to the wall of the boat. The sound of threading a needle and thread came from there. The sky was too dark, and William couldn't see the black wriggle on the edge of the palm. The sound seems to be frozen abruptly. William was struck by thunder, his brain was blank, and the tragic situation of Bill's death was still lingering in his mind. Then, at this moment, what the hell is this Bill who is intact with dead fish eyes thing? The chill is like a poisonous snake shooting out from the heel, sliding along the caudal vertebrae from the back. The trembling goosebumps are groaning. William shakes like an electric shock, his upper body retracts, and the weight of his feet unsteadily slipping to the ground. The dagger fell from his hand weakly, cutting a hole in the base of his thigh. The blood-dyed leg of the red trousers, William didn't notice it. Shock, horror, fear, negative emotions were like a collapsed landslide that swallowed them instantly. It took a full minute before William picked up the dagger and got up from the ground. The sound of his own gasping is all in his ears. He gritted his teeth and looked out slowly. Bill was still there, maintaining the motionless posture. Stiff, weird, shuddering. Dong dong dong. The oil lamp in the storage room is still on. Yarlin closes the pocket watch, puts it in his jacket pocket, and walks over to the latch that will lock from the inside. Turn on. Here. As if greeting between old friends, Yarlin said to William standing at the door. William looked at Yarlin's expressionless face, his eyes dodged through Yarlin and saw 3 naked bodies lying flat inside, his heart twitching slightly. Come in and close the door. Yarlin walked back to the center of the room, beside the 3 corpses, to be precise. William closed the door and looked towards Yarlin. 3 under the dim oil lamp. The weird corpse, half of Yarlin's cheek was illuminated by the oil lamp, forming a huge shadow over William. Bill. William wanted to ask. Death is sometimes not the end, but the beginning of a new life. As if to confirm Yarlin's argument, the 3 corpses stood upright, their heads turned sideways, and 3 pairs of sharp eyes. The sun stared at William without emotion. William likes falling in an ice hole, and the whole body is cold. Don't scare my friend. Jarlan snapped his fingers, and the 3 corpses lay down again with their eyes closed. Jarlan took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, his index finger was gently clapped, and he caught half of it on the lips. Hey! The match passed, Jarlan spit out a smoke ring, and the sound came out from the smoke. Tobacco is a great invention. It can relieve stress and should not be wasted. If you tear off the cigarette paper, then tobacco it's wasted, isn't it? William opened his mouth and his throat became dry. Jarlan smoked a whole cigarette at a moderate pace before squeezing the cigarette out and still on the ground. He sighed and said, "Last time I let you go, I thought you would reach with me consensus. We have become friends, so why do you want to do such a small action behind me?" Jarlan flicked his fingers, and a piece of cigarette hit William's evil chest, bounced back and was picked up by him. William opened the cigarette tremblingly. What caught his eyes was a line of handwriting written by himself. He blurted out, "No, Jarlan, you misunderstood, it's not me, we are, yes, you go. I'm very grateful for letting me off this time. We are friends." Misunderstanding. Jarlan's voice increased by an octave, and when William thought that Jarlan was about to explode, he grinned isho suddenly, I think it should be a misunderstanding. Don't be nervous, William, I believe you, otherwise you won't be allowed to see Bill. That's my secret. You are the number one so far someone who knows this secret. A cold voice penetrated into William's eardrums, because I have always believed that there should be no secrets between friends. Jarlan changed his tone of voice without waiting for William to speak. He said with a sneer, "Guess, if someone on the boat accidentally saw Bill's back, guess how they would spread it, and if these rumors fall into the ears of the chief mate, or fall into the ears of the captain, what would they think?" Hiss. William, who was already terrified, was sucked in a breath of cold air at this moment. "Tell the first officer that Bill died, William," and then the first officer said in front of the ship that you saw Bill died. Tisk tisk tisk, this is really yellow mud, it's not shit, it's shit. Jarlan laughed strangely, "Bad, miserable, miserable. You told me to say that." William had 10,000 fucking in his heart. Mother galloped past. "Hey, I didn't expect that someone was going to kill me and spread rumors that I killed Bill. You said what I can do, I have to find a way to prove my innocence." Jarlan's tone was gloomy, full of killing intents, biting. "It's suffering you, William, if you want to blame you, blame the bastard who wasted tobacco." William stood blankly on the spot. Jarlan is not in a hurry. This is what he wants. He wants to use this overwhelming impact to completely destroy William's psychology and self-confidence, and plant the seeds of fear in the other's heart. The fear of Jarlan's all sorts of weird methods, and the fear of self-suffering like this will accompany William's life, so that every time he will delusion to be smart, everything today will be like the nightmare reminded him of his lingering fear. "Jarlan, I don't want to die, save me." William softened his legs and knelt in front of Jarlan. "You have a way, right? You must have a way, save me, I'm willing to do anything." He, Jarlan squatted down, grabbing William's hair with his right hand, and staring at the tamed vicious dog. His calm tone seemed to be the devil was bewitching the treacherous hearts in his ears. "It's fine to start first, and I want you to do 2 things." When William left the storage compartment, his entire back was covered by himself. Soaked in cold sweat, he walked on the deck step by step as if poured into lead water. He didn't dare to look back, as if behind him was not a dilapidated room, but a den where the devil lived. The sound of the sea breeze all around is dumb and low, like a devil whispering, and in the dark night that envelops the via, the devil's minions are hidden, and they will rush out at any time to tear the crew on the via. Conspiracy and cunning, come back from the dead, play with corpses. Jarlan is a devil in human skin. 2 things. William thought of the 2 things that Jarlan had ordered. His heart was cold. This is a vicious trick that only the devil can think of. It is ridiculous that he wants to get rid of his control. It's ridiculous that I thought everything was the captain's plan. Captain Via, First Mate Lo, you are still open strife and veiled struggle, the real secret mastermind is Yarlin, he has put a noose around your neck. William drew a sigh of relief, but a trace of fluke joy emerged in my heart, probably I will not die, because I have fallen into the arms of the devil. Chapter 20. It's midnight. Pirate, who was always peeing at night, came to the deck and rubbed his eyes while untying his belt. Suddenly, he felt a chill inexplicably, his eyes widened suddenly and a bald head at the stern of the boat. The silhouette of him passed away in a flash. Bill. The night is too dark. See not quite clear. He wakes up from sleep and quickly moved towards the shadow, except for a few empty wine barrels who shadow nothing. Such a scene was frequently staged this night. The next day, a weird story circulated on the Via. Some people said that I accidentally saw a sneaky silhouette while peeing last night. Walked in and it turned out to be Bill. At first, no one believed it, but felt that people were still dreaming. It was all nonsense, but soon, as more and more pirates woke up, some pirates were solemnly vowed. Said that he saw Bill. It seems? Probably? Sure, it must be Bill. The interesting thing is that in just one morning, the news that Bill was still alive was confirmed by countless witnesses, and every witness described the story of last night vividly and vividly. In the story, Bill from the back to the face, to the action, to the tone, to the demeanor, everything is vivid. When I was peeing, I saw a silhouette. I looked there. Isn't it Bill? He saw me, his face turned pale in fright, so he ran away, but isn't he still peeing, he has to tie his pants? With this delay, he doesn't know which corner he is hiding in. The shaggy pirate rubbed the feces from the corner of his eyes, spitting and splashing. Fick pricked his ears next to him. The scars and facial features on his face were almost squeezed together. The expression in his eyes was strange and suspicious. If it hadn't been clear that Bill must be dead, he almost believed it. This group of bastards are slanderous. But, if it weren't for Bill, who did these guys see? Are they all dazzled? It's not likely. Fick couldn't think of it, he decided to put each version of the story I listened to it all, tell Yarlin later. The captain's room. William Nair pulls his head, with densely packed sweat dripping from his forehead. It seems that what you said last night is true. Bill is really not dead. Via put down the malt bread on the plate, staring at William with a gloomy expression. Then you say where did the first officer hide a living person? I don't know. William wiped the sweat on his forehead, anxiously said, the first officer must be aware it was when I came to inform, so Bill escaped from where he was hiding and went to other places, and he happened to be seen by others. Captain, you must protect me. It turns out that he left last night in the storage warehouse. William quietly came to the captain to report to the first officer Lo. The content of the report was that Bill was simply not dead. Everything was a conspiracy designed by the first officer to plant the idea of unnecessary charges. Captain. William was persecuted, he was loyal to the captain. Don't worry, I already understand your loyalty. I won't let the first officer hurt you. I will also find Bill by digging 3 feet. We still had doubts last night. But now it can be confirmed that what William said is true, as it should be by rights. He needs to save William's life, in order to bite the first mate and make everything dead. Via pondered for a while, then turned to Moore who was silent instructed, the past few days let William live in a house with you. Moore glanced at William. Nodded, William quickly sent a grateful smile. Outside in the biography, everyone was saying that Bill was not dead, that there was a nose and an eye, and now we are even telling us to hide Bill and fabricate his death in order to blame Via. Ganziweir watched Lo. I couldn't help but also became suspicious. In fact, don't talk about Gan civilly, it's that Lo himself began to doubt the authenticity of the whole thing. After all, it has always been William's words that Bill is dead. No one else has seen Bill again. Corpse. Where is William? Lo asked. Bang. Sakari opened the door of panting with rage and walked in. I saw William come out of the captain's room and be with old Moore. This bastard betrayed us and turned to the captain. Before the voice was over, Lo's face fluctuates between clear and dark. He knocked over the table with a punch, gnashing teeth said, "Asshole William, he lied to us, I must kill him." "What do you mean?" Ganziver asked. "William said it was Yarlin who killed Bill. I never doubted what he said, but now Bill is still alive, and William is on the captain's side again. Obviously, this matter is from the very beginning. Betrayed us, it was via setting up the game. Now everyone on the ship thinks that we hid Bill in order to plant the coveted captain's position." Lo's teeth bulged, and the fierce light was revealed. Once William killed this in the matter, Via can take advantage of the situation and let me hand over Bill, and once I can't hand over, he can frame me to kill and kill. No. Rottweiler's face as soon as he froze, a more dangerous thought emerged in his mind. Bill is not in my hands, then simply has always been in Via's hands. It's not a coincidence that Bill's appearance last night was discovered, and Bill was also manipulated by Via. Analyzing the whole thing from Lo's point of view, it is not surprising that he came to this conclusion. One William is not enough. If even Bill. Lo's heart is chilled, he really is 100 mouths can't argue. Don't give Via a chance to attack, we must act first. Lo ruthlessly said to Ganziver, Shakari, and Gucci, let our people be ready and watch my signal, just kill Via. The three of Ganziver left and went to prepare separately. Luo Wei paced back and forth in place, calculating the time in his mind, rushing into trouble. Time must be determined by every second, and in the meantime he must find a way to appease Via and get himself more preparation time. Thinking of this, he turned his head and stared at the weak ship doctor who was lying on the bed and looked pale. "I'll go out. You'd better not run anywhere, just stay here." Deck in small groups stared at the gloomy face of the first mate with weird eyes. Luo Wei's eyes scanned the crowd once, without saying a word, moved towards the captain's room. Via's little finger is wrapped with a rope, and the other end of the rope is tied with a black ugly that is gathered by a wing membrane. The living creature showed only half of its head and the huge ears flapped slightly to make a zhi sound. It was a reared bat. This bat has been there since the captain sailed for the first time. He has been alive until now. I thought he would have died a long time ago. Lo's eyes were attracted by the bat, and he said no. It's intriguing. Viapai smiled and did not smile, and his black and white eyes stared at Lo. This bat has always been struggling for freedom, but it doesn't know it. It just needs to wait patiently. Soon I'll let it go, but it just wants to resist, but it irritates its master. It has been tied up by me for so many years. Isn't it stupid? The machine is hidden in the words, killing intent surging. Luo Wei grinned and said with a smile, the captain is talking and laughing, but he is just a beast. Why should you follow him? Lower oneself to somebody's level and let him go, he will naturally recite the captain's kindness in the future. Short silence. Via stood up expressionless and pulled her little finger. He grabbed the bat in his palm and slowly grasped it firmly. The bat wailed. Lo's eyes were getting worse and worse when he looked at Via. No action. Just staring at the struggling bat. Via opened the door, and said with a smile, I really can't bear it. Let his palms loose. The seemingly dying bat suddenly spread its black wings. Staggered and flew towards the sky. In midair, a piece of rope was blown by the wind and fell on Lo's hair. He grabbed the rope, eyes shrank, and the rope was stained with blood. Chapter 21. The storage room temporarily used as the morgue was silent. Fick stared at the three corpses and felt that the surrounding air was gloomy. He did not see Yarlin in the room. Aren't you there? Where will you go? Fick frowned. Just now Shakari and Gucci came in the bottom compartment, and a group of pirates who were close to them were called away. Weird things happened one after another. Rumors with ulterior motives spread. The Vaya is now a powder keg, and the actions of Shakari and Gucci can obviously be seen as signals to ignite. The two parts headed by the captain and the chief mate, with swords drawn and bows bent, are always in conflict. At such a critical moment of standing in line, Yarlin is missing. In the big vice room, the ship doctor was lying flat on the bed with a bandage on his waist, complexion pale and weak. His eyes widened suspiciously at the man who entered the door sneakily. "Yarlin, why are you here?" the ship doctor asked. "The person here is Yarlin," and he moved towards the boat doctor, not say a word. The ship doctor noticed that something was wrong, and Yarlin no longer had the gratitude smile on his face. His eyebrows were drooped, and the tip of his nose was slightly lifted, and the muscles at the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. It was also a smile, but immediately give him a strange and cold feeling. "Yarlin, you..." The boat doctor was nervous. At this moment, his wound was painful even when he moved, let alone resisting. He didn't dare to yell because Yarlin had already reached the bedside. Tear. The bandage was torn open rudely, revealing the bloody hideous wound below. The boat doctor gritted his teeth with pain, and his face was full of sweat beads. "Yarlin, you are crazy, what are you doing?" The ship doctor stared at Yarlin tightly. "Tisk tisk tisk, it's really miserable. It seems that our ship doctor almost died." Yarlin confirmed the wound and put the bandage down and reapplied it to the wound. This action was indispensable. The ship doctor grinned for a while, and then he slowly leaned down, his pupils contracted strangely into vertical lines, and a black vertical line flashed away in his blue eyes. "Your eyes?" The ship doctor was horrified. The weird vertical line was the same as the black line in the corpses, but Yarlin was a real living person. "This is all a gift from the captain. Let me tell you another secret, Jack, they are not dead, they will come back to life." Yarlin touched his eyes, laughed strangely, let the ship doctor like falling in a ice hole. "You should have heard it, didn't you?" "You heard it. What do you hear?" The picture of three corpses opening their mouths calling for Vaya flashed in the boat doctor's mind. "Be terrified." "Yes, you heard it, he he he." Yarlin shrugged helplessly, and covered the boat doctor's chest with his left hand wearing black gloves. At that moment, the boat doctor felt like he was being devil-touching, a shuddering shudder spread throughout the body. "You will keep the secret for Captain Vaya, won't you?" "Oh, yes, you must have told the first officer Lo, but it's okay, the benevolent captain knows you are forced." "Tisk tisk tisk, it's really miserable." Yarlin's expression retreated, and his face suddenly changed back to that expression of gratitude, filled with indignation. "The ship doctor is my life-saving benefactor, the chief mate unexpectedly. If you dare to treat you like this, I will kill him for you." This abrupt change of face, the ship doctor dumbstruck. He felt that Yarlin simply in front of him was a sinister poisonous snake. Swallowing snake letter, you can't predict when that bloody mouth wide open like a sacrificial bowl will swallow the bones and dregs. Yarlin straightened up slowly and sneered, "The captain is worried that the corpse is not enough. The first officer is planning to rebel. He, do you think this is loyal?" P. The boat doctor's teeth were trembling. "Oh, the captain doesn't like dead people. What he needs is fresh living people with the last breath left. When the time comes, find a way to send them all to the storage room. Well, I like to call it a morgue." Yarlin licked his lips. "I'll be there waiting for you, never be late." Yarlin left. The ship doctor stared at the ceiling blankly, and got three in his head. Filled with thoughts, it's really the captain and the captain knows it. Yarlin is a poisonous snake that eats people without spitting out bones. First mate Lo is dead. Back to the morgue. Seeing Fic, Yarlin smiled at the corner of his mouth. "I was about to find you, didn't expect you to be here. It just so happens that I have something to tell you." "Yarlin, where are you going?" "Yes? I have been looking for you for a long time." Fic asked at the same time. Go and do some preparatory steps in the plan. Our captain and first mate are about to stage the final showdown. I have to go and add something. Jarlin's smile was a little bit excited, when it finally comes to the final harvest. He will inevitably be excited after 2 lives. What do you mean? Fic wondered. It's too troublesome to explain. In short, we can leave this broken ship soon. Jarlin grinned and said meaningfully, with the wealth of the Via. Fic looked dumbfounded. Believe me, no more than tomorrow, at most, everything will have a new beginning. Jarlin was tempted, and a strange smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Fic, you are not afraid of corpses, right? Normal dead, Fic is of course fearless, but, he squinted at the 3 quiet corpses, his eyelids throbbed, of course. Heh, that's good. Fic. B fragmented the wings of the mouth flap exhaustedly, and under the dullness of the rainstorm brewing, the bat that was briefly freed drew a parabola of death, slammed into the sea heavily, splashed with blood. Via doesn't plan to leave us alive. In that case, get ready and do it tonight. The first mate's not-so-spacious room was packed with murderous-looking pirate. The fire star burned by cigarettes is full of smoke, and the smell of sweat is like transpiration. All pirates have a layer of sweat attached to their bodies, and their breathing is dull. In the middle of the crowd, First Mate Lo's eyes were covered with bloodshot eyes. He was sitting on the barrel with a golden blade from Malaysia, with a 1-meter-wide sword at his feet, and his voice was hoarse and fierce. In the middle of the night, when all the pirates are asleep, we suddenly started to kill Via. When the time comes, we have the final say on this ship. Wealth, I Lo share equally with everyone. Lo promised boldly. Cabo moved people's heart. Pirates' eyes immediately became bloodshot, and breathing became more rapid and excited. Even Shakari, Gucci, and Gansiver standing behind him were involuntarily breathless, killing in their eyes. The intent is more intense. For a while, calm down. Ganseville suddenly asked, First Officer, what is the captain's secret you have been talking about? At this time, there is no need to hide it anymore. The captain's secret. The pirates pricked their ears at the moment whether they heard the secret for the first time. There is nothing to hide, it's just that this secret is too terrifying. I have never been able to be completely convinced. Until now I only have a 70% certainty, that is, Via he is. Luo Wei took a deep breath and said every word. 1. Blind, sun. Chapter 22. It's night, dark and no moon. The sea tide slaps, the hunting wind sounds, there is the sound of tick-ticking on the deck, as if someone is dragging wet shoes and rubbing on the ground, and the scratcher feels upset. Sakari, who just lighted a cigarette after releasing the water at the stern of the boat, followed the sound to find it. In the dark night, there was a silhouette of cultivation walking on the deck, with his back facing him, not quite clear. What are you doing? There is a major event happening tonight. Shakari's nerves are strained. He did not walk forward, but drank in a low voice from a distance one sentence. Shakari, don't believe Rottweiler. Who expected him not? The silhouette in front seemed to be waiting for him. There was a pause under his feet, and his back had not yet fully turned coming over. The harsh and hoarse voice came into his ears first. The voice was unexpectedly familiar. It turned out to be Bill. Shakari's eyes shrank, and stepped forward subconsciously, with a vigilant expression. Bill, you are actually alive, where are you hiding? It's not the captain. Don't believe the chief mate, he deceived us. The tone was repeated in a monotonous and cold tone, as if it meant a certain deep meaning. The word content in Lee couldn't help Shakari not worry. He gritted his teeth and moved towards Bill, approaching slowly. The half-brick back quickly turned around, revealing a pale and stern face. When he took a glimpse, Shakari confirmed that it was Bill in front of him, but it was difficult to see the stiff muscles on the face. Blinky. Don't follow me. About 7 or 8 steps before and after, Bill suddenly turned back and twisted, rubbing his feet on the ground and moving suddenly. rubbing out on the deck. The sour voice plunged into the darkness. Bill moved his foot, and Shakery immediately caught up with him like a conditioned reflex. As for the phrase "don't follow me," it was probably this warning that prompted him to follow him without thinking. So it is human nature to die. At the captain's door, Yarlin, who looked down at the deck from a high position, slowly closed his whispers. He withdrew his gaze and changed his calm face. With a frightened face, he reached out and knocked on the door. The door is not locked, it opens as soon as you push it. The inside of the door is pitch black, there is no light. Yarlin looking thoughtful, his eyes are half squinted to more likely capture the invisible movement. He did not enter rashly, but just stood at the door and called softly, "Captain." He called 3 times in a row. The oil lamp in the room turned on, and Yarlin's heart was slightly drunk. On the chair next to the oil lamp, Vaya sat on the chair, and the sword was placed at his feet by his left hand. Sue held it, holding a match in his right hand, the flame of the oil lamp illuminating half of his cheek, and the whole person was gloomy and uncertain in the dark. "What's the matter?" Via's line of sight was looked towards the door. Yarlin lowered his head and spoke with trepidation. "The ship doctor discovered the problems in the corpses. It seems that there are some strange insects in the corpses. The ship doctor suspects that it is not just the dead people, but the others on the ship are alive. Pirate also has an insect in his body." "Insect?" Vaya suspected that he had heard it wrong. "The ship doctor is not very sure, so I came to ask the captain. He needs all pirate to check, or there can be more corpses." Yarlin's face was pale, he paused on purpose, calculating in his mind over time, while mimicking the expression of a disgusting and fearful person vividly. "I saw that the ship doctor gave the body to dissection." Yarlin pretended to be half vomited, and his voice trembled. "The ship doctor said, time is very short, we must find out the cause as soon as possible, otherwise everyone will get the disease." "Insect? Corpse dissection? Disease?" Vaya was trying his best to digest these unimaginable information. Just when he was going to take a look in person, a dull gunshot cut through the night. This gunshot is the sound of a flintlock musket, and the owner of this musket, there is only Old Moore on the entire Vaya. Vaya abruptly stood up, abducting the sword on the forefoot. The heel quickly followed up. Clang clang clang, the knocking sound and the footsteps are almost integrated into a single sound. Yarlin hurriedly stepped away, only to feel a dark figure running by him, and he looked closely behind him. "I only feel that Via's steps are very strange, just like those transformants. The distance of each steps are precisely measured, and the undulating silhouette shadow of his body actually looks like a bat flying at low altitude." The other side. Shakery chased all the way to the door of Old Moore's room and witnessed Bill digging into Old Moore's room with his own eyes. He paused and hesitated, but at this moment of hesitation, he shot the sound came close at hand. The night was punctured, the door opened, and a faint smell of blood drifted into Shagiri's nostrils, and then a staggered silhouette stumbled out of it. Silhouette staggered under his feet, one hand covering his belly, the other holding a flintlock. It was William. "William, what happened inside?" Shakery blurted out. "Oh, it hurts." William's cheeks were twisted together because of the pain. The moment he saw Shagiri, the whole person seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. "Then, raise your hand without the slightest hesitation." Shakery was still in shock. He subconsciously caught the flintlock rifle, and looked at William's eyes, and saw William's suddenly weird issue. "I'm really afraid you don't show up. Fortunately, you are here, then you are the one who killed the Old Moor." "What?" Shakery realized it was not good, but it was too late. William grabbed the wound on his stomach, and blood flowed from his fingers. His voice changed because of the pain. "Shakery, you don't want to run." Kiri turned around and wanted to run. The sound of rapid footsteps behind him was approaching. The sound of the dense metal hitting the deck was Captain Vaya. The back was blocked. Shakiri's eyes were cracking. He stared at William with gnashing teeth, the gun pulled the trigger. Pang! The gunfire sounded again, the fire star shone, but there was no sound of gunfire. Shakery looked at William with an idiotic look staring at himself, then he covered his stomach and fell down, making angry roar frantically, threw down the rifle, and took out the short blade moved towards William from his arms and pounced straight. It wasn't until the time when he pounced on William that Shakery could not see the scene in the room. The table and chairs in the room were knocked over, a corpse was crawling on the ground, and the blood spread underneath him. There is no silhouette of Bill. William's face turned pale, he fell on the ground and had no time to stand up, so he had to roll on the ground with all his strength, and rolled towards the room, and there was a burning tingling behind him. Obviously, short blade still rubbing his back with a bleeding hole. Go to die. Sakari is no longer thinking about where Bill is hiding, his chest is already filled with anger, and he has to move towards William and stabbing again, behind him. The cold neighing sound made his scalp numb, his unwilling feet stopped, his weight was unstable, his feet slipped and hit the wall. Plop fell to the ground, leaned back on the ground, and put his knife on his chest, and saw a black light like a poisonous snake vomiting a letter, choosing someone to eat. Chapter 23. Hey! Like a mural nailed into, the short blade is shot straight through, and the black light can stop. It's only an inch away from Shigiri's chest. The slender and straight black sword only revealed his true face. The other end of the sword was held by a cold hand like an umbrella. Captain Via. Shakiri stared at the incoming person, not daring to move. More. The smell of blood permeated the house, the slippery and greasy touch under his feet, and Via's cheeks twitched slightly under the brim of his hat, and his voice had a subtle tremor. Old Moore's body was lying on the ground quietly, never responding to a word from him again. Sakari stole a gun and was discovered by Old Moore, so he brutally killed Old Moore. I wanted to stop it, and was shot by him. If it wasn't for the captain to come in time, he should have died by his knife too. William slumped on the ground, speaking while still bleeding from his stomach, which was miserable. Death. The furious voice of Via did not give Shakiri a chance to defend. As soon as he turned his right hand, the sword said "Si" with the biting sound of "Si", densely packed cracks appeared on the naked eye on the short blade, and then countless cold glow bursts, and a little black light penetrated through the sand and nailed it to the ground. William was horrified. From his perspective, he could see Shakiri's face being cut and pierced by hundreds of blades in an instant, and his bloody cheeks were like thorns covered with blades. Via drew his sword, slashed through Shakiri's throat and trachea with his backhand, turned and walked towards the door. The dark night outside was lit by the torch, and pirates all stood on the deck with weapons in their hands, murderous-looking confrontation. Behind, Shakiri moved towards his face like a madman, but he couldn't make any pain in his throat, only he kept bleeding out as he breathed. After half a minute, Shakiri pulled out the bone-cutting edge of the cheek inch by inch, then inserted the throat without the slightest hesitation, and cut his neck abruptly. My head lost support, and he hung weakly on his shoulders in a weird posture, and looked at the yellow closet in a desperate manner. A pair of ruthless eyes behind the door crack stared at everything without saying a word. The 30-meter-old Via shook, clusters of torch followed swaying, shining on a group of bearing fangs and brandishing claws like a cannibal pirate. The first mate on the bottom deck, low murderous Oram, moved towards two-layer and looked at the entrance of the escalator. Black silhouette shadow, Via took off his hat at a moderate pace, and threw it down. The sea breeze rolled up in the air while whimpering, and quickly disappeared into the night. Looking at each other, the eyes of the two of them were cold and dense, and Lo took the lead, "Let Shakiri go." Via lowered his eyes, turning on the side of his feet. The sword was vacantly off the ground, and the slender sword edge quietly pointed towards Lo like a wagging snake letter, "You can come up and collect his body." Ro's eyes were sharp, and the big knife in his hand was raised and roared. "Via, you have a cruel and greedy temperament. You drive brothers like pigs and dogs. Every time the plundered wealth goes into your pockets. We can bear all these, but you can't kill our lives in front of pigs and dogs at will. Shakari has been with us for many years, why did you kill him like this? He is damned, not just him, you are all damned. Vaya looked down below without emotion, the sound was like a killing intent of a bloody sword. Awe-inspiring, I originally planned to bypass your life, but now it seems that my kindness has harmed old more. I will cut off your heads with your own hands and wash them with your blood. The regret in my heart. Spare us. Lo seemed to have heard a big joke, impudent laugh, and the laughter was full of resentment. I want to secretly run away with your wealth, leave us this dilapidated Vaya, you damn blind. The words haven't finished. Via's discoloration changed suddenly, and she jumped up with a rubbing under her feet, her arms spread out like a black bat, the huge shadow enveloped Rottweiler, and the black blade snake letter Sun wanted to bite and took Rottwei's throat. Rottwei's neck was cold, and the stench gusty wind rushed into his face. He retreated under his feet. The sword in his hand swung rapidly in front of him. There were toothy nays and sparks collided. With a bit of teeth, he clasped the big swords in both hands and slashed forward, roaring, "Kill Vaya!" Pirate around him awakened like a dream, and they raised their swords and moved towards Vaya, each all kinds of weapons pierced from the left and right. With a sharp scream, Vaya was coldly snorted, the sonic boom sounded one after another, the black light like splashing ink continued like rain, the black light fell off, and Vaya retreated. The blood dripped and dripped. Lo clutched his chest. As soon as he loosened it, he saw a sharp triangular cut and even the faintly cracked ribs. There was a cold sweat on Lo's back, but his face was without showing any weakness. He slowly retracted the big knife in front of his eyes. With a piece of flesh hung on it, his GG grinned out his tongue and swallowed the piece of meat into his mouth, chewing vigorously, like a mad dog and evil spirit. Either you will die or I will die tonight. Vaya was scratched out of the sword's arm, he sneered in his throat, and left his hand from his arm. At the last pull, the blood-stained rags brought out large blood beads with some pieces of meat. He stood still, and the abduction sword in his hand swayed silently in front of him. The killing intent permeated, "You die and you live." When the voice fell, the pirates on the two-layer deck roared like evil wolves, swarming down from the ladder, and more dexterously and viciously jumping from above, grabbing the mast with one hand and biting in their mouths. The short blade quickly climbed down. Kill! Kill! Shoots, screams, screams, noisy night, chaos on the Vaya. Luowei slowly lowered his waist and lowered his upper body, with a large knife clenched in his arms to save a killing intent. His eyes were fiercely staring at Vaya, while his feet moved slowly, and his movements were completely covered by the sound of killing around. Dead blind, you can't see, hear, or die. Rottwei smiled a geg in his heart, and the blade slowly sent forward. Moved towards Vaya, stabbed away. Via's feet rooted and stood in place, with the sword swinging in front of his chest. No panic was visible on his face, and suddenly, an imperceptible grin appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he stepped forward suddenly, his arms flashing like lightning. Pass it forward. Hey! A sharp whisper, black light like a poisonous snake fiercely that suddenly jumped out of the dark, biting towards Lo's knife-holding hand. Lo was taken aback, he couldn't understand how Vaya saw, heard, but at this moment, he is already unable to retreat. He is simply violent and stabbed up. Zilla zilla! A strange fire star rubbed in the air. Lo felt his long knife plunged into the vortex, and countless seaweeds wrapped around the knife from all directions. Endlessly the resistance made him look drastically changed. Dong! A touch of black stuck to Lo's right wrist and went straight through. Ah! Rottwei screamed, released the hilt of the knife and drew his hand back, and at the same time, he leaned back and kicked the sole of the foot against the hilt. Pai li pa la, a series of sounds, like countless needles and threads exploding. The big knife bites forward fiercely, vowing to rip off a piece of flesh and blood on Via's waist. Stupid! Via sneered, and volleyed the sword back in the mid-air with a weird turn to the side, like an iron whip hitting the blade heavily, and continued controlled deflection to penetrate a pirate next to a sneak attack. The blade broke through his chest and pierced through his back. Without turning his head back, with the backhand sword, I saw a line of blood shooting through the man's neck. Chapter 24. The waves are surging, and the sea reflects the pirate silhouette of the disheveled hair on the ship, and the sound of killing covers the roar of the sea. In the captain's room, Yarlan sniffed the salty and wet sea smell of his nose mixed with the bloody smell. The fighting outside seemed to have nothing to do with him. He was at a moderate pace watching the display layout in the room with peace of mind. A round wooden table with missing corners, a few messy low stools, a dim oil lamp, a large wooden bed. Underneath the wooden bed are piled up boxes full of gold and silver. The wooden poles on which the clothes were placed acted as hangers, and there were some strange objects on the yellow cabinet. Yarlan picked up the oil lamp and walked over and looked at it carefully. The first thing that caught his eye and caught his attention was a bloody birdcage. The birdcage was open, and a broken thread was tied to the iron fence. Reached out and touched the blood stain, showing a blackened coagulation, but it can be squeezed and melted with a light touch, indicating that the blood has not coagulated for too long. Yarlan continued to look around. Several human-sized bottles. There is a specimen of some kind of animal in the jar. Bat. Yarlan pursed his mouth, continued to flip, and soon found a few interesting things. One is the drawing of the via, which is yellow and old. The drawings clearly marked the ship's various data, especially the length, width, and height. In addition to measuring the length with the measurement unit, there is a strange note on the side, such as 37 steps, 25 steps. Normal people don't use stride as a measurement basis. Yarlan looking thoughtful, he put the drawing aside, and then glanced at another group of transparent silk threads. This thing. He stretched out his hand and pulled it away. The texture was similar to fishing line, but it was surprisingly tenacious and thin. The naked eye was almost imperceptible. He pulled the line a little bit. When you open it, the more you go inside, the more you can see some mottled blood stains. The different shades are obviously blood is often dropped. Put out a breath deeply, Yarlan pressed the suspicion in his heart first. He blew out the oil lamp, and slowly moved towards the outside. The dark sky at night, even if it will be illuminated by fire, is still difficult to clearly illuminate every silhouette. He moved slowly against the door wall, his sight watching the battle below. There are some pirates lying on the deck. A few of them are exasperated, but most of them are wailing. They either lack arms or legs, or they have been cut into their bodies to lose their ability to move. Spread it on the deck. He squinted his eyes carefully, and after careful searching, he finally saw two sneaky shadows sneaking close to the wailing guys, like big rats carrying food in the dark. A pirate with his ears cut off and his chest covered with blood, and blood is pressed against a slippery deck. His heavy breathing sound becomes weaker and weaker, and he looks like he will swallow at any time. When he was unconscious, he felt a force from his feet, as if a black hand grabbed his ankle. Before he could react, the force from his feet dragged him abruptly, and he felt his face rubbing against his chest on the deck. There was a fierce pain, and his throat was stuck with a mouthful of blood, but he was unable to resist, so he could only be dragged away like a corpse. The ship doctor cautiously bent over and dragged Pirate under his feet. A pair of triangular eyes watched all around, biting his teeth and exerting all his strength. His movements are very small, and he is squatting to hide by the night, and he deliberately avoids the center of the melee, but he will not be noticed by Pirate who is fighting. In fact, even if he is noticed at this time, everyone is too busy to take care of themselves, and no one will be distracted by him. Of course, Pirate, who is not long-eyed, rushed over, and FANFIC, who was hiding not far behind him, would suddenly jump out of the corner and kill the opponent completely unprepared. FANFIC wiped away the blood splashed on his face. He drew a knife and pushed away Pirate, whose face had been smashed in front of him, bowed his head and took a sip, then all around took a look and quickly helped the ship doctor drag it together. In the center of the battlefield, Vaya dodges a pirate's sneak attack and pierces the opponent's throat with a backhand. The whole process is in one go, which is frightening. Impossible, how could you possibly see it? Lo covered his wrist, unbelievable. Blind, Vaya sneered again and again, the abduction sword danced lightly in her hand, little drops of blood and meat falling around like cherry blossom petals, giving people a kind of indescribable oppression. The last person who said I was blind or a few years ago, what happened to him in the end? Vaya moved towards Lo step by step, forcing Lo to retreat involuntarily. Well, thinking of it, I took out his eyeballs. While he was still alive, he bit into his stomach in front of him. Roddy's eyelids jumped wildly, he quietly picking up a big blade on the ground sideways, tremblingly across his chest. Vaya, I underestimated you, I admit, you let us go, and throw us all down to the next island. The boat and gold are left to you. To be honest, that taste is a bit bitter. Vaya ignored Lo, a weird and cruel smile appeared on his face, faintly said, but the good medicine is bitter. It's good for sickness, what do you say? A little black glow bloomed in front of Lo's eyes, and Vaya leaned forward, stepping on a constant distance under her feet, but weirdly left, suddenly right dodged in her hands. The sharp blade is like one after another, and the erratic black smoke is printed on Lo's body. Gansiver rushed out from behind Rotvay, howling frantically. Via's footsteps kept passing by, 3 blood lines were mapped on Wuxin, throat, chest, the next moment of blood the line burst. From Lo's point of view, we can see Gansiver's feet are still rushing forward, but his upper body is strangely still in the air, and then 3 lines of blood light are split horizontally, and his body is cut off neatly. The blood light bursting 3 corpses fell to the ground and stacked completely. Gu Lu. He did not have time to swallow and spit, and there was a sudden chill on his arms. Both arms were cut off at the same time, and they fell weakly to the ground. It took half a second for the nerves of the reflex arc to transmit a sharp pain. Lo howled sternly. Vaya slowly stopped the pace, raised his hand to wipe the blood from the sword with his cuff, and then clothed the right hand full of fine wounds and scars was bent, and 2 fingers were inserted into Lo's pupils like ruthless cock feet. Crunch crunch. The friction sound of flesh and blood stirring is subtle and harsh. The entire Viagra seems to be quiet for a moment. For a while, Viagra hooked back the 2 bloody fingers, with 2 bloody eyeballs curved on the fingers. Ah, my eyes! Roddy wailed with 2 blood holes. Ka bang, ka ka ka. Vaya chewed with a vicious expression on her face. Chapter 25. The sea breeze is roaring, the dark tide is surging, and the Skull's pirate is deadly silent. Only Lo's dry howling from time to time, the sound is getting smaller and smaller. The deck was stained with blood and fleshy flesh, and the fighting pirates stopped moving tacitly. All eyes were on Vaya, listening to the sour chewing sound. Like the rest of the end of the movement, it stopped fighting in an instant. Pirate of the first mate turned pale and threw down the weapon in his hand, Gucci disheveled hair, and spit out a bloody tooth from his mouth. Not reconciled to throw away the weapon, knelt to the ground. Vaya is still chewing, as if she has to savor the taste between her lips and teeth carefully. There are not many pirates who can still stand. There are no more than 10 pirates in total. The other pirates sit on the deck, or die silently for a long time, or breathe weakly and hang their last breath, or groaning weakly due to severe injuries. Gazi. The heavy footsteps on the greasy deck are surprising. Pirate turned their heads and looked in the direction of the sound. 2 ghosts. The sneaky silhouette is dragging a corpse. The people on the ground were pale and couldn't see if they were breathing. When the boat doctor and Fic dragged their ankles, their upper body rubbed long blood marks on the ground. What are you doing? A naked pirate asked with eyes wide open. The pirates who had just killed each other were all wrapped in a strong baleful chi. This mouth pressed immediately and felt a breath of blood and blood rushing over, and the ship doctor's face immediately turned pale. Vaya swallowed in his throat, and then spit out some fine scum with blood. He wiped his mouth and turned his head and looked towards the boat doctor and Fic, first frowning his eyebrows. The ship doctor's throat was dry, and he unconsciously let go of his palms, letting his ankles hit the deck heavily, and then a cough came from Pirate, who was unconscious under his feet. Save people. The ship doctor said to Via's dark and obscure face, brace oneself, he would never faint, and say that this is because the captain needs fresh corpses. The ears trembled slightly, and the image in front of him appeared freely in Via's mind. At the same time, he recalled that it seemed that the ship doctor had indeed asked Yarlan to report something. What happened? After a series of changes were too hasty, he had no time to think. How could he think that all of these were carefully designed by Yarlan after calculating the time, and what he wanted was a wave. The unrest has risen again, leaving no time for anyone to doubt and think. Insect? Corpse? Dissection? Via recalled in her mind. Her face was slightly dark, although it sounded a little unimaginable, but it should have nothing to do with Lo's rebellion. It is not a top priority and can be left for later processing. Well, you are fine, continue to do your thing, check the results and report back to me. Via's heart was a little relieved. This ship doctor is actually a loyal talent. Yes. The ship doctor was busy, nodded, and quickly moved towards Fik Nunu's mouth, and two people dragged the dead and heavy living people to the morgue. Look, look! How loyal this is! The fight outside is shaking the sky. The ship doctor is still meticulously completing the things I told him, so let's worry about it. Talk to the ship doctor then, the other pirates are damn bastards. Via thought so in his heart, and his face turned gloomy again, and Pirate was naturally frightened as his expression changed. Tie all of Lo's people to me. I have to think about how to deal with them. Via leaning on the sword, his voice was grim. Any other bastards are alive. God, it's too dark. Tell your names and walk in a little bit. Let this captain take a good look at you. Soon, Pirate's self-reported names. Via carefully counted the remaining 9 personally. His expressionless selection of a shaggy pirate was promoted to first mate. The unshaven man was very happy, and soon entered the state to give orders, and found a hemp rope to tie all 6 pirates including Gucci around the mast into a ball. Via himself appeared in Old Moore's room, silently squatting beside Old Moore's body, gently touching the muzzle of Old Moore's vest with his palm, and after a while, he retracted his palm and turned his head. Turned to William, whose face is deathly pale. Since just now, William has been half lying against the wall, wrapping the wound with a piece of cloth torn from his clothes, and then hiding here without going out. You said Shakari shot and killed Old Moore? Then he shot you again. Wee's voice couldn't be heard with joy or anger, but William's hair was upside down. Stand up. Yes, I blamed me for reacting too slowly. I am not Shakari's opponent. If I could react faster, Old Moore would not die. William's voice was weak and sad. Via coldly snorted, suddenly squatted down, a head close to William's face. He looked at Via's black and white eyes without a trace of bloodshot variegation. A piece of goosebumps floating on his back. William held his breath. He opened his eyes and did not dare to blink and stared at Via's index finger sliding across his chest. The sharp nails made his skin sting, and he slipped all the way to the lower abdomen and stopped. Under. The next second, Via painfully cried out. It turned out that Via suddenly tore off the entangled cloth strip, and the index finger rudely plunged into his wound, stirring in it. For a while, Via stopped stirring. Extend the hand finger. A blood stain. The bullet fell to the ground with a crisp crashing sound. William shook his body like a sieve, his mouth wide open and breathless. Via picked up the rag and wiped off the blood on her hands, and said in her voice neither too fast nor too slow, the bullet should be taken out as soon as possible, and the wound should be bandaged by the ship doctor. Thank you, Captain. William forced a smile, but he was afraid for a while. Fortunately, he obeyed Yarlan's instructions and gave himself a cruel shot. Otherwise, I am afraid that he is a corpse at this time. Until Via's footsteps walked away. 2 minutes later, William slowly got up from the ground. He lowered his head fiercely, took a sputum, and quietly probed out to observe all around nothing. He just cautiously walked to the closet and opened the cabinet. Inside, Bill was curled up into a mass of corpses without moving. He took a long breath, slowly closed the cabinet tightly, covered his stomach and walked outside, and then concealed the door. On the lower deck, Fick and the ship doctor are like two busy rats, dragging one living person after another, and then repeatedly checking every dead body, in an attempt to picking up one or two more living things. Everything is in that man's plot against. Lo is dead, and it is Via's turn next. No one can stop Yarlin. Those who moved those who go in are living, and when they come out, they will all become devil's minions. William stared at the light shining through the morgue. The light shining in the darkness did not represent light, but the den of the devil disguised in the world. Chapter 26. In the morgue, 12 pirates lined up on the floor that had been tossed out a long time ago. They are all living people with breath, but they are all displayed like dead people. 3 of them also had consciousness and consciousness. One had a thoracic lung pierced with blood blisters out of the mouth, the other had a truncated axe embedded in its back, its spine was broken, and its mouth was paralyzed. Unconsciously opening, the last one had half of his face bludgeoned by a heavy object, dented inward, his cheek teeth shattered, and he moaned weakly. The other 9 have lost excessive blood and have fallen into a severe coma. Yarlin stood in the center of the mortal corpse, staring at the gasped-for-breath ship doctor, narrowed the corners of his eyes, and slightly raised the corners of his mouth. He looked like a faint smile and matched the surrounding display immediately. Kind of eerie and weird feeling. Anything else? He asked. Everyone on the deck is out of breath, do you want to pull it over? The ship doctor trembling with fear. Oh, dead. Yarlin sighed, forget the dead, after the time limit, it will be useless. While speaking, he unwrapped his left hand. His black glove revealed his left hand with weird black patterns on it. At the same time, he gave William a wink. Timeliness. The ship doctor was still trying to figure out the meaning of this word, when he saw the black hand exposed by Yarlin. An inexplicable fear and inexplicable thought arose in his heart. An instinct derived from biological evolution is the spontaneous trembling of the terrifying monster at the top of the food chain, and then he heard a creak from behind. The door of the morgue was slowly closed by William. Yarlin, your hand? And what are we doing? Fick, who has been kept in the dark, diligently completing Yarlin's instructions, opened his mouth and stared at Yarlin's left hand. Damn it, yes, when did Yarlin's left hand become that ghost? Don't be nervous, Fick, everything is under my control. Yarlin squatted down and touched one of them with his fingertips. Immediately, his left hand seemed to be awakened. Coming over, the densely packed black thread resembles a monster with open teeth, and one bite off the palm-size flesh, revealing the ploppy heart inside, and then it seems to smell the blood. The heart is wrapped in black thread. From red to ink-like darkness. The explanation is not clear in a few words, just look at it directly. Red and blue logos 0.1 appeared on Yarlin's retina, which corresponded to the units promoted by absorbing and devouring. The progress bar of rose, he pursed his mouth and spit out 2 words softly, transform. Transformation, transform the dead fresh creatures into their own servants. This first stage servant has no autonomous consciousness. Accept simple instructions. Fick opened his mouth, dumbstruck. William pupil shrink trembled. The boat doctor's teeth trembled, have one's hair stand on end. They saw that the moment Yarlin retracted his palm, countless black lines seemed to make a sobbing sound, and the wind worked and returned to Yarlin's palm like the ebb. But at the same moment, the wrapped heart suddenly burst out with countless black threads. Hiss pierced the skin and flesh with needles and wires, and the skeleton was inside the body at the speed of naked eye. Weaved into a spider web, and then, the white muscle and skin of the wound that appeared to be converged and retracted was driven by the shrinking and retracting rubber band to save and retract, like a zipper pulled from the inside to stitch the entire flesh. Disgusting. Bloody. Weird. Fic's brain is down. He is not afraid, but he can't understand how Yarlin, who gets a long day and night, has become a monster. William feels nauseous, and his heart palpitations and happiness coexist. Yarlin is really a devil. Fortunately that he belongs to the devil. The ship doctor is full of cold, and his open and closed mouth seems to have damaged the speech function in horror. No, not the captain, Yarlin, Yarlin. As if the signal was bad, the ship doctor's mind appeared intermittently. He was terrified and wanted to turn his head to escape. However, his neck was as heavy as lead water, and his feet were more like being nailed to the ground. Unable to move even a little bit, he saw the dead man suddenly straighten up, opened the dead fish's eyes and stared at him coldly, and said grimly, "You will keep a secret for me, right?" The dead man is talking. Yarlin is talking. The ship doctor stared at the talking dead man in horror. At the same time, he found that Yarlin was keeping pace with the change of the dead population, and he understood everything instantly. "In good faith, I deceived you, but I think you understand my difficulties, right?" Yarlin snapped his fingers, and the corpse closed his eyes and lay on the ground. "Gu-lu." The boat doctor swallowed saliva. "I still need some time to prepare. We may come later. I believe you know how to explain the delay to the captain." "Well, it won't be too long, just wait until dawn." Yarlin began to play with other comatose patients. "Oh, yes, I almost forgot. I told Vivia to tell you that you found some kind of weird insect in the body, so all the crew members need to be checked. Or give dissection to more dead people. You can remember to don't wear them later." The ship doctor is stunned. Yarlin ignored the ship doctor. He understood that the poor man needed time to digest the information. As for the final decision, he believed that the other party would make the results he wanted. He has always believed in the wisdom and potential that mankind has exploded under the strong will to survive. I know." The boat doctor bit his lip, and the faint bloody smell and tingling sensation made him regain his ability to think. His brain turned quickly and then desperately discovered that he had the best of everything: follow Yarlin's instructions. Captain Via is very terrifying, but Yarlin, who can manipulate the corpse, looks even more terrifying. Yarlin didn't look up, lightly said with a smile, "Congratulations, you will survive." The ship doctor was actually moved to cry. It was so difficult to come to him all night. He suppressed the tears that he circulated and looked towards William with red eyes. "I will help you bandage the wound." "Ah, I am so grateful." William quickly leaned on the door, took away the palm covering the wound, and let the ship doctor handle it. Fic seemed to understand something, and he didn't seem to understand anything. He scratched his scalp hard, but fortunately he was too lazy to think about it. He only had to believe in Yarlin, so he grinned. "Yarlin, what am I doing?" "You go and guard the door." "Forget it." Yarlin glanced at Fic and thought for a while, said with a smile, "You still come over and give me a hand. After processing and transforming one, you will move the next one to me, which can speed up the time." Chapter 27. It's quiet at night. Pirate Not At All, who had been fighting for a night, was in the mood to clean up, dragging his tired body to find a bed at random. The crowded cabin was rarely empty, and even the snoring echo became empty. The corpses scattered on the deck, saw the broken hands and feet dotted with stitches. Quiet. The slippery and sticky hull is full of blood splashing like abstract paintings, slowly drying up. The fallen internal organs and scum of skin and meat are gathered and solidified into a ball of salted scum. 6 surviving pirates of little mates were tied up with coarse hemp ropes in tandem with their hands and feet tied to a thick mast, their mouth and nose sucked in the cold wind mixed with the smell of blood, soaked in blood and became dry. The hard thin clothes stuck to the wound, and the sea breeze was blowing for another night. It is estimated that all of them will be infected second day. Infection, fever, and death are normal rhythms. One by one, their faces were grey, they couldn't get rid of the rope, they could only wait to die slowly. Pirate, who was appointed by Vaya as the new chief mate, whistled with excitement and restlessness. He didn't need to go to the crowded bottom compartment. Although it was empty, he should have gone to the first mate. The room, but he came to Old Moore's room by a ghost. He felt that the bedboard in Old Moore's room should be softer and more comfortable. There was still a pool of blood and shattered blades remaining on the floor. Old Moore's body was missing. He guessed that it was Vaya that made people converge. He felt the soft touch on the bed, closed the door and lay down very satisfied, and soon he heard the sound of even breathing. In the morgue, Vaya personally carried the Old Moore's body. The ship doctor and William quickly took it, and cautiously laid the body flat on the bed. Sew up the wound on Old Moore's body. It will be buried in the sea tomorrow morning. Don't worry, Captain. After a brief instruction, the abduction sword in Via's hand touched the corpses piled up under his feet when he swiped the sword in his hand. He browsed slightly wrinkled. What's the matter with the insect in the corpse? The boat doctor's forehead appeared slightly in a cold sweat. Yarlin's head dropped behind him without any expression on his face. I dissectioned Jack's corpse and found that his within the body was a bit weird, as if there was an egg of some kind of insect. I suspect that the dead body could move because of this insect egg, but I'm not sure yet. The ship doctor faced deathly pale, his words stuttered a bit. Insect egg. Vaya didn't doubt the ship doctor. He just thought that the ship doctor was scared by the insect in the corpse. After all, even if you just imagine that kind of scene in your head, Vaya I felt a palpitation. Where did the insect egg come from? I don't know. Strange things always happen on the sea, maybe on which island I accidentally bumped into it. Ship doctor, brace oneself, give a guess. This explanation is not convincing. However, Vaya can't think of other reasons. Moreover, she is only a 9-rate ship doctor, and Vaya can't expect the other party to give more brilliant and rigorous the answer. In fact, it was beyond his expectation that the ship doctor could find the insect egg in the corpse. Fortunately, I don't think about it anymore. There is no shortage of weirdness and danger in this sea. The absurd and strange legends are even more cocooned. As for artificial probability, this idea just flickered in Via's mind, and was extinguished by his sanity. No crew member on his ship could have such appalling ability. From a certain perspective, Via's judgment is not wrong. After all, Yarlin is no longer Yarlin. So, what are you doing now? The last trace of doubt in Via's heart was also dispelled. I did some necessary inspections, and now it seems that the results are good. Except for the 3 of Jack's, I did not find any abnormalities in the other corpses. We should be relieved. The ship doctor wiped the head. Cold sweat, replied with a long breath. Vaya looked better, and he didn't want any strange insect egg within the body. The captain can rest assured that we will take care of these corpses and we will bury them in the sea with Old Moore tomorrow. Just when Vaya wanted to ask and so on, Yarlin suddenly stood up from behind the ship doctor and interrupted. Tau. Speaking of Old Moore's name, Vaya suddenly lost the mind to speak. He turned around and left. Close the door and hear the sound of the sword beating on the deck gradually disappearing. The ship doctor collapsed on the ground like collapse, and his back was soaked. Okay, go on, the remaining half has not been transformed. Yarlin's face is cold, he is not worried about what Vaya can find, the only thing to worry about is the delay for a while. I don't know that there will be several people have died. These corpses have been regarded as the first pot of gold by him. Any bit of waste during the accumulation of primordial is heartbreaking. Hurry up and hurry up. In the end, 3 failed to hold on. The premature breath caused the conversion to fail. 13. Yarlin immediately made a calculation in his mind, plus the previous successful transformations, he now has 13 transformants that he can control. Fortunately, there are a few supplements out there, and this amount is not enough. Yarlin licked his lips, rubbed a ball of thread in his hand, and made a faint laughter in his throat. In the middle of the night, the patter of rain began to fall. Gucci leaned his head, his bloody and chapped lips opened, and the rain entered his body along his sore throat, and he seemed to feel a little bit of strength in his body again. "Fools, hurry up and wake me up if you don't want to die." Gucci lowered his voice and growled. He didn't want to just die on the via, he hadn't completely given up the struggle. Several pirates who were infected with fever woke up in a daze. The cold rain and Gucci's roar seemed to breathe a bit of life into their bodies. "I can't move, those bastards are tied too tightly, we can't make it." "Don't talk such nonsense, just make me hard. We were able to break away one hand, and we were out of trouble, taking advantage of Via, and they both went to bed. This is our last chance." Gucci's 2 hands were rubbed against his back because of excessive force and his entire wrist was worn away. With layers of skin and flesh, his thumb began to twist and deform strangely. The blue veins on his neck were exposed, and the raised blood vessels looked like countless earthworms crawling and squirming. "We will be dead until tomorrow morning, and Via will torture us alive." Several pirates' lips turned pale. They recalled some terrifying pieces, so they all rubbed their wrists frantically. The skin, flesh, and blood are in a bloody contest with the rough twine. As the skin and flesh on their wrists are rubbed off layer by layer, with the crisp sound of ka-bang, Gucci throats with a low growl like a human, he suddenly pulled out his bloody right hand. The other pirates all stopped and stared ecstatically at the palm, a palm with almost no skin, bloody muscles, and bones exposed to the rain. They died staring at that palm is like staring at the most magnificent artwork in the world. That is their hope. "Sorry, excuse me." A playful voice sounded lightly in my ears. Chapter 28. The bones and joints make a weird crisp sound after a long period of inactivity, which comes out of the closet in the dark enclosed room. "Open the cabinet door, Pata." Stepping on the ground with the solace of the feet, the curled-up body suddenly stretched and bounced, completing the upright movement. The eyelids were lifted, feeling cold and indifferent. On the bed, the staring eyes opened and faced each other. "Hey!" The blood shot so much, terrified. The blood-stained palms were pulled apart, a row of finger holes on the neck, black blood gurgled out. Gucci and the others have a stiff neck lifting, Yarlin's cheeks are in the eye, and his body is numb, like falling in an ice hole. "Need help," he said. The indifferent and playful voice came into his ears, and the bloody palms seemed to turn into a joke. Gucci glared at Yarlin with cannibalistic eyes. "Just you?" Gucci asked. "Well, it should be considered." Yarlin smiled strangely. Silence. Gucci suddenly jumped forward, like a wild beast trying to break free of the shackles. His palms desperately grabbed Yarlin's, the corners of the clothes, stabbed. The corners of the clothes were torn apart, and Gucci fell back to the ground. The dejected, angry, and desperate cleansing is like a poisonous snake grabbing Gucci's heart. He smiled miserably. "First mate Lo is dead, and we are the only people left. You are kind. As if you didn't see it. You want to escape. Yarlin, let us go, we will be grateful for you forever." The other pirates begged. Yarlin showed a thoughtful expression, then he slowly squatted down, taking off his gloves a little bit, faintly said, "It's not just me who sees you." The wind blew from behind his head, and Pirate's heart sank. Just as he was about to turn his head, the black silhouette enveloped him, and his cold claws brushed his cheeks and covered his mouth and nose. Woo woo woo. The bent arms are like steel bars, completely motionless, but the cold palms are like strong glue that seals the mouth tightly. They struggled and bite, but there was no response. Besides the vast sea, where can you escape? In the end, you will have to be buried in the belly of the fish. Why bother? Let me send you a ride. Gucci was frightened. Under the gaze, Yarlin's left hand was drawn from his eyebrows to his heart, and countless black tentacles drowned him alive, and, I promised that woman, I will send you all people to accompany her. For 1 second, only fragments of clothes floated in the air. Other pirates' eyeballs bulged, noses and tears were muddy on his face, and his legs and feet kicked wildly on the ground. Being a man, we must keep our promise. Yarlin's eyes shifted, and the dark ghost hand seemed to engulf all the light in the night. Drawl, he said. Assimilate, you can extract the essence of the same type of life form to strengthen your own basic qualities. On Yarlin's retina, a 3D projection of a human body is turning slightly, and the marking fonts marked one after another appear next to each other. From top to bottom, they are: Spirit Intensity 1. Nerve Conduction Rate 1. Skeleton Hardness 1. Muscle Activity 1. Blood Density Flow Rate 1. Incomplete Body Progress Bar 1100. Draw the allocated points, 0.6. Through the literal meaning, Yarlin can roughly guess the corresponding function behind the data. He thoughts move, the red number behind muscle activity jumps up by 0.1. Almost at the same moment, Yarlin felt a burst of heat flowing through his body, and the whole body was warm. This process lasted about 2 seconds. The improvement of the quality unit of 0.1 is not obvious. Yarlin not at all is disappointed. This is a highly probable event in his vision, and he has no more hesitation. He superimposed all the remaining 0.5 units of quality on the muscle activity, so the muscle activity surpassed the other small partners in a short time. So high, 0.6 units. The figure only increased by 0.6, but the proportion is actually more than half of the increase. Immediately, Yarlin felt that the skins all over his body were burning, and the hot skin and meat were like steamed buns. Swell. The muscles on the skinny ribs are gradually full, and the slightly loose clothes are tightened at the speed visible by naked eye, especially the lower abdomen that became loose and collapsed because of a serious illness 2 months ago. It also became tight again, and the contour textures of a few abdominal muscles began to be outlined. The arms have become thick, the shoulders have become thick, the thighs have reduced fat, and the gluteus maximus has become rounded as if it were shaped. This change is not focused on a certain part, but in all directions. As the coordination was going on, Yarlin's eyes were surprised and excited. Like a self-intoxicated young chick, he became extremely interested in his own body and touched all over his body. Hard, firm, and elastic. Thinking here, his sinful palm quietly touched his little brother. After all, it should belong to the category of muscles. Well, it's full of explosive power, Yarlin thought without shame, but is it necessary to strengthen this part? Is it because of the coordinated forced attribute? Reproductive function is also an indispensable part of the evolution of species. Asturber gave a rare response, probably because it was a very serious academic issue for him. Of course, Yarlin is more willing to understand that this is the smiling face that Asturbator gave to the host trying to improve himself. After counting 15 numbers silently, the enhanced feeling disappeared without warning. At that moment, Yarlin felt a sense of emptiness. The power of the body itself is more likely to cause the intoxication of biological instincts. Yarlin had this idea inexplicably in his mind. He twitched his lips with disdain, and did not have an Asturian tone like a beak. There was a piece of soft hemp rope lying on the ground, and the hemp rope was covered with pieces of clothing. Yarlin stepped on the rubbish remains and moved towards the bottom cabin. Behind him, 6 transformants lined up in a row, following him in unison. The bottom deck. The rotten door panel was pushed open, Yarlin walked in, and the 6 transformants behind him immediately dispersed. The dark environment can hinder Yarlin's vision, but it cannot cause obstacles to the transformants. Following the breath from the living creatures, the 6 transformants quickly found their corresponding beds. Pirate, who was unsuspecting, was sleeping hoo-hoo. Things became particularly simple. Pirate left the world without noticing it in his sleep, becoming a walking corpse, or completely dissipating in the air, with no dross left. Compared with the pain and fear that Gucci experienced before his death, they walked peacefully. Yarlan stood on the deck, and 2 more transformants appeared behind him. The other result was that his muscle activity jumped to 2.2. In the early stage of development, it is easier to achieve good results with specialization than comprehensive, especially under the constraints of investment shortage. Specialization has become Yarlan's best choice at this stage. All preparations are in place, and all that is left is to arrange the battlefield and wait for the decisive battle to come. Yarlan pushed open the door of the morgue and said to the 3 dumbstruck. Chapter 29. In the morgue, several left-behind transformants stood at the door like sculptures, and FANFIC sat cross-legged on the ground dozing off. William and the boat doctor are not that big, they are in similar situations, and naturally they are close together and muttering to each other. You said, why did he let us stay in the house and not move? The ship doctor's face was a little nervous and ugly. William frowned and glanced at the ship doctor, then glanced at the dozing FANFIC before lowering his voice. Don't touch any thoughts, it will be dead. Yarlan, there must be other secrets that we don't want us to know. William was chilled, we better not want to know. The ship doctor understood it and immediately nodded it. At this moment, the transformant standing at the door suddenly dispersed, the door was pushed open, and Yarlan walked in. William, the ship doctor, and FANFIC dumbstruck all stared at Yarlan, and then they heard the other party say, everything is ready, then the battlefield will be set up for the decisive battle tomorrow morning. Yarlan, why are you getting stronger? FANFIC rubbed his eyes, thinking he was dazzled. William and the ship doctor looked at each other in blank dismay, but they dare not ask. I'll explain to you when I have the opportunity, now let me act. Yarlan casually said, some secrets and hole cards require less people to know the safer. 8, 2 more than when we went out, only 2 more. William remembers that there are at least 10 pirates alive on the Via, if he has a real understanding. What do I need to do? The ship doctor asked. Here, all the corpses on the deck are used, and all the clutter on the table is moved out, and the whole deck is piled up for me. I don't want Captain Via to have too many places to stay. The ship doctor and William quickly led out to arrange. FANFIC yawned, picked up a wooden barrel and walked out. When he passed by, he stopped for a moment and said anxiously, Yarlan, are you sure, Via, he is very powerful. Don't worry. Yarlan habitually touched his eyelids, with a somewhat inexplicable sorrow, the left and right are just blinds. The sky gradually lit up. The sea breeze of hoo-hoo reverberated on the deck, touching the messy dead bodies and debris and making a whistling sound. Yarlan is leaning against the stern of the ship, and a row of transformants in front of him is wrapped in a semicircle human wall that wraps it in the center. The 2-layer deck near the bow of the ship in the distance, the captain's room, the door was still closed. Tap, patter. The sound of wet footsteps came from the other end, and Bill Kong shook his arms, stopped at the door, and immediately pressed his palm against the door. Zilla. The door was pushed open, and the faint morning light shone through Bill's back, reflecting a silhouette on the bed, suddenly rising up, turning the sword on the ground. Man just stand upright completely. What's the matter? Vi really couldn't see it, otherwise, he wouldn't be this indifferent reaction. Bill didn't say a word. He couldn't tell who was standing at the door. His brows were slightly frowned, and the 5 fingers of the sword hilt were folded. He lifted his head, and his black and white eyes looked directly at the door. What's the matter? He asked again. Heavy pedaling sound, like the cloth being torn. It was the friction between the solace of the feet and the deck. Suddenly, Via sank, immediately turned sideways, raised his hand, and stabs the sword straight and diagonally. Pu-chi. The sound of the sharp blade piercing the flesh is very familiar, but Via's heart is abruptly tight. He is very sensitive to the change of voice, and this voice is not right. It was not the sound of cutting fresh flesh and blood. The sound was dull. On the contrary, it was like a knife cutting through frozen dead flesh, and there was a slight ice ball between the flesh membranes obstructing the blade. That is not an ice ball, but a touch of dense black thread. He drew his sword, slid down, twisted his sword and turned around to draw a black arc. Hey! Click! The palm of the hand was cut off, and the black threads connected to it were broken one after another, and it shot back into the flesh like a living thing, and the cut palm fell on the bed, and the blood was dark. The severed wrist exposed the white bones, and the wrist did not tremble at all, and he blatantly grabbed Via's throat. The bad wind pierced his neck and his neck was numb, the fine goosebumps floated up, Via's face changed drastically, and the blade screamed sharply, passing through from bottom to top. The triangular blade pierced the wrist and nailed it firmly in midair. Twist the sword. Bone stubble splashed, flesh and blood sprayed on Via's face, his face was grinning, his sword turned into a black light, and he moved forward like a snake, turning from the wrist to the shoulder and arm. Hiss, chi chi, ji ji. The whole arm was shaved into dross, black, red and white were mixed in the air, Via's wrist turned, the blade of high-speed rotation is folded and cut horizontally. Gu-lu-lu. The heavy object fell on the ground and rolled, and the headless corpse stood in place. Suddenly, the right arm ejected 5 fingers and stabbed the knife straight. Via's face changed drastically, he drew back violently, his sword blade danced continuously into a black mist, and a blood mist intertwined in front of him. After a while, he stopped. The heavy object in front of you hit the ground, but the entire chest was hollowed out, filled with white bone residue and a pool of black tentacles, and a ball leaked from the innermost heart. The voice, the sticky juice ran down the sword hole. The ball became dry and shriveled, reflecting a certain hideous corpse inside. Via couldn't see such terrifying and weird pictures, but the pictures he had conceived in his mind were already enough for him to be frightened. What the hell is that thing? Via wiped off the stained blood on his face, and walked outside like an evil spirit carrying a sword. Impossible as a living person, it is, Via's heart jumped. He stood on the mast of the 2-layer deck and screamed, "The ship doctor, come here!" The voice echoed throughout the Via. Quiet, dead still. There was no response, not only the ship doctor, but the other pirates did not respond, as if no one heard the sound of the series of fighting just now. It's like, the entire Via is an empty ship. The smell of blood from the fight last night and the smell of rotting dead corpses filled the deck, and Via's face became pale. I am most afraid that the air suddenly becomes quiet. Hoo-hoo, not only the sea breeze is like the whimper of the devil. Via's 5 fingers clasped the sword hilt tightly, step by step walked towards the deck, he walked very carefully, and the sword was slowly exploring forward on the ground, and the 5 fingers of his left hand were in one piece. One after another naked eye the indiscernible fishing line surrounds him, like countless sensitive tentacles observing the hidden dangers in the air. Kong dang! It was a chair that fell sideways and was picked up by him with a sword. Via wondered why there was an extra chair on the deck, and then pierced a dead body with the sword. It is a real corpse, the corpse has been decomposed, and some maggots crawled out of the nostrils. Dead man. Just a dead man. Via's heart is secretly relieved, and now he regrets not ordering the crew to remove the corpses last night. Clean up into the sea. Chapter 30. Are they all dead? We moved forward slowly, thinking about the evil of the whole thing in her heart. If all are dead, how did you do it? I didn't move at all at night. I hear it. I was killed silently. Via felt cold all over, the more he thought, the more his heart became it sinks, the feeling of anxiety is like ringing the death knell in the ear. And what he couldn't see was that just about 40 steps away from him, at the door of the morgue, Yarlin looked at him strangely, and there was a row of transformants in front of him. It is cold-eyed, intently. Behind Yarlin, the door of the morgue was closed. Fick, William and the ship doctor leaned against the door holding their breath, listening carefully to the movement outside. But he tried his best not to make a sound. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Vaya turned a sword at her feet to pick up a dead body. At this moment, 2 silhouettes on the left and right sides suddenly stood upright, and the bad wind that broke through the air grabbed Via's throat. The transformant seems to have a soft spot for the throat of living people. Vaya reacted swiftly. With the long sword in his hand, the strength of the feet, the rotation of the toes drove the waist to exert strength, and he slashed forward fiercely. The corpse was split into 2 pieces by a sword. Vaya rushed out of a blood mist, the 5 fingers of her left hand shook rapidly, and a series of fishing lines revolved in the air into a sword wind. The arm of the other corpse was strangled to pieces in an instant, blood was splashed in the sky, a few drops of black blood dripped on Via's collar, and the black blood was wrapped in the residue of black beard, especially dyeing activity. Via's scalp was numb, the goosebumps all over his body surfaced, and there was a tingling sensation around his neck. He was terrified and could hardly remain calm. He made a strange cry in his mouth and a dead body was on the soles of his feet. Stumbled. The center of gravity immediately lost its direction, and Vaya fell backwards, his heart tightened, and he didn't care about raising his feet and kicking forward. The bloody claws fiercely tore down, the sharp and tight nails cracked some tiny holes, and the black tentacles were strangely drilled out and condensed into sharp needles. Hey! The skin and flesh were torn, and the instep revealed 2 blood holes deep into the bone. The corpse was kicked with a heavy kick. Vaya strong resisted the severe pain from the foot, pressed her left hand on the ground, exerted force on her waist, and jumped up from the ground with the sword in her hand. The poisonous snake bites and chases the dead body. The chest was pierced straight by the black blade, then pulled out and stab, then pulled out and stab. Chi, chi chi. In an instant, 7 or 8 sword holes pierced through the front and back, pierced the body into a sieve, and a muffled sound came from the chest, as if there was the hot water bottle burst and exploded. The corpse immediately lost its vitality, fell limply on the ground, and returned to a dead body again. The key is the heart. Via's heart is lingering. He rubbed the skin on his neck vigorously. The dander mixed with some strange dregs was crushed to death by him and threw it to the ground. At that time, he was distracted and felt the soreness on the back of his feet. He moved the soles of his feet lightly, feeling that the bones of the insteps seemed to be cracked, and the slight movement was stinging to death. The only luck was that there were no strange living creatures in the flesh and blood of the insteps. The heart death of the corpse will cause all the tentacles to die one after another. This time will not exceed 3 seconds. The police officer is like this. Vaya still feels a fury in his heart, he must squat down and use his fingers to cruelly dig out all the residue on the instep. A series of paces of the same frequency stepped on the deck, and Via's face turned white. There were at least 10 of these dense footsteps. His half-crouched body froze, gritted his teeth and stood up, then he clenched his left hand, and his left hand was emptied. His complexion changed and hurriedly leaned down and touched the ground. Don't move. Suddenly, all the transformants, no matter where they are, in the team, or are slowly standing out of a pile of carrion when they got up, they all spoke at the same second, and said one sentence in unison. This agreed tone, the same speed of speech, is weird, as if more than a dozen voices have been artificially adjusted to the same vocal cord and controlled by the same person's consciousness. It's actually being staged. Don't try to pick it up again if you accidentally throw it away. It will appear to be demeanor. As before, all the corpses spontaneously opened their mouths, and at the same time they kept their pace at the same pace without stopping. Vaya walked over, and it's just a meaningless final struggle. Vaya was stiff. He looked at the direction of the sound with his invisible eyes, with a hoarse and surly voice. The upper trembling, Who is talking? The topic in front of you let the gap of one person open, revealing the Yarlin behind, with an indifferent smile on his face, and he didn't say anything, just from his arms. He took out a pocket watch. Click, bounce. Yarlin didn't speak, so the corpse didn't speak. For a while, there was only the sound of the hands turning pata and pata. This voice is a pocket watch. Vaya was taken aback for a moment, and then asked incredulously, Yarlin, you are Yarlin, right? That pocket means I gave it to you. Good morning, Captain Vaya. Yarlin closed his pocket watch and put it in his arms. Your time is up. All the corpses did not speak at this time, and Yarlin's voice was clear and transparent. Entering Via's oracle, his face was immediately gloomy like ink that could not be stunned, and his voice was filled with killing intent resentment. You did it. You did it all. Hat. Yarlin chuckled, neither too fast nor too slow, and said, why is the captain so bitter and enmity? Every pirate on the Vaya is covered with innocent people. The blood, everyone is a sinner who should go to hell. Slayer Hung was killed, didn't he have this consciousness long ago? You, fart. Via gnashing teeth, you are like a nice person, Yarlin, don't forget, you are also pirate on the Vaya, what are you doing all this for? That's right, I'm a pirate. Vaya shrugged his shoulders indifferently, look, you have already got the answer, that is, there is no future in pirate, so I don't plan to continue to be pirate. That's why you, Vaya was angry, he still couldn't understand why Yarlin did it. He didn't even bother to think about how Yarlin did it all. The high-sounding statement is to eliminate violence, peace, and justice, and help justice. Yarlin licked his mouth. The utilitarian answer is that I intend to become a just marine in the future. And pirate's identity is a stain on my body, I must wash it off. Yarlin's voice was suddenly cold to the bone. It is not difficult to operate, as long as the Vaya is history and is buried in this sea, that's it. Crazy. We burst out 2 words from his teeth. Chapter 31. Behind the crack of the door, listening to Yarlin's words, the 3 have their own thoughts. So Yarlin planned to be a marine, well, fic. Killing all the pirates on the Vaya, just to kill the mouth, is really a very ruthless way of thinking. William. Being a marine, then cracking a joke, pirate is going to be a marine. Marine doctor. Ignore the mental journey of these 3 people for the time being, as well as the disputes that will arise afterwards, and now turn their attention back to Vaya. You are a lunatic. Vaya gnashing teeth, I am really blind. I have never noticed that there is a terrifying character like you on my Vaya. To each other. Yarlin took a deep look at Vaya, with a thought-provoking tone. Captain Vaya does not want to be pirate either. I am afraid there is another way to become pirate. Humph. Vaya sneered, you can talk about it. I know you want to procrastinate and recover from your foot injury. Well, I'm also interested in chatting with you. Yarlin, seeing through Via's plan, I don't mind, as a pirate, you are just a good-for-nothing, but if you are a blind, you can achieve this level, you will be a powerful role. A blind figure can rule a cruel pirate. On this vast sea, since ancient times, few people can do it. The design of the upper aspects of the Vaya, the various furnishings that have been kept intact for several years, and the captain never get off the ship easily, all these aspects actually show that you are a blind. You do all this, it's just to keep this ship exactly the same as the reflection in your heart. The admiration on Yarlin's face does not seem to be fake, but just doing this is not enough. For this reason, you even harshly let your own pace become a measurement. Tools, the spacing of your each step is extremely accurate, and you observe the habits of bats to exercise your hearing, the sword that is both a camouflage and a killer weapon, and the sensitive fishing line. You have almost achieved the ultimate in every link. Even if it is a blind, you are the absolute ruler on this ship. The perseverance that must be paid is tenacious, and I admire Yarlin. But this does not prevent you from wanting the determination to kill me, isn't it? A touch of contentment evoked at the corner of Via's mouth. Who can understand the pain in the darkness of his heart and the efforts he has made for this? That is beyond ordinary people's imagination. The difficulty of dare to think. Admiration is just attitude. Killing is a standpoint. This is not a conflict. Jarlan reluctantly twitched his lips. So, I can hardly imagine such a terrible character who would be so stingy with trifling the property, so that the crew members below are dissatisfied and rebelled. The only reason is, yes, I am for my eyes. Via no need to cover up, I once found a doctor. He told me that he could change my eyes and let me see the light again. The premise is that the reward is generous enough. Nice script, but unfortunately, it's the last one step. Jarlan faintly said, if you didn't run into me, you would have succeeded. Via held the sword's 5 fingers and made a crisp sound of ka bang, which failed and fell short. It feels the most crazy. If possible, he will use the most cruel means to torture Jarlan to death. Okay, the chat is over. Jarlan clapped his palms, and the transformant who looked up ahead closed the empty space again. In exchange, I hope you can answer me a question. Via was silent. Jarlan only treated it as he agreed. This sea territory, the marine sir you know, where do you think is the best choice for Jarlan to go? Jarlan sees poorly, he wastes time chatting for so long, just to get this answer from Via. He believes that as the leader of pirates, he must know which marines on the surrounding sea territory represent justice and which marines are the black sheep. Why do you think I will tell you? Via sneered. As respect, I will let you die decently, instead of becoming these human yet not human, ghost yet not a ghost puppets. Jarlan indifferently said. Via laughed, the laughter was impudent, and a sad tear came out of the corner of her eyes. Morgan from Shelter's Town, that's a ludicrous bastard, it will suit you. Thank you very much. Jarlan remembered the name, and finally bent over and bowed, send the captain on the road. Via laughed heartily, you don't come to see me personally one ride. I'm not the captain's opponent. Jarlan thought for a moment, and seriously refused. What a despicable bastard. With a crutch in Via's hand, he stomped his left foot fiercely, the wound muscles contracted and blood was spilled, but his face showed a wild and cheerful expression. Raising his sword forward, roaring, I am waiting for you in hell. Stab. Press forward. The black blade of the straight sword neighed and trembled, unparalleled sharp. The sword edge pierced the group of corpses, like a sharp knife breaking through the butter, covered with minced meat. The chests of the slaughtered corpses were pierced through, and the hearts inside peng 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 bursting sound one after another. Via's body was blood-stained, his face, arms, and body were scratched out of the bottom one after another, but he didn't seem to know it. A pair of black and white blind eyes seemed clear and bright. In exchange for a meteor hanging in the dark night, piercing the dark sky, rushing out, and heading towards Jarlan's position. Jarlan stood still, staring coldly. Before him, the act recklessly corpses lined up in a row, with sharp blades breaking through in series, and the black front penetrated through the 3 corpses with a sword. Jarlan looked at the word edge that was trembling 2 inches in front of his brows, his cheeks sank, his eyebrows lowered, and his lips pressed. Immediately, the whole person gave a kind of fierceness, and the fierceness of choosing someone. Left foot stepped forward, coming out from the side of the corpse, right arm forward to extend the hand, digging down, like a sliding python clasping the sword hilt against the blade. Suddenly, Ka Bang has broken bones, Via's palm is broken, Jarlan's palms are closed, as if picking a peach, his body passes Via's side face forward, and the swinging arm in the back grabs black sword. Live proposed. A touch of black light. A bloodhead soared into the sky, Jarlan swung sword hilt backhand and stood perpendicular to the palm. This was the signature action of being abducted and hitting black punches in his previous life. The only difference was that at that time he was holding the sword hilt. A dagger, and at the moment it is a long sword. The bloodhead rolled and fell in the air, piercing the blade. 7 million bellies bounty gold, lo. Jarlan held his hair in his left hand, took off his head, turned his wrist, pierced his sword back on Via's body and nailed it into the deck. Chapter 32 The corpse that settled for the night exudes a foul smell, and the fatty maggots multiply and grow rapidly. Fic, William, and the ship doctor sang individually, wrapped a rag around their cheeks, frowning and strenuously moving the corpse. The dead are far heavier than the living. On the turbulent sea, the lonely Via aimless floated with the sea breeze. One after another corpses were thrown down, and blood-black holes were smashed on the sea. And was filled out soon. The sea can always tolerate evil easily. The bloody and rancid flesh from the corpse spread under the water, and the maggots that floated away desperately floated on the surface of the sea, and the mottled linland dotted on the aftermath of the stern sailing. The corpse fell down, and the schools of carnivorous fish were quickly attracted over, frantically biting the feast that fell from the sky. The colorful schools of fish surrounded the corpse all around, and the next moment was suddenly shocked. Spread out. There were dull waves in the distance, terrible ripples agitated in the sea, and some small fish that could not dodge were immediately stunned, and the belly of the fish rose up, and soon, a huge mouth opening, the terrifying pulling force pulls the corpse and school of fish to be sucked in. The mouth is closed, the fish head is oval, and the even teeth are connected to form a line up to 2 meters long, like a stitched white zipper. There is only a black round eye in the center of the fish head. It was attracted by the bloody smell of the corpse. On the Via, a piece of keep quiet out of fear, Yarlin's complexion is also faintly pale. He can see a huge shadow swimming under the sea surface. The majestic shadow will be the whole the bottom of the ship is covered. It is floating. The sound of the long waves, the sloshing and shaking of the Via, the wooden hull groaned crunchy, the sea seemed to crack from the middle, and the terrifying sea beast showed half of its figure. Dark eyes stared at the Via indifferently. Time seems to have stopped, and there is dead silence. After a long while, Black's eyes slowly sank, the sea regained calmness, the body of the Via stopped shaking, and the three William and the others slumped on the deck like collapse. Yarlin stood at the bow of the boat, sweating on his back, and the skin under his gloves was raised with black lines and knotted hideously. The danger in this calm sea is far more terrifying than imagined. Yarlin's heart was lingering, and he slowly stopped his mind, but his face was still a little ugly. Sea beast? Sea king class? Silly and not clear. In the memory searched by the original body, the knowledge is poor and pitiful, and Yarlin can't tell which kind of terrifying monster belongs to. However, no matter which category it belongs to, for him now, it is definitely the upper-level existence of the food chain. Will you throw it down? Fick asked Yarlin with trembling teeth. Do you want to provoke it back? Yarlin said grimly, forget it, wrap the rest with the bed and put it in the bottom compartment. The ship doctor and William did so. Yarlin thought for a while and wanted to continue to order, the blood on the deck is solidified, so I don't have to scrub, and I will endure it first. The three people are nodded, and the arrangement of Yarlin agree with both hands. After arranging the miscellaneous work for the three of Fick, Yarlin went in and out of the rooms to count the supplies on the Via. Time passed quickly. All the supplies have been moved together. It is said that the supplies are actually some drinks and food. Calculated by the weight of 4 people, it can be said to be sufficient to support 3 months. The premise is that these foods will not spoil, but as far as plot against enters into the worst plan, 1 month can probably survive, and the rest is left to fate. William, ship doctor, and Fick naturally don't know how to sail. Although Yarlin has participated in maritime smuggling in his previous life, the world has already passed the era of using compass points. It is a product of the old age, but it is too much. Besides, there are no sea pictures. The only thing Yarlin can do is to keep the course in the same direction as much as possible. Then there is gold and silver wealth. This is mainly concentrated under Via's bed. There are 5 chests of treasures, all kinds of gold and silver objects, red, black and blue gems, and some banknotes that are beginning to mold. Some weird objects. It is really the result of several years of looting on the Via, but Yarlin can't judge the value of it. He doesn't know the price of precious metals in this world, and it is difficult to judge the fineness of these gold and silver through naked eye. Not to mention the weird things in the last box. For example, a dark grey arrow made of unknown material, a cracked golden mask, a copper-brown wine glass, a half-black, half-white coin, and a rusty iron box. These things are easily classified as rubbish as soon as they come into view, but since Via solemnly collected them in a box and put them together with the boxes with gold and silver hidden, Jarlen would naturally not be sloppy. Really dispose of garbage. Jarlen rummaged in it casually. He raised the iron box and placed it in front of his eyes carefully. The rust is mottled and you can see the inscribed complex patterns, and the lines of bearing fangs and brandishing claws look like it is the tangled tentacles of plants. The lock is hung on the iron box. It is a decoration. Jarlen exerts a little force and the lock bounces, and there is a black lump of baby fist-sized embedded in it. This is a walnut. One end of the walnut is dented inward, as if there should have been a piece of it connected there, but now it is gone. Jarlen is not very sure. He was ready to put it back in the box. At this time, a black line in his eyes flashed away, and he stopped. Do you want this thing? In my consciousness, a stir's bad idea came through. Jarlen was taken aback for a moment. Is this thing doing and so on? The exchange of consciousness suddenly ends. Jarlen didn't feel annoyed either. He wiped the walnuts lightly and stuffed it into his pocket. The iron box was thrown back into the box by him. This time Esther had no response. He could be sure he wanted it's just this walnut. Continue searching. Pick up, throw away, pick up, throw away, pick up, throw away. Repeat until a coin is sandwiched between your right hand. The coin is half black and half white, with an 8-claw spider on the front and a weeping face on the back, giving people a strange and unknown feeling. Union coin, the dead who are entangled by the curse of doom, cannot be liberated, and cannot be drawn at this stage. Draw. Jarlen was astonished. He stared at the coin in his hand with weird eyes. Poverty limits his imagination and cannot be drawn at this stage. In other words, this coin can also be drawn. It's absorbing. Not swallowed. Interesting. What will I get if I take a coin of misunderstanding? Jarlen touched the crying face with his fingers, looking thoughtful. Chapter 33. 12 days passed in a flash. In front of the Via's route, the outline of an island emerged from the sea level. Jarlen, there is an island ahead. Hanging on the mast boardly, Fick was the first to find that. He slid from the canvas to the deck with a loud shout. I saw it. The bow. Jarlen put down the fishing rod in his hand, stood up and looked into the distance, praying silently in his heart, I hope it is not a wasteland. The island is good. Almost at the same time, on the ruins of the town of Ravel, a small and thin body dragged a corpse into the dug pit, where the dead body was buried. The corpse had already decayed, and the stinking body was covered with maggots and flies, so he dragged the corpse again and again, and the corpse rubbed long marks on the ground. The fly buzz, 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 surrounded him, landed on his dirty cheeks, landed on his messy and foul-smelling hair, and landed behind his skinny chest. He wore a pair of shorts that couldn't tell whether it was mud or cloth, and his upper body was naked. His face no longer saw the tenderness that a teenager should have. The dirty and smelly soil was polluted by a numb and dead face. Bang! In the pit that had long been piled up with corpses, another corpse rolled into it, and the piles of corpses were about to fill the mud pit. 212. Hoarse and dry voice. This is the number in the pit, a total of 212 corpses piled on top of each other regardless of each other. There are still some people missing. Their bodies were burned by the fire, and you are the only ones left. Let's be a company together. Both of his hands held up the corpse that was in the mud. Sprinkle the pit. I am the only one left. There are no tears in his eyes. He slowly got up and moved towards the forest without looking back. He should go for food. He is not picky eaters. There are many animals in the forest. There are always some large animals left behind after praying. The crows hanging above his head are his guide, even some of the dead bodies of insect. There are also grass roots and leaves are his recipes. He is Ravel Town, the only survivor, he must live. His name is Spacia, he is an avenger. The mast canvas was lowered, the anchor dropped, and the via was from the island the southwest sailed in, and the blood-stained hull slowly docked on the shore. The gentle wind above my head passed by, several seabirds on the shore were foraging, and the air was peaceful and peaceful. Yarlan stood on the bow of the ship moving towards and looked into the distance. On the opposite side of the beach was dense woods obscuring the sight. He jumped down and stepped on the beach, and the touch of his feet on the ground was so wonderful. 12 days of sea voyage, it seems that he is still looking at things with dazzling shadows. The kind of emptiness that seems to be close at hand but can't be grasped is what Yarlan hates. A rainstorm, a reef on the bottom of the sea, a sea beast cruising past, and even an unexpected colleague or marine are enough to bury his life in the sea. Bending down, the warm fine sand dripped from his fingers. Yarlan squinted his eyes and looked towards the seabird in the distance. Goo-goo, the seabird stretched and twisted his neck and glanced lazily. However, the two-legged erect creature did not arouse its interest. "Are you afraid of people?" Yarlan has a playful smile on his face, and he feels lucky to patronize himself at last. There were coagulated bloodstains everywhere on the ship. Gold and silver and 7 transformants pretending to be lying corpses were hidden. The others were scrapped in Via's desperate fight. Warden must be retained on the Via. Fic with a depressed look and the ship doctor with a sad look were left on the ship. William jumped off the ship and Yarlan moved towards the island to explore. Passing through the dense woods, there is a small intestine path into the field of vision. Going further along the path, the road becomes more and more spacious and smoother. It seems that there is a town on this island. Yarlan looked forward along the road, and the group of buildings gradually became clear. The square buildings about 3 stories high are in one piece. Gradually, there are passing pedestrians on the land, and the noise of the noise is blurred into the ears, and Yarlan and William glance at each other involuntarily and accelerate their pace. On the edge of the town is a winding low wall. There are messy graffiti all over the wall. The two walked along the wall. There were more and more pedestrians carrying goods around. They did not pay attention. The stone wall at the entrance has been in disrepair for a long time, showing some traces of violent sunlight. You can rub off some lime dregs with a light touch. Yarlan and William walked inside. You can see the rows of houses and fork roads. The shapes of the houses are weird, square, round, triangular, and irregular. It is not a fully planned town at first glance. It's a small town at best and it's a bit popular. It's just right for Yarlan. When they were 2 children, Yarlan and William were sitting in a restaurant not too close to a market in the city. The two asked for some food and served them quickly. The portion was very good. Ale, 2 people eat slowly. All around are some men dressed as cargo workers, sweating profusely with their belly open and pulling food, and at the same time chatting loudly and boasting. From their chat, Yarlan learned that this town is called Quarry Town. The reason for the name is that there is a colorful stone mountain behind the town, and the mountain is full of colorful stones. The local residents named these stones color stone mines. There are 2 quarries in the town. Basically, the men of the overwhelming majority are workers in these 2 quarries. It can even be said that this town was built on the basis of 2 quarries. As for the usefulness of these colored stone mines, the local residents are not very clear. They only know that at the end of each month, some merchant ships will come here to transport the mined stones in boxes. They hear from them. It seems that there are some large inland countries that are very keen on paving and building roads with such colorful stones. Yarlan doesn't care what the truth about Keishi is, he is only a little bit curious, but he is not attentive. What he is concerned about is that a batch of merchant ships will come here at the end of each month. It's about half a decade before the end of the month. Yarlan had a plan in his mind. He and William checked out, gave the boss some extra tips, and then consulted the hotel in the town. The town is not big, there are only 3 hotels in total, located in the east of the city, the south of the city, and the center of the town. Generally speaking, there are no outsiders living, except for the caravans that arrive at the end of the month. Yarlin and William left and went to the hotel in the south of the city, which was closest to the location of Via. The hotel is a small 3-story building. At this time, most of the houses are vacant. When they arrived, the hotel boss was dozing off. They asked for the 2 most inner rooms on the 3rd floor. They simply checked in and took the keys and walked upstairs. Chapter 34. There are 2 wooden beds in the room. Opposite the wooden bed is a table. On the table is an old black-white TV. The light in the whole room is dim. Yarlin turned on the TV, and there was a picture of a reporter holding a microphone. The background was a towering white building. In front of the building was a line of Marine wearing a marine cloak, with a solemn expression. The lens of the picture is shifting. It is a wide street. Both sides of the street are full of neatly arranged Marines. Extending to the end of the road, there is a tall and wide platform on which 3 tall stands. Silhouette of. The camera shows the sideways, just when the breeze blows, the white background with gold rim lines gently swings with the wind, the black justice sun fills the camera. The murmur of sha-sha is heard in the ear, and it is not very clear. Yarlin's eyes involuntarily narrowed slightly, like a ceremony for honoring and commending. He sees looking at the noise picture on the TV, my thoughts drifted away. The technology of this world is really chaotic and weird. It has a modern product like a steel battleship, but it also retains the medieval massed canvas ship. It has a lethal firearm like a battle gun, which is popular. It's a flintlock, and the more weird thing is semi-automation. Cars have not been popularized, but it is said that there is a train that can travel on the sea. There is also this kind of ancient TV, but in some big cities there is LED projection technology. This chaotic sense of sight makes it difficult for Yarlin to make correct judgments about the technological progress of this world. The impressions of these memories are the original owner of this body, who is just a fool. Pirate, who is ignorant, has no feelings about what he has seen or heard, but how could Yarlin, who dove in the magpie's nest, not think about the reasons behind this? It's not that there is a major secret, there must be a terrifying problem. The water in this world is probably deeper than I thought. Yarlin converged to his thoughts. He realized that he needed to find a way to understand this world more clearly. The acquisition of information is as important as the improvement of strength. No matter from which aspect, becoming Marine is bound to be his current best choice. William, what are your plans for the future? Yarlin glanced at William, who was staring at the TV, and suddenly asked. William regained his senses and met Yarlin's calm gaze, but his heart was inexplicably cold. He didn't think too much, or that he had already thought about this problem thousands of times. The voice replied, Yarlin, I listen to your arrangements. If you want me to be a Marine, then I will be a Marine. Do you think Marine or pirate, which is better? Yarlin interrupted. Be pirate, this is the era of great pirate, William replied hesitantly. He knew that Yarlin wanted to be a Marine, but he didn't understand what was good about being a Marine. Subject to human control, but being pirate, especially the captain of a pirate ship, is not more pleasant. Generally speaking, William is a bit smart, but the environment in which he was born and grown up restricted his vision and mind. He only saw that this era was the era of great pirate, but he didn't understand it. The pirate's body, the disciplined Marine, is still the true ruler of the sea. I got it. Yarlin didn't give too much explanation, as if he just asked and answered casually. He closed his eyes and listened to the noise of sha-sha on the TV, quietly waiting for the night come. The night is here as promised. The whole town fell asleep, and Yarlin suddenly eyes opened. He and William walked out of the hotel. There was no one downstairs. The door of the hotel was locked with a brass lock. This is something that can't help pirate. picked open the lock in 3 or 2, pushed open the door, concealed it, and the two moved towards the city. There were no street lights, the road was dark, and no one was encountered along the way. The two moved towards the beach and walked quickly. On the boat, Fick lay on the deck and slept soundly, while the ship doctor sat quietly against the wall of the boat. He was not drowsy yet. A pair of eyes stared at Fick for a while. He stared at the corpse-like transformant again, his eyes full of entanglement and struggle. Like a mouse trying to escape, but afraid that his actions will wake the cat from his sleep. Just as he was performing countless dramas of life and death in his heart, the sound of footsteps of various depths came from under the boat, and he suddenly shivered and looked down the boat. Two dark silhouettes dexterously climbed onto the edge of the boat and turned in. Fick wakes up. Jarlen glanced at the ship doctor expressionlessly, and kicked Fick with his foot. Fick suddenly woke up, subconsciously squeezing the dagger in his arms, and then saw that it was Jarlen. Before he relaxed and got up, his voice was still a bit ambiguous. "You two are finally back. If you don't come back, I'm going to get off the boat and look for you. Pack things, it's time to go." Oh. A quarter of an hour later. A group of people walked silently on the beach. Fick walked and stopped in front and looked back. 7 silhouettes with weird steps in the back followed behind carrying sacks. The flames behind it got bigger and bigger, and the entire via was gradually engulfed by flames. The corpse wrapped in the bottom of the ship made a scorched and deformed sound. A headless corpse had a handful of black in the chest. Sword was also ruthlessly swallowed by the fire. "Don't look, hurry up. It's just burned, it's a shame. Pirate on the via, it's dead. What is left of this ship, it must be burned cleanly." Jarlen never looked back from start to finish. The hotel door was pushed open. The entire group entered, the door was locked again, and the sound of footsteps moved towards upstairs. On the innermost floor of the 3rd floor, 2 rooms opened. Jarlen thought for a while and said to William, "You live in the outside room with the ship doctor and Fick, and I live in the inside room." Speaking, Jarlen entered the room, Fick followed, and the transformants carrying sacks in the back entered one by one, put the things on the ground, and then all cleverly crawled under the bed and lay down side by side. The door was slowly closed. Outside the door, William's eyes were uncertain, and the ship doctor was a look of joy that could not be concealed. "You let the two of them stay together? You are not afraid of them running away?" Fick closed the door and asked Jarlen in a low voice. Jarlen stood by the window with his back to Fick. The whole person seemed to be bathed in the dim moonlight, and the whole person was indescribably cold and gloomy. "Everyone has the right to choose to stay, or choose to leave." Jarlen's voice faintly said, "The shackles on their feet will not be me, but you will never a selfish and vicious human nature that is bottomless to speculation." Fick was inexplicably cold. Chapter 35. Selfishness, greed, jealousy, ambition, tyranny. Jarlen never speculates about the filth of human nature with the greatest malice. Just like a stinking ditch, you can never imagine being buried under the black and greasy dirt. How many pickles are there? Jarlen is standing by the window, the smoke of inferior tobacco is lingering, the fire star of the cigarette butt is flickering, and he quietly stares at the dark street downstairs, and the whole person seems to have melted into the darkness. Next door. With the lights off, in a dark room, the atmosphere is strange. The person lying on the bed is silent, only low and rapid gasps, eyes are open, staring straight at the ceiling above his head. William pursed his lips for a long while, gently turned and lay on his side. The outline of the bed lying on the bed could be seen vaguely in the dark. His eyes gradually became cold and deep. Resisting the interweaving of fear and excitement in my heart, the ship doctor spits out one mouthful of impure air from his mouth, and his nervous and hoarse voice sounded, "William, are you asleep?" Well, not yet." William's voice was vague. The ship doctor sat up from the bed and said, "No one is staring at us, William, there are only 2 of us left." We can leave here quietly. Are you sure you want to leave? The ship doctor could not see that William's face was gradually stained with cold frost. Don't you want to leave? Yarlin is manipulating and playing with the corpse. He is a devil. I don't want to run away from him all the time. You know, every time he looks at our eyes is no different from seeing those bloody corpses. I'm afraid I can't sleep with my eyes closed every night. I'm afraid that when awakening comes, I will become a monster of human yet not human, ghost yet not a ghost. The ship doctor carried a trembling sound, and a densely packed cold sweat appeared on his back. William didn't say a word. He knew that what the ship doctor said was the truth, but in this way, he was even more afraid to act rashly. He didn't believe that terrible man would make such a low-level mistake. This may be just a temptation in another trap. As long as William closes his eyes, he will recall the nightmare that day from time to time. Yarlin's cold and strange eyes entangled him like a nightmare. In his soul, every time he thought of betraying and fleeing, there was a feeling of being back. In the unmanned darkness, Yarlin's eyes seemed to follow him. We can't escape. Yarlin won't let us leave alive. William pinched out the thoughts that shouldn't be in his mind, and made the final dissuasion to the ship doctor. We are via the last living thing on the number. Only when we die, Yarlin can ensure that no one in this world knows that he was once a pirate. The air in the room was dull and depressed. After a brief silence, the ship doctor wiped off the cold sweat from his forehead, bloodshot blood in his eyes. I want to go, even if I die, I will try to leave. After spitting, the fiercely stared at William. You want to stay, whatever you want. William did not refute, his emotions slowly settled and calmed. His right hand quietly grasped the dagger under the pillow. He slowly got up, with the dagger hidden behind his back, sighed faintly. You are right, we should leave together. Very good, we leave together. As long as we can leave this hotel, we will find the place is hiding. Yarlin can't find us. The ship doctor was delighted, and William's joining him felt that he had a greater chance of escape alive. As he said, he took out a pocketbook from his arms and said proudly, Look, I taking advantage of fixed sleep. He sneaked into the captain's room and stole some gold coin, which was enough for us to find a place to hide. William squinted his eyes, which made him more in the dark. It was easy to gather light, and the ship doctor's back became clearer, and he moved towards the ship doctor without a word. Let's go. The ship doctor put away the money bag, tiptoed close to the door, his ears against the door wall, and concentrated attention completely listening to the outside sound. There was no voice outside, so he slowly turned the doorknob. Caw, caw caw. The door lock turned, William approached the ship doctor, and the dagger slowly crawled out of the darkness. Hey! The ship doctor's vest suffered severe pain. He turned his head in disbelief, confronted William's distorted face, and opened his mouth. Why? I'm sorry, I dare not go. William gritted his teeth, and the voice from between his teeth was vicious and cruel. I don't want you to go either. I persuaded you, you don't want to stay with me, so I can't blame me. William's 5 knuckles were faintly white because of force, and he gripped the dagger hard. Amidst the sound of crushing flesh and blood and internal organs, the veins and blood vessels on William's neck burst up, like ugly earthworms crawling on his cheeks, cheeks resentful and desperate. Pulling out the dagger, blood splashed across his face. The ship doctor lay on the ground softly against the door, his left hand was still held on the doorknob, and William broke open one by one. Pa-ta, the door was closed, and William closed the ship doctor without looking at him. Eyes. For a while, he dragged the ship doctor's body under the bed, turned on the light, and cleaned the blood on the ground. Then he picked up the blood-stained money bag on the ground, opened the money bag and looked at the gold inside. Coin was silent. Even if we run away, where can we go? Continue to be a mediocre pirate? Then one day be wiped out by a certain marine, or die in pirates' internal conflict? No, it's not what I want, William. Ho ho! In the hysterical laughter, William turned off the light and lay back on the bed, slowly closing his eyes. Under the bed was a warm and quiet corpse. If the devil can bring me more, then I will be willing to become the devil's minion. What's so bad? William in the heart said to himself, smelling the stench in the room, the smell of blood. He fell asleep deeply. The movement in the next room at first is very quiet, and there are some slight movements behind, vaguely like the sound of a heavy object falling, and then the sound is gradually no longer hidden, it is some fine cleaning sound. Jarlin finished smoking 3 cigarettes near the window, the sound in his ear disappeared again, and everything returned to the silence of the night. Waiting for a while, the expressionless popped the 4th half-burning cigarette butt out of the window. He likes tobacco, but this inferior tobacco can satisfy the cravings like stuffing hunger, it is hardly worthwhile the enjoyment of aftertaste. Putting the remaining half-pack of cigarettes back into his pocket, he drew the curtains and closed the window. Jarlin doesn't like to sleep with the windows open, although the airtight room will make the air more stuffy. He lay back on the bed, next to Fic's even snoring sound, and some thick sweat smell. I have to drive him to sleep with William tomorrow. Jarlin turned halfway and slowly closed his eyes. Chapter 36. Second day. As soon as I opened the door in the morning, I saw William standing at the door. It seemed that he had been waiting for a long time. Jarlin looked at William. The other's face was a bit tired. It seemed that he didn't sleep well all night. However, a pair of eyes were scorching God. Jarlin looked at the corpse that William dragged out from under the bed. The corpse had been stiff and rotten after lying down all night, emitting a smell of corpse. Jarlin covered his nose, and said indifferently, "Try to find a way to dispose of the corpse." William looked at Jarlin from start to finish with no unexpected expression, his heart was awe-inspiring, and he secretly rejoiced. "Last night I made the right decision myself. I will take care of it," William replied. Jarlin took a deep look at William. Unlike the past, William's eyes were not only fearful, but also something else. Even though he disguised himself well, he still couldn't hide from Jarlin. He is very familiar with this look, and wild ambition is buried in his jealousy. Interesting. He smiled with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, and threw the blood-stained money bag back to William. "It's okay to go roam around, inquire and inquire, we are going to Schultz next stop town." William was lightly shivered, and a perverted excitement appeared on his face. He knew that until this moment, he was truly trusted by Jarlin. Jarlin returned to his room, and after a while, Fic rolled into William's room while rolling up the bedclothes and yawning. "Close the door and lock it from the inside." Jarlin drew the curtains and turned on the lights. He carried a toolbox in his hand. It was the legacy of the ship doctor. At the same time, transformants crawled out from under the bed and stood side by side in a row. Open the box with some large and small knives, some gauze and potion stacked on top of it. Jarlin took out a 3-inch long pinky scalpel from it. Gently pinching the scalpel, Jarlin stared at the transformant strangely. There is still about half a month before the caravan's ship arrives at Quarry Town. This time is free and he needs use it to test your abilities. The test process may be crude, but the test itself is of great significance, and the results require detailed records and feedback. Jarlin has had this idea for a long time, and today I finally put it into action. I feel a little excited to think about it. On retinal imaging, 3D projection is rotating. Mental intensity 1. Nerve conduction rate 1. Skeleton hardness 1. Muscle activity 2.2. Blood density and flow rate 1. Missed body intact body, progress bar 1100. Draw distribution points, 0. P. The form of digital expression is more precise. However, just staying on the digital level is not enough. It needs a more subjective feeling. Jarlin said to himself, his eyes flashed with a scalpel. He made a deep knife on his wrist. The skin was cut, blood dripping, the red and white muscles cracked inch by inch, the cold scalpel was cruelly close to the skeleton, and Jarlin's forehead was full of sweat. It is worth mentioning that he pinched the knife with his left hand, and slashed with his right hand. The left hand is the external manifestation of Astur's boarding. In a sense, it's the facade of Astur's. Yarlan will destroy his facade only when his brain is broken. At least, short within time, he still needs to restrain this idea. There is no black thread in the muscle skeleton. Yarlan cruelly opened the muscle tissue with his fingers, exposing the trauma to the air, and he resisted the pain with a knife back press on the muscles. The back of the knife pressed an impression on the muscle, and when the knife was removed, it bounced back at the speed visible by naked eye, and the impression disappeared. Yarlan picked up the pen and recorded on the notebook, "The muscles are tight and dense, the resistance is sufficient, and the elasticity is like a rubber band. The blade cutting is like cutting on the brown sugar, which is very laborious." He thought for a while, pierced the blade vertically on the wound, and then the muscles exerted force. You can see that the texture of the muscles is collapsed and the red fibers are spreading in the muscles, which look like the tentacles of a snail. Let go, the blade is clamped by the muscles and stands upright. The muscles are closed tightly, and you can even hear the zera sound of metal being squeezed, and the rubbing sound of blood being blocked. The sounds are mixed together, very strange. Yarlan relaxed his attention, his arm muscles opened, and the scalpel was pinched in his hand again. The muscle fibers are thick and dense. When the concentration attention is completely complete, you can even manipulate and control the micromuscles. You can close the wound by yourself without stitching and achieve the purpose of hemostasis, but it requires a high degree of concentration, and long muscle tension over time can lead to soreness. Yarlan recorded these subjective feelings and kept them for comparison in future experiments. The value of muscle activity affects the strength, elasticity, and density of the muscle. Yarlan fiddled with the wound muscle in various ways, performing all kinds of simple tests he could think of. The increase in muscle activity will directly lead to muscle tissue growth, strength increase, and indirectly increase flexibility, and wound healing speed. 2 hours later, Yarlan right a bandage was wrapped around his wrist, blood flow had stopped, and the slightly sour and itchy wound seemed to indicate that his underlying muscles had begun to grow again, accelerating healing. At this rate, all wounds can heal in about 5 days and recover as before. Yarlan guessed the approximate time. It takes at least 1 month for a normal person with a long and deep incision to heal. Muscle activity 2.2, the number is only 2 times the unit 1, but the actual increase rate is really 4 times that of normal people. Mark this item in the notebook, Yarlan looking thoughtful. There is no change in other data. There is no need for testing for the time being, let alone the comparison of subjective feelings. After sitting on the bedside and resting for a while, Yarlan ordered one of the transformants to lie flat on the bed. A knife that can be used without the slightest hesitation to oneself, and even less soft to the transformant Yarlan. With a shake of his wrist, the scalpel cuts a 20 cm cut in his chest. Roughly peeling the skin and flesh, the black silk thread inside trembles and bends inward when he touches his palm, exposing the entire chest cavity spontaneously. Yarlan stared at the heart wrapped in countless black threads, and his heart moved slightly. This black egg is getting bigger and it is growing. At first, Yarlan thought it would be transformed. The body refers to the living corpse itself, but now he doesn't think so. He realizes that the black egg is the transformant itself, and the external living corpse is just a disguise for boarding, that's all, although this disguise is very unsuccessful, that's it. So, here comes the problem. The transformant he sees now is only at the stage of embryonic development. In other words, the 7-headed transformant he has on hand is simply still in incubation. It's like saying that I got a chicken, but I got only an egg, and I have to hatch it myself. Is this a fraud? Yarlan didn't seek an explanation from Asturgill, 80% of it was just a waste of words. What he needs to think about is how to hatch this black egg. Chapter 37. Black's egg is about the size of 2 hearts in a normal person. The shape is similar to 2.5 moon-shaped pears closed, with countless black threads wrapped around it, like countless infusion tubes. Jarlin's pupils suddenly after shrinking, this strange idea emerged, and he immediately looked at those cobwebs as if he had seen another scene. Through the flesh and blood, through the skeleton, through the viscera, and the black silk interspersed, the surface seems to be stitched together through the entire body to manipulate the movement of the corpse. However, is it really just that? Isn't it the countless tentacles that suck nutrients, from the blood, from the muscles, from the skeleton, from the internal organs, from every cell of the body, greedily demanding growth nourishment? Jarlin stared at the swollen egg, the actual volume increased in a circle, and he looked at the organ remains in the squeezed corners, immediately twitched his cheeks, and they were twitched. That's it. After all, the law of conservation of mass. This egg is impossible to grow up out of thin air, it must be eating. He resisted the nausea and reached out to touch the inside of the corpse. Under the cold and smooth touch, there were some tiny cracks on the inner membrane of the flesh, like cracked old tree roots, and like with the dry and cracked dead skin on the floor of the old lady's feet, Jarlin retracted his fingers and continued to grab Senbei's ribs. Gently hold and rub, there are some granular bumps on the surface of the bone that should be smooth. Jarlin, looking thoughtful, leaned his palm against the black egg. It's cold and slippery. It can be predicted that some kind of cold-blooded creature will be bred inside. As soon as his palm came close, the black egg trembled slightly, a faintly discernible connection connected to his consciousness. It was a mood swing mixed with fear and eagerness. Jarlin retracted his palm indifferently, and through the black egg membrane, he could observe that there was a biological embryo eagerly growing inside, as if the impatient was about to break out of the shell to occupy this living world now. It's really funny, little brat, can you tell father how can you hatch faster? Jarlin said softly, and the gentleness showed coldness. As if in response to his inquiry, Jarlin immediately felt a clear emotion in his mind, as if a certain monster's consciousness was briefly connected with him. Hungry, cold. The connection was interrupted. Jarlin licked his lips and spit out 4 words from his mouth. That was what he felt just now. Poor group of little brat. Jarlin took out his palm, the crack in his chest was pulled tightly by the black thread, he thought about it, and opened the curtains to let the sunshine outside the window come in, and then order the 7 transformants to sit on the edge of the bed and receive the sun. The sun shone on the living corpse, his pale cheeks were stiff and expressionless, and the white eyes opened without Jarlin's command. A group of zombies who like sunshine? Unspeakable weird. Then hunger and food. Jarlin knows, I hope you don't be too picky. The food is still simple, but it's hard to handle with blood. After thinking about it, Jarlin walked out and walked outside the hotel. He remembered seeing a restaurant at the entrance of the hotel when he came. It is a family-style restaurant. Boss is a fat couple. There are not too many people in the restaurant. It is not yet ready to eat. Jarlin casually ordered a lot of food. Mainly meat. I have to say that this world's catering is a real conscience industry, and the taste and portion of the food are beyond imagination. In a short while, the table was filled with all kinds of scented meat. Jarlin picked up a pork leg and stuffed it into his mouth, fiercely bit it down, leaving his lips and teeth fragrant. His original appetite is big. After the muscle activity is strengthened, the energy the body needs every day increases exponentially, and the upper and lower masseter muscles are more powerful and powerful, with sharp mouths. The food is decreasing at a rate visible to naked eye. When food is swallowed, the powerful intestines and stomach are peristaltic, digesting and decomposing, and the power that turns into supplements spreads throughout the body. Jarlin feels that the wound on his wrist heals faster. The boss husband and wife kept serving meat. Jarlin burped and asked for a bunch of food wrapped in a huge clean white cloth to take away. At checkout, when I left, there were more talents in the restaurant. The whole process was not at all, which caused boss to be surprised. This made Jarlin realize that there may be many great appetite kings in this world. His point: the appetite is not enough to reach shocking levels. The hotel boss was dozing off, and seeing Jarlin coming in, raising his head and opening his eyes, he said hello, so he continued to feel sleepy. Jarlan took the food and walked back to the room. Fick, who was attracted by the fragrance, took away some food. William went out early, and there is no sign of returning. Habitually locked the door and spread the food on the ground. Jarlan spit out 2 words from his mouth, eat. The 7 transformants made a low voice in their throats. Like a human trill, they quickly walked towards the food and circled it in a circle, reaching out to grab the food and stuffing it into their mouths. Their mouths are exaggerated grinning, the corners of their mouths can almost reach the position of the ears, one cheek seems to be occupied by the mouth, and then the whole piece of meat is stuffed into the mouth without teeth chewing. I saw the flesh rapidly dissolving, some black silk threads sticking out from the throat and mouth, like countless tentacles piercing into the food. Goo-lu goo-lu. The sound of sucking and swallowing, the meat and bones are broken down into the required nutrients, and a little bit of food is sent into the body within the whole process. There is no little waste, just can't get in, and even a little bit of bone scum will not remain. Plop, thump. The dull heartbeat echoed through the chest cavity in the room. Jarlan's vision seemed to pass through a chest, seeing the inside slowly inflated heart-black eggs. The food was consumed, the transformants closed their mouths neatly, restored their lifeless appearance, and sat back on the bedside to bask in the sun, and began to develop healthily. You have to hatch quickly. Jarlan licked his lips, his eyes rolled steadily, and he was curious about the true face of the transformant. In the evening, William came back from inquiring about the news. The news is roughly as follows. In the mountainside of Quarry Town, which is the other end of the town, there is a wharf between the 2 quarries. There will be a dock at the end of each month. 7 or 8 merchant ships have arrived. These merchant ships do not belong to the same power, mainly Tiago's Chamber of Commerce. The others are merchants who follow the ship separately, but these small merchant ships will also obey Tiago. Iago's arrangement, the merchant ship arrives on the last day of each month, staying for 3 days each time, it will leave. Chapter 38. On the gloomy sea, 7 large-mast merchant ships crossed the strait, and the flag of the pale blue crystal moon swayed in the sky. This is the symbol of Tiago Chamber of Commerce. The Tiago Chamber of Commerce fleet departed from the first half of the Grand Line, sailed day and night on the sea for more than half a month, and arrived at the corner of East Blue. The ship turned, waves rippled on the sea, the huge sails turned, and the fleet spread out laterally, revealing some small and shabby merchant ships that followed. There are not many small merchant ships. They follow the Tiago merchant ship far away, like a group of hyenas behind the lions. On Tiago's main ship, there is a lounge chair on the spacious and smooth deck. The thin man lies on it, and the oncoming sea breeze blows the black hair on his head, revealing a pair the long and narrow eye contour, the crow's feet at the corners of the eyes drooping and fine, coupled with the protruding cheekbones of the high forehead, makes his dark pupils seem to be covered by shadows, as dark and gloomy as the silent sea in front of him. Tunas, the leader of Tiago's East Blue caravan. The noses of those hyenas are really good. It's unlucky to find a way to keep up every time. The black complexion and arrogant man complained with a weird hook in his hands. He is Tuna's deputy and bodyguard, Lothar the Black Scorpion. Not all merchants have the courage to cross the sea territory, especially those behind the guys with a broken ship. They are a group of hyenas that have blocked their lives. Tunas shook his hand. Red wine glass, gloomily said, don't underestimate them, although until now, they are very honest, they only dare to follow Tiago Chamber of Commerce's but, as long as we give a little bit of leftovers, they will make a look of begging for mercy, but, once we are injured and show our weakness and expose our weak side, they will come up without the slightest hesitation, and fiercely bite from Tiago's body. Lumps of flesh and blood, even cruelly tore us into pieces, and eat them. In that case, why didn't we kill them? Black Scorpion Lothar raised his eyebrows and asked. No, that's too low level. Merchants chasing profits are like crazy dogs looking for food. Kill them, and there will be the next batch. Killing is not clean. Tunas he drank the red wine in one sip, and the remaining wine stains on the corners of his mouth made his thin lips look as red as blood. The correct way is to put them under the eyelids and throw some bones from time to time for them to snatch wildly. You die and we live, and we just need to look at it coldly to judge who is the most unstable guy inside, and then find a chance to send him to be with the sea, and give a little charity, so that the rest of the guys can rest in peace. Come down and understand who is the owner of the leash. He got up and looked at the scattered merchant ships on the sea in the distance. His cold eyes gradually focused on a black ship near the north. The red mast. The texture of the black-red bottom plate and the sharp and long exaggerated shape make this 25-meter-long hull look like a black sea shark, with its sharp fins split across the sea. A sailor in a short vest on the ship controls the oars, and follows the instructions of a young man with a fleece on his mouth and gold glasses. Don't lean too close. Too close will cause Tiago Chamber of Commerce to be bored, so we will keep this distance. Young men are about 25 years old, the lines of the face are cold and hard, and the camouflage of the gold wire glasses frame is also can't hide the sharp gaze of this man, like a wolf or eagle, which is a pair of wild ambition eyes. There has never been a lack of ambitious people in the sea, and Lombard is particularly radical among them. He comes from a small country in East Blue, and his family runs a winery workshop business. The first two in 2009, he was closed down because the king issued a prohibition on alcohol. His father became depressed and soon left. After the funeral, he packaged the winery and land for auction at a low price without the slightest hesitation. It can be said that he was bankrupt and bought a sea ship, recruited a few sailors, and dared to set sail. Go to the sea to beg for food. With his extraordinary courage and clever mind, he even escaped from pirates' hands several times. Lombard accumulated some family property, but he did not change his gambler nature at all. His wealth transformed his own clippers, armed his own sailors, and then didn't know where to find the news. With his own clippers, he dared to plunge into the group of unfamiliar small businessmen. After several times, he was even smoothed down. Accepted, followed them to pick up food at the back of Tiago Chamber of Commerce. However, Lombard is different from those cold-hearted merchant ships. His ambition is much more than that. Although he disguises well, he cannot hide from Tunas's fire-eyed spirit. Gold. A hungry wolf is mixed in a group of greedy hyenas. They are cold-blooded beasts, but the wolf never begs for food. It has always used sharp fangs to brutally cut the throat of its prey. Slowly enjoy a hearty meal. We have followed behind our ass and ran 3 times. Tell me, do you remember the course? Lombard asked the navigator, who held the telescope to the side and the compass pointer in his hand. Different from the volatile magnetic climate environment of the Grand Line, East Blue is relatively calm, but it also means that the recording pointer is invalid. The advantage is that there is no headache and the unpredictable storm. The disadvantage is that the drawing of the route is only rely on the knowledge in navigator's mind to draw a little bit on the chart. There are no so-called road signs on the sea, especially the relatively long route, which is far from being accurately drawn by 1 or 2 runs. I have drawn most of it, but I am afraid that I cannot do it if I want a precise route. Our 3 routes are not exactly the same. The first half is okay, and the more you get to the second half, the more the nautical chart drawn closer to Quarry Town is more chaotic. Navigator grabbed the pen in his hand and struggled with the wording. The first 2 times he was not sure where the problem was, but this is the 3rd time. There is already doubt in my heart. Tiago's merchant ship is deliberately leading us around the circle. He Lombard sneered, as if not at all. I felt strange, just a faint taunted, tisk tisk, what a Tiago Chamber of Commerce, it's really stubborn. What do you think we are going to do? Or go a few more times, we can still figure out the real route, or when we return, we leave the route opened by Tiago and return on our own. It is nothing more than spending some time and energy. I can reopen an established route back to the Grand Line. Lombard groaned for a while. He took off the frame and kneaded his sour eyelids. It seems that we need to stay longer in Quarry Town for fear that Thiago Chamber of Commerce is unwilling. Well, I have to unite those greedy guys. Chapter 39. The entire Quarry Town is built on the hillside, and colorful ores are distributed in the open air, distributed among the black rock masses, like a bowl of oil paint accidentally poured onto the splash ink painting. Bright and messy colors are dotted everywhere, and the afterglow of the evening when it fell, the whole mountain shone with brilliant rays of light. The color stone mountain is open, and Yarlin is standing on a small hill next to moved towards the distant view. Densely packed workers are like moving ants concentrated on a dense ore on the southwest side. An excavator made of steel is like a rare beast that swallows, making the sound of hong long long, thick black smoke and water vapor rising from the top of its head, and the exposed mechanical chains are spinning frantically. Huge steel arms and heavy hammers smashed into the pit, all around miners carrying sacks and woven baskets picked up ore and moved towards the dock. The steam engine-powered machine. Yarlin squinted his eyes, and the long-distance observation made him unable to make accurate judgments, but there was a vague guess in his heart as the steam was steaming from the top of that big guy's head. Leave aside the guesses in my mind, Yarlin looked towards the piles of ore at the foot of the mountain, and there is another simple warehouse. The warehouse is not far from the suddenly bright coast. A row of docks for mooring ships was built on it. Now the sea is calm and tranquil, but Yarlin seems to have seen a row of ships slowly approaching, and the shadow cast by the sails of the stand in great numbers seems to be engulfing the whole sea quietly. Coastal. Retracting his gaze, Yarlin picked up a few red and blue alternating colored stones, rubbing his fingers slightly on the stone. The stone texture is rough, the surface is a layer of fine particles. His fingertips are harder. The dense powder fell off and fluttered into the sky by the wind. The air is filled with this kind of fine sand and dust, and the clouds on the top of the mountain are covered with a faintly discernible haze throughout the year. The faintly discernible haze is brewing. A round of heavy rain. Although only stayed in this quarry town for a week, Yarlin has already experienced 3 heavy rains. Such frequent rainfall and terrifying rainfall are a bit exaggerated even on the seaside islands. However, this is the norm in Keishi town. The heavy lead layer of clouds cuts the dazzling lightning, and the dense raindrops crash bang into the rain curtain in the mountain. Yarlin holds up the black umbrella he prepared for a long time, and slowly moved towards the mountain. Overwhelming majority men work in the mine. The town under the rain line seems very deserted. A few playing children also quickly go home to hide from the rain. Yarlin is thinking about the past few days as he walks. Inquiry about the news. Thiago Chamber of Commerce, a sea caravan that spans 10,000 li seas away. There are even rumors that it came here from the Grand Line, and the Grand Line is the most chaotic in the world. The dangerous sea territory, similarly, is the most powerful sea territory. East Blue at the foot is the most barren and weak sea territory. For example, it's like people in the city bumping all the way to 10,000. I went to the countryside as far away as Li, and I still enjoy it. There must be a problem. Stepping on the rainy ground makes a click. Step. Yarlin habitually touches his left eyelid. The sparse crow's feet drooping at the corners of his eyes make him look calm and mature. The problem is obviously in these colored stones. Either they contain amazing profits or hidden secrets. No matter what it is, Thiago Chamber of Commerce will surely take care of them cautiously. This place. This is not Yarlin's presumption. As a former smuggling tycoon and drug lord warlord, he imagined what he would do if he found a secret gold mine. Heavy blockades, secret mining, murder and killing. In an instant, countless poisonous schemes came to his heart, and Yarlin's face immediately turned black. To save others with oneself, Yarlin can't imagine that Thiago Chamber of Commerce, who can cross the ocean, will play the pure role of Little White Rabbit. In fact, Yarlin has found some dangers in this small town clues. First of all, this island. He didn't find any ship on the coast, let alone a ship. He didn't even find a sampan, as if the people in this town had never. I have never thought of going out to sea by myself. What are you kidding me? This is the age of great pirates sailing. Going to sea should be the mainstream voice of this world. Secondly, unguarded minds. This is counterintuitive. What's the difference between this and opening the door? Finally, it is the hotel in the town. It is understood that this town has no outsiders all year round, but it has been operating 3 hotels. Except for the arrival of the Chamber of Commerce at the end of each month, the rest of the time remains empty. What kind of spirit is this TM? Yarlin lightly sighed, then said, he has no interest in the stone in his hand, and has no ill will for Thiago Chamber of Commerce. He just wants to take a ride, but, I'm afraid Thiago Chamber of Commerce's attitude will not be so friendly. He bought a bunch of food in the restaurant as usual and returned to the hotel. In the empty and depressed hotel, the old man's sleepy head was resting on the wooden table in front of him. His eyes he looked towards Yarlin turbidly, and then withdrew his gaze, and behind the wooden table, his skinny chicken-foot-like hand was holding a cold razor. The razor is long and narrow, and the bandage wrapped around the blade is red. I don't know how many innocent people's blood was contaminated. Yarlin and Boss greeted each other, turned their backs to each other unsuspectingly, and walked upstairs slowly. Boss, this staircase should be repaired. The damp stairs made a crunchy sound, as if the next moment would break apart. Yarlin stood on the stairs and turned his head and said, "Hey? It rains every day, so I can't repair it," the old man said in a vague voice. Innermost on the 3rd floor. Yarlin knocked on the door next door. It was Fick who opened the door. William was not in the house. He handed a bag of food to him, and then said in a dumb voice, "Get some rest early and have work at night dry." Fick received the food, nodded and closed the door. "Open the door lock, push the door and walk in." There are 7 skinny men in the house sitting side by side on the bed and on the ground, with their backs facing the window. Their eyes are not shiny. It's raining and there is no Sunday. Yarlin threw the food on the ground, then drew the curtains, and behind the 7 transformants circled in a circle. A strange sucking the sound rang in the room. Like a mummy that has been sucked dry, a thin layer of flesh hangs on the outside. The flesh inside has already been taken out, and through the skin, you can see the bunches of black silk touches condensed into branches supporting the torso without falling apart. The slender skeleton is full of potholes, as if it will all be broken into powdery residue in the next second. Yarlin stared coldly, and a line of handwriting appeared on his retina. Chapter 40. Transformer, inferior slave brutes alienated flesh and blood, devouring the host to make up for its own inferior slaves. In the current state of incubation, there is a certain chance to evolve into a higher servant. Brood is not unlocked. Remaining time 47 hours and 49 minutes. It will take 2 more days. This time is earlier than he expected. He squinted in his mind, looking forward to the incubation the next night. Late night. The rain stopped, the cold dark air enveloped, the closed door of the hostel opened a very quiet gap, and a silhouette came out slowly. Under the dim moonlight, a rickety silhouette was reflected, a cold face full of wrinkles. Lifting head moved towards the 3rd floor window. The window was closed. He retracted his gaze and looked outside the city. On a beach outside the town, the wreck of the Via burned to ashes and washed away by heavy rain stood quietly. The smell of coke drifted away with the air, and the inside of the broken shipwreck was beside the burnt corpse. There were strange footsteps. On the sea near the island, a hazy shadow can be seen cruising back and forth in the blur. Soon, the footsteps on the Via became clearer and clearer. 2 sturdy men walked out of the shipwreck, short shirts and shorts tied with dark scarves on their bare arms. Skull tattooed with blood. Pirate. They did not leave, they just stood there, seeming to be waiting for who? A quarter of an hour later, the boss of the hostel appeared. He led 2 pirates into the woods, a desolate bag of soil. The 2 pirates drew their scimitars from their arms and began to dig against the wet mud black soil. After the heavy rain, the soil was particularly soft, and soon a rotting body was revealed, and the air immediately filled with a damp stench. "Are they the same group of people?" Pirate asked, frowning, rolling the corpse under his feet. "Hee, this small island is a place where people are slapped. It is rare for anyone to come." The old man gloomy said with a smile, "The time that the shipwreck was burned and the body, it should be about the same day as it was buried. It must be the people on the boat, but I don't know why they burned the boat." "Where are the people?" "In my hotel, there were about 10 people. They thought they could hide it from me. In fact, I saw it. At first, 2 people came, and then 7 or 8 people came, and then another one died and was buried here." "Very interesting." The old man's cloudy and dim eyes flashed with fierce rays of light. "Are you a colleague?" asked one of Pirate. "Not so sure, but it's definitely not a good thing." The old man kicked the corpse under his feet, said with a malicious smile, "It doesn't matter who is, I entered the town's bad luck, eggs must be dead in the end." The 2 pirates looked at each other and left. They needed to pass the news back to the ship. What they didn't notice was that there was a wet silhouette, very quiet, motionless, lying in a mud ditch not far from the buried corpse. For a while, the silhouette quietly got up, carefully circumvented a large circle, and then Luffy ran back to the town. The old man walked slowly, returned to the hostel, pushed the door and entered. In the darkness, he locked the door with his backhand, and was about to turn around. The sound of dripping ticking came from behind him. He was complexion stiffened, turned his head abruptly, the darkness was suddenly pierced by light, and the gas light switch paw was turned on, and the room immediately brightened. "Senior, what are you running out to do if you don't go to bed so late?" He saw the expressionless man sitting where he usually sits, with a gentle face staring at him, holding a rag in his hand, slowly wiping the razor. William was standing beside Yarlin, his body soaked, mud stuck to the trousers of his clothes, and mud and rain collected under his feet. The old man froze, for an instant, hair stands on end. Turn his head, turn around, unlock, and then put a generous palm on his shoulder, and he pulls his body involuntarily backwards. "Want to run?" Fick was coldly snorted, grabbed the opponent's shoulder, shoveled under his foot, and hit the back of the head on the ground. The old man was thrown and confused. "Ah!" Eating pain and screaming, the old man quickly got up from the ground with a single bone, and leaped forward fiercely. Yarlin's face doesn't change sitting on the chair, a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Senior, the body is quite strong." "Old bastard, not honest yet." William's eyes shined, he is like a devil's minion, he is always looking forward to expressing himself in front of the owner. He blocked the opponent with a grinning grin, caught the opponent's arm with his hands and grabbed it with 5 fingers, raised his knee and kicked it fiercely. "Ayo!" As if hearing the sound of something cracking, the old man's face was suddenly green, his body lying limply on the ground, his mouth still breathing intermittently sound. "Now, can we speak well?" The gentle voice interrupted the old man's miserable howl. He lifted his head and looked towards Yarlin with spiteful and fearful eyes. This man didn't show a trace of fierceness on his face from beginning to end, but inexplicably, the old man realized that this one was the most fierce of the 3. Blue's eyes are as cold as the calm sea. You don't need turbulent winds and showers to make people feel the icy cold bread behind them. "Who are you?" the old man asked, gnashing teeth, avoiding the other's eyes. Yarlin unwrapped the bandage wrapped around the razor, the bloody corroded bandage fell on the old man's cheeks, a smell of fermented blood poured into his mouth and nose, and a rush of "There is also the voice of the other party, neither too fast nor too slow, there is no question of any significance, but I can answer you, we are just the victims who lost their way in the sea." The old man said nothing, light, it's a sneer. "Then, I said that if we came to this island it would be an accident. We are not interested in the secrets of this island at all. Don't you believe me?" Yarlin observes each other. The attitude of the old man kept sinking, you don't plan to pursue the truth. Just deal with us. That's right. This is indeed the easiest and complete way. The old man turned his head and let his face, the bandage on him, slip to the ground, and an excited and cruel smile appeared on his face. You are right, this island is only allowed to enter but not to exit. No matter what reason you came here, the captain will not let you leave alive. No wonder you didn't block the colored stone mine, because the island you blocked is simply the whole island. Hey, what a big handwriting! Yarlin frowned slightly. Tiago, Chamber of Commerce? No, you were talking about the captain? You are pirate. Has Thiago Chamber of Commerce colluding with pirate? It's getting more and more interesting. Yarlin licked his lips, his eyes flashed with cunning, the tone was gloomy and cold. Since we are all dead, don't you mind letting us be a ghost? Answer me a question, I can let you go away alive. Old Fogey opened his eyes wide, staring at Yarlin. Are you sure, you will let me go? Of course, I never lie, Yarlin said righteously, with a big smile on his face. Chapter 41. Squeak, the wet wooden door was pushed open. An old guy got out of the hostel with his crotch in his hands, unable to believe that the other party really kept his promise and let him leave. There was some dampness on the palm of his hand, and when he spread it out, it was red blood stains. He looked back with hatred in his heart, quickly left the street, and moved towards the outside of the town. In the hostel, the dove occupied the magpie's nest. Fick closed the door. William looked at Yarlin puzzledly and said, "Why let him go?" Yarlin stepped on the bottom of his feet. A rag wiped the blood off the ground, indifferently said, "Killing him will only irritate the pirate gang, which will not do us any good. Instead of that, let him go and be a microphone." William frowned and thought, he still didn't understand Yarlin's approach very well. Is that the problem just now? Let him pass it back, but what's the use? Yarlin is carrying the light, which makes his whole face seem to melt into the darkness. It depends on whether the captain of pirates has enough appetite. Yarlin slowly turned halfway. In his body, the gloomy and uncertain face was reflected on William's pupils, and the voice of the faint smile made him shiver inexplicably. The one thing I admire most about this great age of pirates is, whether it is marine or pirate, even if it's something businessmen, everyone who goes to sea has his head pinned to the waistband. Guess how many of them are ambitious people who are hard to fill? Hey, On the coast near the island, a signal flare shot into the sky and exploded into a dazzling fire. After a short while, on the open sea, a pirate ship with a skull hung slowly approached from the darkness. The towering sails are hunting on the sea, and the wide and sturdy hull is like a huge sea beast slowly revealing its terrifying figure, breathing ripples and ripples on the shore while making a loud noise. The bow of the sharp horn wrapped in iron is covered with unwashed blood, like a blood-stained rhino horn. Just looking at it, it seems that you can feel the bloody and cruel breath assaults the senses. Rhinoceros horn, pirates of blood skull. Pirate standing on the bow of the boat with a red ribbon on one head, the flag of the scarlet skull flickering behind. A sturdy man glanced down and his voice was hoarse and hideous. "Mex, you this old trash, you are hurt. I have something important to tell the captain." Hostel boss Mex's coldly snorted replied. "Give us a board for Mex. He can't climb the rope, ha ha ha." Before the voice fell, two sturdy pirates raised their hands, and a 2-meter-long knotted solid wood board was attached to the ship's edge. Sliding down, one end was pierced into the beach diagonally, and the other end just leaned against the edge of the boat. Mex bent over, stepped onto the boat, and moved towards the captain's room. The hull of the rhinoceros horn is extremely wide, and the upper and lower parts are divided into 3 layers. The captain's room is in the independent space at the top. When Meeks walked in, a bloody skull was tattooed on his chest. His middle-aged man just turned his head, and under his bushy eyebrows were a pair of cold eyes. The Blood Skull Pirates is named after the tattoo on his body. He is called Calci, a pirate who exudes a dangerous atmosphere all over his body. "What's the problem?" Calci looked towards Meeks, his eyes flashed on the blood stains under his crotch. A group of people are here on the island, they. Mex lowered his rickety body, and his voice was trembling uncontrollably. The pirate ship has a harsh rank, there is no doubt that Karl Chi is the king of pirates, the Blood Skull. Oh, a bunch of outsiders. After listening to Mex's report, Calci didn't lift his eyelids from start to finish, but asked in a casual tone, he asked you. What's the problem? At the same time, about 900 nautical miles away, behind the Thiago merchant ship fleet, a night party was launched among small merchant ships that kept the same speed course side by side. The meeting place is on the mast ship that looks like a Black Sea shark. It is quietly slowing down at this moment to make the ship travel more smoothly on the sea. Two-layer deck, in the sea room with the door closed, Lombard took a heavy puff of cigarette with the flame of the lighter, and then two smoke snakes spouted from his nostrils, and the hazy smoke hit him gently. Took off the gold-framed glasses, and after removing the gentle disguise, he revealed his greedy eyes like a wolf. Everyone, I plan to follow Thiago for the rest of my life and pick up leftovers to eat. Don't want to eat every time, just get a little bit of oil and water to be satisfied. Thiago Chamber of Commerce, the way is to treat us as dogs. Lombard said viciously, why can we only follow his ass? Do we have to be willing to be called by Thiago Chamber of Commerce as a dog, just for that? Food to satisfy your hunger. In the room, the principals of several merchant ships looked at each other and didn't say anything immediately, but they could see the trembling muscles on each other's cheeks. I now have an extremely rare opportunity in Lombard's hand. Just listen to me, and I promise to leave the control of Thiago Chamber of Commerce aside, and get a piece from this colorful stone mine. Meat? Lombard exhaled the smoke ring, his expression intoxicated. It's really fat and oily. What chance? One of the short, fat men asked heartily. Yes, you say it so everyone can make a decision. Other merchant ship principals echoed. But involuntarily greedy expressions appeared in their eyes. A group of bastards who don't act without some incentive. Lombard laughed and cursed. Thiago Chamber of Commerce is hidden and tucked away, guarding you like a thief, for fear that everyone will know I have learned the secrets of the color stone mine. But I am not a person who eats alone, I have always been willing to share with everyone. Everyone. Quiet, sudden silence, followed by heavy breathing, like a drop of water splashing into boiling oil. The air is filled with hot and greedy air. Do you mean that you know the secret of the color stone mine? Are you willing to tell us all? A voice sounded, asking everyone's heart at the moment. Of course. Lombard pinched the cigarette butt, slowly wiped off the lens, and put it on his face again. The first half of the Grand Line is located in the superpower of St. Martin Island, Alabasta. The Chamber of Commerce transported the colored stone mine here. They are East Blue merchants, and they are not familiar with the dangerous Grand Line, so every voyage is actually just for Thiago Chamber of Commerce acts as a cargo ship, unloading the colored stone mine at the entrance of the Grand Line. It has never been clear where the colored stone mine is going. I have already approached the buyer behind the scenes. As long as the other party only needs the color quarry, it doesn't mind whether it is Thiago Chamber of Commerce, and the price offered by the other party is full. Lombard looked around at the expressions of the people, and stretched out a finger, like a bloodthirsty shark staring at his prey. It is twice the price. Hiss, the sound of chilling. In other words, Thiago Chamber of Commerce stole double the profit that should have belonged to us, and only 20% of the price cost us. Lombard's voice bring a strong killing intent. They are deceiving and robbers. Now it is our turn to unite. Are you still going to continue begging for food? Lombard fiercely asked. Bang! Thunder blasted from the depths of the clouds, meandering lightning reflected on the sea surface, and there was a bottomless ravine below. When pirate, who is rampant on the sea, became a loyal dog tamed by merchants, did your ambitions be extinguished by this sea? Meeks lowered his voice, not bad. The restatement of Yarlin's problem. Chapter 42. Kelsey's pupils shrank suddenly, the inattentive expression on his face disappeared suddenly, and Max swallowed and spit, and he felt cold inexplicably. The atmosphere was a little depressed, and Meeks lowered his head and dared not speak, until the captain's voice came, "Go and call Novi." Meeks such as the amnesty left quickly. When there was no one in the room, Kelsey's face suddenly became cold and lonely. With his ho-ho-lo laughter, the blood-colored skull tattoo on his chest seemed to have come alive. Bright red and hideous. He opened the uppermost drawer, and there was a polished round-colored stone in the drawer. He held it in his hand and played with it slowly. The red and blue color reflected into his pupils. "It's like a burning demon flame. Captain, are you looking for me?" In a low, muffled voice pushes the door in. It is a dark and stern face with a row of red nails on the ear studs. "Someone asked me a bold question. I want to know, is he really so courageous, or is he just entertaining me?" Kelsey sat on a chair with his legs in his hands. She was gently tossed and caught by him. "There is a funny bastard on the island, you can go to Mex's hostel for me." Kelsey's tone paused for a while. Now, Novi waited silently for his specific instructions. "Well, if people are not in the hostel, it means that they are just some courageous gangsters. They are entertaining the captain. You can find these bastards for me and bring their heads back." Carl's eyes were cold, his 5 fingers held the colored stone, looked deeply. I continued, "If someone is there, ho-ho. Don't act rashly, just leave 2 people to stare at." Novi belongs to the kind of people who didn't talk too much. He nodded, turned around and brought the door, and quickly moored on the rhino horn, and a dozen pirate taking advantage of the night got off the boat. "Should we leave here now? If the old bastard goes back, those pirates should come soon." William looked calmly at ease, as if he hadn't escaped from Yarlin at all. "Don't worry." Yarlin pondered for a while, and said indifferently, "I need to know if the captain of pirates across the street is a smart person." "Yes, and how?" "No, yes, and how?" William said that he couldn't understand Yarlin's actions. In fact, he had never understood. "If you are a wise man, it is safest for us to stay. The more confident we are, the less he will act rashly. In the next plan, my words will be more convincing. Strength and credibility, if not," Yarlin sighed, "that's just right, we can take the opportunity to replenish the manpower." Manpower. William felt the surrounding temperature inexplicably reduce. "Of course, this kind of probability is not high. I personally prefer the former." Yarlin licked the corners of his lower lip, acting like a gambler who walked to the gaming table with a heavy bankroll in his voice. "There is a hint of excitement, after all. A pirate who knows how to collude with businessmen should not be a brainless man." Yarlin is 70% sure, which is enough for him to take a gamble at the table. Moreover, if this bet wins, then after becoming Marine, he will get a higher start and more chips to manipulate. "Turn on the lights downstairs and open the door," Yarlin said to William and Fick, and then walked upstairs. William and Fick looked at each other, gritted their teeth and followed suit. Fick has always completely obeyed Yarlin. Although William was a little nervous, looking at Yarlin's determined appearance, his mind was slowly settled down. Outside. As the time passed, William leaned against the door without sleep, staring at the movement in the night. Ta-ta-ta-ta-tack. The fine and dense footsteps became clearer and clearer, and William trembled. He looked in the direction of the sound, and was enveloped in darkness. He stood under the light source, unusually eye-catching. The footsteps were still approaching, and the speed slowed down a little bit. William saw that he swallowed and spit, turned his head and winked at Fick. Fick hurried upstairs and knocked on Yarlin's door. As soon as he was about to knock on the door opened, and Yarlin walked out with a cold and strange expression. Behind him, 7 scrawny transformants, with sunken eye sockets, followed silently behind him. Fick opened his mouth. Yarlin lived alone in the past few days. He hadn't seen these strange living corpses for many days, and he seemed to be falling apart. Let's go downstairs and take a look. Yarlin walked downstairs without explaining. If you fight, you won't have premature birth, right? A single thought popped up in Yarlin's heart, and the incubation time displayed on the retina was nearly 40 hours. Novi stands opposite the hostel across the street. Behind him is a group of murderous-looking pirates, wrapped in all red ribbons, with a machete in their hands. William watched the densely packed silhouette merge in the darkness. With a dozen pairs of Senleng's bloodthirsty eyes, he let out a sigh of relief. If there are only a dozen pirates, there should be no it's a problem. If he knows that those transformations are manifested in a corpse with severe malnutrition, he doesn't know if he can calm down. Yarlin walked out of the stairs. The transformants were hiding behind the stairs. Yarlin stood at the stairs with his hands in his trouser pockets. He looked calmly at the door. Outside scene. Novi's gaze passed over William and focused on Yarlin's body. The other person's expression was too calm, as if he had calculated that he and the others would appear, but would not enter. He cursed in his heart. There was a wicked sound. Silent confrontation. Both sides seem to have no intention of opening their mouths. In fact, they have already received the information that needs feedback, and hints and signals. Will you not come in? Hee, it seems to be a smart man, that's good. The hand in the trouser pocket suddenly clenched into a fist, but the expression on Yarlin's face nothing has changed. He faintly said to William, who was alert at the door, close the door. Okay. William pulled the latches on both sides, the door was gradually closed, and his eyes were getting more and more narrow. Then, the door gap closed with a click and the door lock was locked from the inside. Outside the door, Novi bared his teeth, and randomly selected 2 pirates to keep them under surveillance. The rest of pirate faded with him like the tide. Inside the door, William, who was sticking to the door panel, listened to the gradual disappearing footsteps outside, turned his head and looked towards Yarlin, and his heart was a stormy sea. I was really hit by Yarlin, staying in the hostel, really it's safe. Those pirates didn't even get in. It's late at night, let's rest, no one will come today. Yarlin moved towards the room upstairs, he also had some sleepy. Chapter 43. Rhinoceros slowly retracted the ship's board, and left the coast again. He didn't even leave. This is a show of confidence. Calci raised his eyebrows slightly. He stared at Novi and asked with interest, according to your observation, what do you think is the identity of the other side? The gatekeeper looked like a pirate, and the man with a scar on his face didn't look like a good person, but the man who came out should be the one who came out last. Novi recalled the impression of the man. He is about 1.8 meters tall, thin and slender, with a little pale skin. He does not look like pirate in his clothes or looks like pirate. There is no pirate's bloodthirsty and fierce expression in his eyes. Very calm and indifferent. Businessman. Calci tried to draw a vague image in his mind. It's a bit similar, but it's not the same. It's like wearing a layer of disguise. I describe it as not quite clear. Novi said. I see. Calci waved his hand to let Novi leave. He held his chin and fell into thinking. Being confident means that the other party is prepared, and the goal should be Thiago Chamber of Commerce, is the question conveyed to me to test my attitude towards Thiago. I shook my somewhat stiff neck and made a ka bang joint sound. Calci, throw the colored stones in your hand on the table, grinning at the corners of your mouth, revealing even teeth, and muttering to yourself, Thiago Chamber of Commerce is coming soon. Tunas, how can I welcome you this time? Oh! Racking and whimpering breathing. Lombard's expressionless arm strangled the man's neck. The man's eyes bulged out, his mouth opened, and his face gradually settled into blue and purple. He struggled desperately and slapped his breathing arms. Bang! The back of the chair on the ground was kicked down, and the surrounding businessmen all remained silent in repression, sweating slightly on their foreheads. Now that you know our secrets, how can you be allowed to back down? If you tell the people at Thiago Chamber of Commerce, will we be all over? Lombard's head leaning against the other person's ears, behind the drooping lenses are a pair of fierce eyes. It's better to kill you, it's better to die to us all, I blame you for being stupid. Caw crunch. The muscles and bones in the neck made a horrible rubbing sound, and Lombard let go of his arms, and the head of the man under him twisted into a strange angle. Lombard spits out one mouthful of impure air, gently supporting the frame with his fingers, and glanced around at the crowd. The whites of the eyes in both pupils increased, and the pupils contracted, as if he said madly, "Full one double the profit is enough for you to risk being hung on the gallows, and Thiago Chamber of Commerce is the stumbling block we must kill." The so-called double profit is entirely Lombard nonsense. In fact, it is only 50% more at most, but not so. How did he arouse the greed of these businessmen? Moreover, Lombard was not a real lunatic. They all add up, and they are not Thiago Chamber, the opponent of commerce. Killing this stumbling block, relying on these guys is tantamount to idiotic dreams. Besides, how could Lombard be willing to share profits with others? These idiots are just chess pieces and cannon fodder that he uses at his mercy, that's all. What he really conspired in his mind was another more secure plan. For a long while. You are right, then how can we kill this stumbling tiger? The short, fat businessman gritted his teeth, and an angry look flashed across his face. The rest of the businessmen also seemed to come back to his senses. You have made a wise decision. Lombard clapped his hands and said gloomily, whether it is the Colorstone factory or the Thiago Chamber of Commerce, I have bought in. When the time comes, as long as everyone listens to my arrangements, Thiago will die without a burial site, and the wealth he left behind will be shared equally. Everyone suddenly agreed. Then, Mr. Langshi will be responsible for the appeasement work on this ship. Lombard pointed to the corpse whose neck had been severed and said to the pudgy businessman who spoke first. No problem, I promise there won't be any problems. Langshi grinned his teeth in response. After 2 days of calm and tranquility, the sun sets, and the black curtain descends on the earth again. The waves hwa-hwa on the coast slapped on both sides of the hull. Kelsey stepped on the bow with one foot, and the night behind it seemed to be chasing Rare. The beast spread to Keishi town inch by inch. The lonely and old hostel stands quietly at the entrance of the street, with the door tightly closed. The light on the third floor closest to the inside is on, with a faint light coming out through the gaps in the curtains. I can see the silhouette buildings in the blur, and the thin body is reflected in the shadow of the curtain, forming a weird shape, as if the human figure inside is posing a weird posture, and the two arms violate human mechanics. It bends and twists backwards, and then splits inch by inch. Bloom. Count down to 0. Yarlin stared coldly in front of him and stood up abruptly. The skeleton made a series of pili-pala, and his limbs trembled like an electric shock, like cramping. The skin is cracked, and the pale muscles underneath are cracked, like blooming and broken petals. Countless black silk touches violently swing and gather, twist into a bunch, and become visible at the speed of naked eye. Thick and solid, it seems to be building and growing black muscle quickly, crushing and absorbing the red and white dregs. From the overall point of view, the corpse is like being dyed. The pale white on the outside is disintegrating and disappearing, while the reorganized black inside is healing into a hole from all directions. White in Senbei's eyeball quickly disappears, and the black at the center spreads until it occupies the entire eyeball, followed by black stripes appearing in the center of the forehead, showing a twisted trident shape, with a round spot in the center of the trident. The black spots seem to symbolize something. The black muscles of the whole body are dotted with some red and white spots. The strong muscles like steel bars make people look like a cold-blooded wild beast made of black iron at first glance. With a bang, the caudal vertebrae cracked a small hole, and truncated alternating black and white vertebrae extending out of the hole. The foot was 2 meters long. The tip of the tail vertebra was a triangular barb, which was held in midair, moved towards void hanging swing. Just looking at it, you can feel the ferocity and fatality. Inferior slave, brutes dissimulated flesh and blood, devouring the host to complete its own inferior slave, cannot evolve. A message emerged in Yarlin's mind. The height has increased by about 20 centimeters. Now the height of each slave is almost 2 meters, and the appearance has also changed. In addition to the color of the pupils, the entire face is thinned and the cheeks on both sides the bones are recessed inward, and there are 2 thin line marks in the recesses, where there are evolved organs similar to fish gills. The complexion on the face is also not dyed into dull and deep black. It seems that all the black elements on the face are concentrated in the pattern of the eyebrows, and the ink is as dark and dazzling. Chapter 44. Dong dong dong. The sound of knocking on the door diverted Yarlin's attention. He opened the door, and the cold and dangerous breath flowed out of the room along the crack of the door. William's back, the unconscious hair stands on end. "What's the matter?" Yarlin asked indifferently. "People are downstairs, pirate." William quickly replied. "Well, go downstairs." Yarlin rolled his head and stared at the long and dark corridor with half-squinted eyes, with thought-provoking meaning in his eyes. Downstairs. A burly man in the middle of the hall sits on a chair with golden blade, his mud-stained leather boots rubbing back and forth on the ground, standing around him facing the vicious pirate. The door of the hostel is half open, and there is a dark night, empty and silent. Fick stood behind the bar, holding a razor in his hand, and also put on a fierce expression, staring at the opposite side firmly with a few enemies. When Yarlin walked downstairs, this was what caught his eyes. He recognized that Novi, who led the team last time, was standing behind the man. He calmly retracted his gaze and moved towards the other side with a chair in his hand. At a distance of about 2 steps, Yarlin placed the chair and sat on it slowly, then took out the cigarette box from his pocket and lit a cigarette. Kelsey stared at Yarlin with a gloomy and uncertain face, without speaking. Taking a deep cigarette, Yarlin turned a blind eye to Pirate's glaring eyes, and secretly surprised Pirate's discipline in his heart. At the same time, he raised the danger of Pirate by a notch. After smoking a cigarette, then throwing it on the ground and stepping on it, Yarlin turned to Fick and said with a smile, "Don't be nervous, it's the customer I've been waiting for." "Humph." Kelsey coldly snorted, "So courageous, this hostel is our pirate's property, when will it become yours, brat, do you want to die? When will pirate be able to own the property?" Yarlin seemed to hear the digestion of the sky, with a scornful smile on the corner of his mouth, and said unceremoniously, "Red Skull pirates, how do you want to be wiped out? You are courting death." The scimitar slid out of the scabbard inch by inch, Nyai coldly shouted, and the silver blade light caught Yarlin's eyes. Yarlin half squinted, sitting still. Fick rushed out from behind the bar, and William, who was standing at the top of the stairs, had no time to react and saw a dark shadow running straight across the hall. The whistle that pierced the air suddenly sounded, followed by the sound of steel touching. Sparks flew everywhere, revealing a weird hook hanging in front of Yarlin, and behind him, a whole body radiated. The dangerous man stood quietly with his hands down, a pair of dark eyes staring at Novi indifferently. "Is that the tail?" Novel pupil shrink, staring at the in midair black and white weapon, behind which is connected a chain-like vertebrae, extending to the man's back. Kelsey also frowned and stared at in midair's barb, which looked like the tail hook of a scorpion hanging upside down, staring at Yarlin with doubts and fear, and at the same time raised his hand to stop Novi's impulse. Chug! The tail hook draws a black light in the air, retracts like lightning, and wraps around the opponent's waist and abdomen in circles. Fick behind him stopped, exhales one breath saying, while William stared at the slave in a daze, his apple trembling slightly, his eyes were inexplicably intertwined with fear and excitement. "The boring temptation ends here. If you accidentally hurt me, Pirates, the red skull will really be removed from this piece of East Blue. Yarlin looked at Kelsey sharply. Or does Pirate now have the guts to kill Marine? Don't look at the slogan of Great Age of Pirates shouting loudly, but the thief's fear of soldiers is still rooted in the nature of in the bones, except for the extreme, except for a few fierce and bold pirate, they dare to go recklessly with Marine, and the remaining pirate fish only dared to choose covered head and sneaked away like a rat. It's one thing when pirate bullies and robs the people, but it's another thing to run away to hunt down the dog and jump over the wall to kill Marine. These two are still within the tolerance of the world government, in fact, the latter has been provoked to Marine. The bottom line, and the worse, unprovoked attack on Marine is definitely courting death, trampling and provoking Marine's collective dignity. As far as Yarlin knows, pirate with the courage and strength, bounty gold is astronomical. Is the Red Skull pirates? Obviously impossible. Sure enough, when Kalkhiden complexion changed, he stood up suddenly, and instinctively wanted to leave. This is definitely the closest he is to a Marine in his lifetime, which can be described as a step away. Are you Marine? Pirate was in an uproar. The ones closest to the door had already retreated subconsciously, ready to run away at any time. This was the condition that they had created in their pirate career and launched. Otherwise, do you think I am who? Yarlin still sat on the chair, and said in an overbearing tone, the lusty vendor, or the scum that is hated by you like you. Hey! P. This arrogant and contemptuous gesture fell in the eyes of Pirates the Red Skull, which further confirmed the identity of the opponent's Marine, and it was definitely not the bottom soldier, at least a sir in Marine. What are you kidding me, Yarlin? I am Marine, the Marine who represents justice. Yarlin stood up from his chair, and the corners of his mouth raised a fierce arc. Now I represent Morgan, the ruler of the 153rd branch of Marine. Captain, come here to give you this group of scum a chance to surrender to branch 153 and get Marine's secret protection, or stupidly reject Morgan Captain's kindness, waiting for Marine 153 branch to pursue it all, and in the near future all the members have been wiped out on this sea territory. You have to think carefully, Pirates, the Red Skull. Be aware that being hunted by Marine is a normal operation and a normal difficulty, but being chased by a certain Marine with all its strength and biting to death, that is blind death, a proper nightmare difficulty. Kelsey looked dumbfounded. He originally thought that this group of people was pirate at best, or merchants, and they had dangerous ideas about the Tiago Chamber of Commerce, and hinted that he could cooperate, but it has turned into a Marine, and it has come up with such a terrifying threat. Let yourself choose. This? Some options. Be sheltered by the 153 branch and become a legal pirate above East Blue. As long as you complete Morgan Captain's account, this piece of East Blue will no longer be pursued by Marine. On the contrary, Yarlin sneered, faintly said, this is how many opportunities pirates dream of. Do you pirates, the Red Skull, still want to push 3 things and stop 4 things? Captain. Novi was sweating on his forehead. Legal pirate. Kelsey's eyes flickered. He stared at Yarlin firmly, and asked without blinking, you are serious? In the name of justice. Yarlin held his right hand in front of his chest with a solemn expression. Chapter 45. Pirate, legalized, in the name of justice. Kelsey's eyes flickered and his breathing was breathless. He could hardly refuse this condition, or simply it was hard for any pirate to refuse. Hey! He exhales one breath, saying deeply, gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, I can agree, but I have a doubt. What can you prove? It's Marine, this is what Morgan Captain means again. Hat. Yarlin chuckled, black gloves rubbing against each other. Marine is not so famous for colluding with pirate. Well, Morgan Captain will not leave anything behind, so there is nothing in me that can prove that I have a connection with the 153 branch base. If I die here and the plan fails, no one will come forward and admit me. Marine identity. Slightly pause, Yarlin stared at Kelsey, indifferently said, "I was not sent by battleship. In fact, the ship we were on was a pirate ship that was confiscated. I burned it clean when I docked, so as to completely erase our clues. You see, if I don't need to bury my identity, I don't need to burn a ship." Yarlin shrugged his shoulders. "Obviously, I'm impossible to lose my mind. Just a few people came here to deal with Thiago Chamber of Commerce. I must rely on it. This can prove the authenticity of what I said. And you can only choose to believe me, otherwise, pirates will be wiped out, and then another group of pirates will take your place, so that this plan can continue smoothly." Yarlin this remark said very viciously. The not one drop of water can leak out that he arranged everything. It can be said that his description of his inability to prove his identity convinced Kelsey of his marine's identity. Furthermore, Yarlin didn't think he was lying. He just overdrafted the predetermined identity and facts in advance. As for whether it was the tiger skin of Morgan Captain, Yarlin believed that in the near future. In the future, what he said today must represent the wishes of all Marines in the 153 branch. Kelsey's lips twitched, he pondered for a long while, and said harshly to the Marine in front of him, "I hope you can keep your promise in the end, otherwise, even if my Red Skull Pirates fights to destroy the ship, I will think the way to expose this conspiracy to East Blue will ruin Morgan Captain. Of course, abandon one's benefactor after achieving one's goal is not the style of our 153 branch." Yarlin's eyes flashed an imperceptible light, knowing the Red Skull Pirates has already mastered it. He said with a smile, "I am Branch 153, Marine Lieutenant Yarlin, and I represent Morgan Captain's will to control the entire Keishi town's actions." "Understood." Kelsey stroked the tip of his hair with his hand and remembered the man in front of him deeply. He replied, "I am Kelsey, the captain of pirates, Red Skull Pirates. Our Red Skull Pirates will obey your command/P. It's fake, that's a pirates," so it was subdued by a few words. William and Fick looked at each other in blank dismay. They looked at Yarlin with that smiling face. There was an uncontrollable tremor in his heart, and fiercely swallowed his saliva. Is they too simple, or this world is too crazy? Don't block the door. There are a lot of vacancies in the hostel, let your people live in. Yarlin blinked and said to Kelsey, "Next, go to my room and talk slowly." Kelsey was nodded, turned his head to Novi and motioned to him to make arrangements with his eyes, and then followed Yarlin and walked upstairs. The slaves followed without a word. On the aisle on the third floor, there are slaves scattered every few meters. It was not until Yarlin and Kelsey walked up the steps together that they all acted suddenly, opening the nearest room, walking in, and closing the door. Kelsey's eyelids twitched slightly. He followed Yarlin, and Yu Guang was quietly observing the slave behind him. He was nearly 2 meters tall and had a slender figure. His clothes were tight for viewing. To the steel-like muscle profile inside, the exposed wrist is dark in color, the texture of the muscles is like jagged steel bars, and the muscles of the calf are swollen and move with the pace as if there is a sarcoma under the skin. Moving back and forth, the impact of the three-dimensional perspective makes it easy to imagine the terrible explosive power contained in it. In the scene downstairs, the terrible speed of the slaves has also been verified. Kelsey saw 6 tall men entering the room, almost a copy, although they were just a silhouette or back. The corners of his eyes still twitched slightly. 7. He got the number in the heart. This is what he saw. I don't know how many things he didn't see. Kelsey's heart for the 153 branch base Marines strength is shocked. Withdrawing his thoughts, Kelsey continued to carefully observe the slave behind him from his side. The entangled tail hook on the other's waist can see through the clothes a circle of strange winding marks, and his eyes move. He saw that the other party's fingers were unusually strong, and the sharp and dark nails showed a cold color, and then he slowly looked towards the face of the slave. Gills. Kelsey's pupils shrank suddenly. He saw the cracked black mark on the lower edge of the slave's cheekbones, and a race popped out in his heart, Fishman. This world has many races, there are as many strange-looking races as humanoids, and Fishman is a relatively large and famous humanoid race. The weird pattern on the eyebrows of the opponent was ignored by Kelsey, he only regarded it as some kind of strange tattoo. Please come in. Yarlin pushed open the innermost room on the 3rd floor and let Kelsey go in. The slave guarded the door before he closed the door and walked into the room. 2 beds, just 2 people were sitting, a chair was pulled in between. Yarlin poured the tea slowly, then took a sip, slowly said, "Our 153 branch is very popular. In Stone Town, Morgan Captain hopes to bring this wealth under the control of the 153 branch, and Thiago Chamber of Commerce has become a thorn in our eyes. It's a thorn in the flesh, and we want to get rid of it quickly." Kelsey nodded, it is not difficult for him to think about it. However, Thiago Chamber of Commerce is a legitimate merchant. As Marine, we have no reason to take action against Thiago Chamber of Commerce fleet, however, as pirate, it is different. Sea snatcher is your vocation, isn't it? Yarlin said to Kelsey with a hearty smile. The wealth of the Thiago fleet is the reward paid by our 153 branch, all of which goes to pirates, the Red Skull. What our 153 branch wants is this colorful stone town. Yarlin put down the teacup and licked it wet. Pirates, greedily said, after this, pirates, the Red Skull, will act as the sea watchdog in Keishi town and continue to blockade the island. No merchants are allowed to enter or exit, except for the merchants selected by our 153 branch. Well, this pointing should be your own way of doing things for you. Block off the island, which was originally done by pirates, the only difference is that the partner of cooperation is changed to the 153 branch of Marine. Yes. Although there are elements of being coerced, Kelsey has also turned the corner now. How can the collusion between merchants and bandits compare with the promising future of collusion between officials and bandits? Chapter 46. Pirate, a 20-year-old Red Skull, was arranged by Novi to stay on the 1st and 2nd floors of the hostel. Then he sat on the chair where the captain was sitting and looked at William suspiciously. William noticed Noe's gaze, he frowned and stared back. "Are you also Marine?" Noe looked at William up and down and asked suspiciously. William was astonished. He realized that the strong pirate smell on his body made his colleagues suspicious. He reacted quickly and took out the empty cigarette case from his pocket with 2 cigarettes in it. He drew out a piece of Yarlin's way of igniting it slowly, took a sip, and fiercely said, "I was recruited, do you have any opinions?" "Call for security," Novi asked. The pirate ship that sent Lieutenant Yarlin was the same pirate ship that I had stayed in. The brother on the ship was killed and clean, and the captain's head was chopped off to get lime powder. It's wrapped up. William's face showed just the right color of terror memory. Then why are you not dead? Novi pinched the earring with his right hand and continued to ask. Humph. William's face twitched, fiercely took 2 puffs of cigarettes, as if someone had lifted the fig leaf, and said angrily, "I saw the opportunity early, and he was the first to beg for mercy. Lieutenant Yarlin thought I might be useful, so he spared my life. It turns out that I made the right choice and survived, ha ha ha." Some hysterical laughter. William stared at Novi with a sullen and weird expression. That expression made Novi's heart shivered with cold, and he heard the other man's grim voice, "I'll give you a piece of advice, obediently follow Lieutenant Yarlin's instructions, and don't move anything dangerous. Mind, otherwise, it will really die." After finishing speaking, William no longer paid attention to Novi, but turned his head to Fick and winked and walked upstairs. They should go to bed. Noe said no more, he sneered, believing that William was a greedy person who was afraid of death, but he no longer doubted anything. In the room, Thiago Chamber of Commerce came from the Grand Line. The purpose is the Colorstone Mine, where the specific delivery, the confidentiality of Thiago Chamber of Commerce is done very well. We do not clear, then the Tiago Chamber of Commerce fleet consists of 7 ships, and there are about 300 sailors on it. The overwhelming majority sailors are not threatened, but there are about 40 sailors, the Tiago fleet. The combat members of GU are all sturdy in size. From my observation, they are the guys who dare to fight pirate, and the most notable is the leader of the fleet, the man named Tunas. Kelsey recalled the man's several dealings. He said with dread, a sinister and cunning smiling tiger, very dangerous. Kelsey said that many things about the Tiago Chamber of Commerce are unknown. For Chamber of Commerce his hard power and whole card judgments are also not very clear. Yarlin did not suspect that Kelsey had concealed anything. This is normal for the opponent not quite clear. The cooperation between the merchant and pirate must be on guard against each other. How can they expose their own cards? Tell me several times in detail about the cooperation content. Yarlin also knew that this kind of thing still needs to be judged by himself, so he asked Kelsey. There were 3 cooperations in total. The first time they came up on their own initiative. As a businessman, they dared to contact pirate, who is notorious like us, so I was very curious. So I met Tunas. He at that time, I came by myself and said that I wanted to discuss a big deal with us. It took a long time, and Kelsey thought while recalling, I can't remember exactly what we talked about. There were twists and turns, but as a result, I agreed to his proposal to help them block Keishi town, and as a reward, they would pay us a fortune every month. The specific amount Kelsey did not say, Yarlin naturally will not ask. People are allowed to enter, but people are not allowed to go out. Anyone who wants to go to sea will be done by our Red Skull pirates. Kelsey said roughly, then it has been maintained for 3 in the past few months, the dead were actually some bad luck ghosts, and the townspeople on the island who wanted to go to sea. It was not difficult. Later, it was the second cooperation. Carl Key's expression changed this time, and he showed a funny smile. This time, Tunas came up and asked us to help him kill a person. This person is their own person, and he wants us to pretend to be the sea. An accident of grazing. Oh! Yarlin's eyes lit up, and an interesting smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Go on. Kelsey pondered the words. The organization slowly said, in fact, the content of the second and third cooperation is the same. They are all murders. Every time the Tiago caravan comes over, in addition to their own ships, they will follow in pieces. Some small merchant ships, there may be something nasty in the middle. In fact, the strength of the Tiago caravan can completely solve it by themselves, but Tunas may not want to stain Tiago's reputation, so it is all through our Red Skull pirates handled it. Take it all away. Yarlin grasped the point of the problem. No, not all, only one is dealt with each time, one of the merchants and the crew on his ship. Kelsey he sneered, Tunas is a cannibal without spitting out bones. Asshole, he needs the power of those East Blue local merchants. But he doesn't want them to pose a threat, so every once in a while, he will find the most threatening among them. Let us Red Skull pirates help him clean up. This way, he can always maintain the use and control of those merchants. Yarlin poured a cup of tea again, handed it to Kelsey, and habitually touched his eyelids with his fingers, which showed that he was thinking and calculating crafty plots and machinations. Killing the chicken to warn the monkey and the use of waste, obviously just like eating alone, but with a bunch of small tails. You only need to donate some leftovers and use pirates. Yarlin glanced at Kelsey who was drinking tea, and in his heart he had a general judgment about Tunas, who had never met before. Intimidation and temptation, even if the businessmen guess the truth, they can only dare to be angry and dare not speak. Being led by the nose by Tiago Chamber of Commerce, this is more profitable than Blunt's killing clean. Kelsey's cannibalism is a very apt description. Yarlin he stood up and walked to the window, looking at the dark sky outside, the faint rays of light flashing in his pupils. After a while, he turned his head and looked at Kelsey grinning said with a smile, putting it that way, you should not be completely unfamiliar to those small businessmen. Chapter 47. There are some merchants I have seen, of course, they may not have seen me. Kelsey replied, it's not easy to kill the wrong person. You need to confirm the target's information. If you come and go, it will be impossible. These merchants don't know anything. Yarlin took a deep look at Kelsey, and said indifferently, I'm afraid it's not just because of this. You also want to contact those merchants, after all. Just taking a piece of the pie from Thiago may not be able to satisfy pirates' appetite, even if there is no idea of putting it into action, even out of a defensive heart. It is necessary for Red Skull pirates to have more for long-term partners. In-depth understanding. What a shrewd terrifying. Kelsey greeted the other's eyes that seemed to penetrate the hearts of the people, and put an awkward smile on his face. Well, from those two, from the mouth of a businessman who was killed by me, as well as the inquiries from the people below, I did know some, but it's not a big deal. If you want to come to Tunas and dare to let me do this, he is not afraid that I know the nasty inside. Yarlin nodded, motioned Kelsey to continue. It's nothing more than some small businessmen trying to unite together to fight Tiago and talk about conditions and things, and then, before they can succeed, they were killed by me. The most ridiculous thing is that the small businessmen may not be really one mind to each other. Kelsey curled his lips in disdain. Don't underestimate them. In the face of huge profits, businessmen are a group of demons. Yarlin's eyes rolled and looked towards Kelsey. You know, what they have left is among the people. Who is the next person Tunas wants to kill? Kelsey thought for a while, and then slowly spit out a name from his mouth. Lombard, a very ambitious the youngster. In fact, the last time Tunas originally planned to let me kill two merchants at once, one of them was Lombard. Unfortunately, his strange merchant ship runs a bit faster. Let him escape. If he still comes this time, Tunas will urge me to get rid of him. Do you think he will come? Yarlin asked. If other merchants may not have the courage, but Lombard, it is likely to come. As an ambitious pirate, Kelsey can smell the same taste. He is sure Bar and the marine lieutenant named Yarlin in front of him are dangerous men who are more wild ambition and bolder than himself. This kind of person, once they find their prey, they will bite like a mad dog with bone gangrene. They will not fiercely bite off a bloody fat from the prey, but will kill, not let go. This is also the reason why Kelsey is now succumbing to Yarlin, because he knows that if he refuses, Marine of the 153 branch will pursue pirates like a mad dog. I am afraid it is not just a threat. Wild ambition, this is the best. Yarlin showed a bright smile on his face, and looked at Kelsey's heart slightly. On the endless sea, the sea shark hangs behind the Thiago fleet like a bloody scent. Lombard is standing next to the rudder, and his lens is on the silver, the cold luster reflected under the moon frost. It was a pair of eyes full of killing intent. The first few deaths are definitely impossible. The Tiago caravan must have colluded with a certain pirates on this sea territory. Hey, they were killed by the looted pirate. Thanks to what they said. Navigator with telescope hanging around his neck said next to Lombard. Kabeji, don't be so angry. If possible, I would also like to collude with pirate. This is not without chance. Lombard held his glasses frame and laughed. Hee. Do you want to find a way to get in touch? Navigator Kabeji frowned. Since that pirates has colluded with Thiago, we have no chance. Moreover, we don't know the bargaining chips given by Thiago. It is too dangerous to find it, Rashleigh faintly said, and the fellow Tunas must have been murderous against us. We are now in contact with pirate, and we have thrown ourselves into the net. Humph, Tiago caravan, and this group of pirates, we will retaliate and return sooner or later. Kabeji thought of the last escape from the dead and was filled with fire. Tunas' tolerance is lower than we expected. I really didn't expect him to. I moved the killing intent so soon. This just shows that we guessed the position of Alabasta, and Tunas is anxious. Lombard patted Kabeji on the shoulder, Don't worry, as long as this time's plan can be successful, figure out this route, and then go to Alabasta to find a way to contact the buyers behind. We can kick off the Thiago caravan, as long as we sneak a few times, accumulate funds, and add more with a few big ships and manpower. We can find the opportunity to completely swallow Tiago's caravan and monopolize the wealth of Keishi town. The cold light flashes in Lombard's eyes, his principle of life. It has always been, if people respect me one time, I will pay back 1/10 of a meter, if people deceive me, I will pay back 100 times and 1,000 times. N. Kabaji's heavy nodded. He is very clear about Lombard's temperament. Don't look at the way he smiles, he now, this is just a lasting forbearance, and once let him find it the opportunity of revenge, the man will immediately take off the mask on his face, revealing a fierce and brutal side. Tunas from Thiago is said to be a wolf who cannibalize people without spitting out bones. However, as everyone knows, Lombard is also a fellow of the same temperament, and he will never pass it. His bones were bitten into pieces face to face and then slowly swallowed into his stomach. What Lombard and Kabaji didn't know was that pirate, which they didn't intend to contact, now they can't help but not contact. Are there any problems with those businessmen? Kabaji has not had the opportunity to ask his doubts until now. Of course there is a problem, I just want them to have a problem, otherwise, how can my words reach Tuna's ears? Lombard's cunning strange said with a smile, he is an impatient who wants to kill us. I always have to give him a reason for delay so that we can have time to arrange. I know, you are plot against again. Others, poor fellows, I'm afraid I won't realize that I was sold by you. Kabaji smiled exaggeratedly. Don't talk nonsense, I didn't betray them, I just planned to reveal it, and finally had to escape. It was just a little bit earlier than they saw the opportunity, and it was too late to inform them, he. Lombard said with a sneer, it's not me who betrayed them. Chapter 48. The quiet port was broken by the noise. Thiago's fleet lowered its masts and lined up neatly at the pier. The shouts of the ships and the noise of erecting ladders, the shouts of sailors, the noise of unloading cargo, one after another intertwined into one. Unloading, loading, a series of things are proceeding in an orderly manner. Without Tunas's command, he walked ashore and glanced back at the blurry shadow of the ship near the sea, laughing. The boats of the small merchants will not enter the port with them, but will wait until Tiago's fleet has unloaded the cargo and the entire terminal is quiet, and they will choose a time to sail slowly. Entering the pier, they are moored far away from the fleet and gather together, like a group of cowering rats. The sky is floating with long-lasting haze, and the mottled and fine sunlight falls through the gaps. The beam of light in the air reflects the diffuse ash. Tunas half squinted towards the town after walking. Lothar followed with a group of elite sailors, who were the caravan's escorts. The entire group is just arranged in 2 rows randomly, passing through the mine. All around the working miners speak unnaturally low, and occasionally look at the eyes with a layer of fear. The whole Keishi town exists because of the quarry, and the quarry exists because of Tiago. This is like the relationship between the upper and lower levels of the food chain. Once formed, it is naturally implanted in the class of A. Go to the hostel. Tunas said to Lothar the Black Scorpion. This is the old rule. There are 3 hostels in the town. The guards of their Tiago caravan will occupy one, some other sailors will stay in another one, and the last one will be reserved for small businessmen. The remaining people can only continue to arrange loading on the ship and also serve as a guard. Tunas took the people to the hostel in the center of the town. The sailors will naturally go to the hostel in the east of the city. In the second half of the day, the small businessmen will collectively go to the hostel in the south of the city. Yarlin will stay now. It is the hostel in the south of the city. He already knew the information about these conventions, from the mouth of Mux. Chinnan hostel. Business as usual, don't show your feet. Yarlin said indifferently. Mex looked at the coldness that evoked at the corner of Yarlin's mouth, his eyes cringed and nodded promised. Yarlin went back upstairs, and the two slaves in the room were lying on the bed very quietly. The other slaves were scattered by him and arranged in other rooms. His eyes swept away. A row of data is mapped into his pupil. Slave, Bill. Race, humanoid. Class, first order inferior, not evolutionary. Mental strength 0. Nerve conduction rate 3. Skeleton hardness 3. Muscle activity 3. Blood density flow rate 0. Reconstituted and alienated carbon-based life form, amphibious life that walks upright, no brain, the lowest level of cannon fodder, does not have any debugging and training value. Innate talent, none. Yarlin was a bit speechless. If the subordinate slaves are all cannon fodder, what kind of evaluation should I give to my current state? Fighting the 5 scum? Well, the average data is far from 5, this is really a worrying thought. But what is more noteworthy is race, class, debugging and training, innate talent and evolution. The profound meaning of these words. He has a vague guess and positioning for a Sturber, or his own future. He slowly walked to the window, looking at the sky through the corner of the curtain, he healed in the silence. I am looking forward to that day. Finally here. Lombard stepped on the pier, watching a lively scene in a frenzy, the cracks on the lips were breathing greedy smell, and in his eyes, what was stepping on under his feet was not gravel but an astonishing wealth that could make people forget their lives. It is said that desire is hard to fill, Kabeji, do you think this entire colorful stone mountain can fill my greed? Lombard and Kabeji looked at each other, and both saw their greedy expression in each other's eyes. Then you have to fill it out before you know it. Kabeji lowered his voice, I observed carefully, and I didn't see Pirate's shadow. We just went ashore, Tuna even if SI wants to do it, he won't pick it up at this time. Lombard instructed, Hehe, the guy who betrayed us will soon go and connect with Tunas, and then, we're temporarily safe. Lombard's habitual support of the glass's frame, his point of view glanced at the merchant ship that docked next to him, and the businessmen who had agreed to form an alliance. The corners of his mouth evoked an imperceptible sneer and whispered. Look, they are already impatient. To be on the safe side, everyone except you and me will stay on the boat. The sails are half lowered. Always stay vigilant. If an accident happens, we have to escape immediately. Well, I will arrange it. Kabeji nodded, walked over and whispered to his crew and sailors. There were not many sailors on the Sea Shark. After removing him and Lombard, there were only 11 individuals, but these people have fought with them through the storms, have experienced the test of blood, and can be completely trusted. Taking advantage of Kabeji's arrangement, Lombard greeted the other businessmen with smiles on their faces, their eyes concealed with a sense of tacit understanding, and their eyes will meet each other. A tacit smile. Where's Mr. Lang Shi? Here, something on the boat has been delayed, and it has been handled. Then let's go, we will still go to the hostel in the south of the city. Lam Ali looked towards Lang Shi very naturally, with a sincere smile on his face, and then went to the entire group moved towards the hostel in the south. Every merchant ship has personnel left behind. I don't need to repeat this. There are a total of 6 merchants and accompanying confidants. There are about 25 people. The town is not spacious. It seems to be a piece of black. On the 3rd floor, half of Yarlin's face was covered by curtains. He looked at the people who were constantly walking towards the hostel, and he looked back and forth with his patrolling eyes. His eyesight is more than ordinary people, so even if he is far away, can also clearly observe the expressions on everyone's face. Soon, his gaze was fixed on one of the men with gold-rimmed glasses, his cheeks with hard lines, his chin and a square beard, and he couldn't hide it even through the lenses. His narrow and long eyes, with ambitions between the opening and closing, are fundamentally different from those around those who are also engraved with greed but cowardly and weak. It's like a wolf mixed into a group of huskies. On the surface, it looks like two close relatives. But everyone with a discerning eye can see that the latter can easily kill the former. Lombard. Yarlin said the name silently and closed the curtains. At the same time, Lombard felt inexplicably cold in his heart. He looked up in surprise. He felt as if some hidden gaze was peeping at him just now, with deep malice. Chapter 49. As always, the empty hostel, the old guy sitting behind the bar as usual, the receptionist with droopy eyes and listless businessmen checked in. It's Lombard's turn. Mex raised his head and glanced at the golden glasses on the bridge of his nose, took out the innermost key from the drawer, handed it over and said, "The house on the 3rd floor." Lombard took the key, not at all suspicious, said hello to other merchants and walked upstairs with Kabeji. The old stairs made a creaking sound, and Lombard looked down at the stairs. The steps are slightly paused, then the right hand touches the handrail next to him, and continues to walk upstairs. There was some cold humidity in the aisle on the 3rd floor, and the corridor was very quiet, and the two walked in silently. 313. Close to the 3rd room at the end of the corridor, Lombard inserted the key, twisted to open the door, and opened the door. A grey and musty smell rushed out. Obviously no one lived and cleaned in the room for a long time. Up. The two people walked in, closed the door, and Lombard's face sank immediately. He quickly checked the room, and then suddenly turned his head and looked towards Kabeji. "What's the matter?" Kabeji looked at the opponent's face and immediately realized that something was wrong. Something is not quite right. Lombard put his ear to the wall and listened to the movement next door. He didn't hear any sound. His face was a little dark, then he lowered his voice and said, "The dust on the stairs is more than we came the first 2 times and it was a lot less. This means that there are people living upstairs in the last month, but the hostel boss lives on the 1st floor. Could it be that he cleaned it?" Kabeji frowned eyebrow. "Impossible, I touched the handrail. There is a layer of ash on it. If it is impossible, I will ignore the dust on the handrail." Lombard said grimly, "There must be someone living upstairs. It's just not clear that people are still passing away now, but I'm too worried, or is it here for us? The people from Tunas or Pirate have arranged in advance and intend to do it to us in the hostel." Kabeji complexion changed. Now is the most dangerous critical moment, so they don't want to think too much. It shouldn't be from Thiago's caravan. We came back and forth with them, not so fast, so it's pirate. Last time we escaped, they were fortunate to have gone ashore this time and planned to stand by. Lombard's face became more gloomy, and he blinked and said to Kabeji, "You go and wander around in the hallway to see which rooms are being occupied. If there are people, it can only be in another room. Inside." "Okay." Kabeji opened the door, lit a cigarette and stood by the door to smoke while shaking his head and observing the people living in the corridor and the opened room door. After a long while, he squeezed out the cigarette and returned to the room. Next door, there are 2 innermost rooms, no one goes in, and 2 rooms at the top of the stairs. Kabeji looked at the wall next to him and swallowed. Maybe it's empty inside the house, maybe there are people inside. Lombard took off his glasses and stared at the yellowing and anti-tide wall. His eyes seemed to go straight to see the dynamics of the next door. After a while, his index finger flicked the key ring. "Yin, I just felt someone peeping at me downstairs. It was not my illusion, it was a real person, and he gave us the key to the room next door. It's definitely not a coincidence, it's just for us." After talking, Lombard stood up, moved the joints of his neck, his eyes turned to reveal the fierce rays of light, "Whether it's pirate or not. Just ask someone to confirm it." As he said, he patted his cheek, put on his glasses again, opened the door and walked downstairs. There were some sailors smoking and chatting in the hall. Lombard walked over. Several sailors recognized who he was and stood up. He asked, "Which room is Mr. Langshi in?" The captain said he was about to throw up the bumps at sea. "He just went out and may be back in a while." "Oh, the room is 209. Oh, it's okay, then Captain SCO, in which room? Lombard interrupted the other party and asked the other sailor. 202, sailor replied. Lombard turned and walked towards the second floor. As soon as he went up the stairs, he was almost facing room 202. The door of the room was concealed. He knocked on the door and pushed in. In the room, the middle-aged man with big pie-faced triangular eyes sat up from the bed and looked towards Lombard, who walked in, with a puzzled expression in his eyebrows. SCO, you are in the house. Lombard closed the door casually, and said indifferently, Lang Shi went out, I thought you went out with you. Lang Shi went out? What did you do? SCO asked smoothly. It's nothing, maybe I'm tired of staying on the boat. I want to walk on land. Each voyage takes 10.5 months. To be honest, it's really unbearable. Lombard sighed with emotion, then his face suddenly sank. He walked to the side of SCO and said in a deep voice, the people in Tiago caravan may have noticed it. We need to act in advance. Is it noticed? SCO heart startled. Well, I found a suspicious problem in this hostel. Lombard put his finger to his mouth and made a silent motion, killing intent, awe-inspiring. I can't explain it in a few words, but it's good we still have a chance. In this way, you will come to my room quietly at night, and don't be discovered by anyone. What do you mean? SCO's heart sank. To be honest, I suspect that there is Thiago's inner ghost among us. I can 100% confirm that you and Mr. Lang Shi will not betray us, so, the more people who know the less the better. Lombard looked solemnly, and repeatedly asked, remember, come here alone at night and don't be discovered by anyone. We need to plan the next plan. 314 room number, night. Lombard confirmed with SCO. Okay. SCO's heart was a little heavy, facing Lombard's heavy nodded. He not at all noticed the vicious smile on the corner of his mouth when Lombard turned and left. Lang Shi was wandering around in the town. He circled all around and didn't see anyone following him, so he quickened his pace, walked towards the center of the town. In the hostel in the center of the town. Go in. Luosha opened the door and said to the sneaky Lang Shi. Inside the door, Tunas was sitting on a recliner, holding in his hands a glass of red wine, shook gently. Sit down. Tunas put the wine glass on the table. Lang Shi's face showed the businessman's unique flattery. He didn't take Tunas's politeness seriously, but just stood there and began to report the dynamics and conditions of the small businessmen. This is not a betrayal. It should be said that he from the very beginning is Tunas's eye and ears in those small merchant groups. He has always been a member of Thiago's caravan. Someone on Thiago's boat was bought by Lombard. He knew that the destination of the colored stone mine was Alabasta. The small self-seeking merchants had been moved by him and planned to. It is not good for us to join the Chamber of Commerce. Lang Shi repeated Lombard's words that bewitched those merchants at the time. Chapter 50. When the boat is big, there will be more restless guys. You have to clean it up from time to time to keep the boat tidy. Tuna's eyes mapped on the red wine glass, revealing a terrible killing intent. Even secrets such as Alabasta have been leaked out, and some of the worms have reached the time when they must be cleaned up. Lang Shi also hates these things that eat inside and out. Lang Shi showed his gnashing teeth expression. In my heart, I felt awe from my bones for Tunas. This time, you did a good job. Tunas stared at Lang Shi, indifferently said, after returning to the voyage, I will personally ask the president for instructions so that you don't have to follow the ship in the future. Being a steward in the Chamber of Commerce, I also spend a lot of time with my family. Lang Shi's breathing was short. His family has been under the supervision of the Chamber of Commerce, which is why he dare not get up. Any reason for betraying the Chamber of Commerce idea? Fortunately, this nightmare day is coming to an end. Don't worry, thank you. Give me the final touch. Tunas wiped off the wine stains on his lips, and said grimly, I want to know Lombard's detailed plan. Also, if there are any worms in Thiago's caravan, please let me find out if you don't miss one. Yes, I will find a way to figure it out, then I will go back first. Now. Lang Shi retired. Luosha walked in and saw Tunas licking his lips, showing a long-lost grin. Go and tell pirates the Red Skull. Lombard's head will not bother them. I have to personally send him on the road with the assholes in Thiago's caravan this time. It should have been that way, otherwise, those clever bastards don't know what fear is. Lothar a bloodthirsty sneer, I'll tell pirates the Red Skull. Dong. Dong dong, dong dong dong. In the quiet corridor at night, SCO was standing in front of 314's door, knocking on the door with his fists clenched, and his dull response echoed gently in the corridor, like the beating of his own heart. In the dark room, eyes opened, revealing the faint rays of light, Yarlan slowly sat up from the side of the bed, and the slave on the bed behind him stood up quietly. The tail hook wrapped around the waist resembles a snake that awakens suddenly. The whole body is stretched and suspended in front of his chest, killing intent. Who would it be? Yarlan was convinced that the knock on the door was not William and Fick. He opened the curtains and let the cold moonlight into the room. A lot of speculation flashed in his mind for an instant, and then he moved towards the door and walked. Put your hand on the door handle, rotate it, and make a click to unlock. The door is open. Behind the door of the next room, Lombard and Kabeji looked at each other with gloomy eyes. There are really people. Long Bale held the doorknob in his hand and slowly turned the door lock. Behind him, Kabeji bowed like a cheetah ready to go, while holding a dagger in his hand. The dagger shone with a cold luster, obviously poisoned. Long, who are you? Sko's hand stopped in the air, the door was opened, and a strange man with a strange smile appeared behind him. You seem to have knocked on the wrong door. SCO was dumbfounded. I think the person you are looking for lives next door. Yarlan stood in the door, squinting at Sko's side. Clang! The rubbing sparks dazzled, and the bladed arm sprang out like a poisonous python entangled in the roots. Kabeji's pupils shrank suddenly and his wrist was cracked. Open a smear of blood. Not good. His heart beat, he immediately pulled back and violently retreated, fish scales scratching the muscles, goosebumps violently on his arm, bloody flesh flew away, in midair a weird bone tail lay there, and the black and red tail hook swayed, dripping blood into the blood gully on the barb. It was red and scary. What the hell? Kabeji hunched over and hunched behind Dasko, a faint smell of blood filled the air, he stared firmly the tail hook. It turned out to be a fierce tail that seemed to be connected by bones. The palm size of the wrist was shaved off and the bones were visible. There were fingernail-sized gaps on the blade of the dagger, as well as cracks, which reminded the sharpness of his tail. It's a person. Lombard walked out with a sullen face, standing next to Kabeji, the trick under the lens staring coldly at Yarlan. The strange man's there was a playful smile on his cheeks, and the bone-truncated tail protruded from behind him, and behind him stood a fuzzy humanoid creature. Moonlight came in from the window behind, and Lombard's face appeared cold and pale, while the opposite Yarlan was just carrying the light, and the expression on his face was dim. Lombard. SCO seems to have reacted to something. There was a blush on his face, and he bared his teeth and said, "You deliberately said the wrong house number, yes, designing me. I just need someone to determine if anyone is in this house." Lombard glanced at SCO, without the slightest regret, indifferently said, "I can never take your own risk. If you want to come, you are the most suitable." "You bastard!" Sko was angry, but after all he was sane. He didn't dare to shout loudly if he didn't understand this weird drama. The Lombard behind him is a bastard and cannot be trusted. The man in front of him feels like an extreme danger, and he is even more unidentified. He is caught in the middle, not knowing who to be with. He wants to cry no tears. There was a brief silence, and a crisis was brewing in the atmosphere. This first meeting was a bit beyond Jarlin's expectations. He did not intend to make contact with Lombard so abruptly. He didn't expect that the other party was indeed impatient. Turn up without being invited, and, obviously, the other party does not seem very friendly. Jarlin was just about to speak, and suddenly his eyebrows jumped, and the tail hook bone connection crackled, suddenly straightened, biting Lombard's chest like fangs. Almost a millisecond before, Lombard's lips twitched, "Move." Just as the first word was uttered, Kabeji grinned at the corner of his mouth, his wrist lifting it up drove the blood and flesh to splash, the ghost-like dagger pierced out and appeared on Scar's neck. Hand. The second character fell, Lombard's scalp was numb, and his hair stands on end all over his body. His pupils shrank into a vertical shape. He is now standing in front of Kabeji. If he dodges immediately, the tail hook is very likely to penetrate Kabeji. It was just a moment of hesitation, and it was too late for him to dodge. Kabeji's eyes were splitting, the veins on his wrists bursting, and the blood spattered on Sko's face. Then he saw his 5 fingers' weird flexible reversal, the dagger almost slid against Sko's chin through a 90-degree bend, and then reflected. Nail. The tail hook was missed, and he suddenly volleyed back. At this moment, Jarlin spread his 5 fingers and grabbed Sik's back head swept slightly, and Sko was dragged to his side. In this dazzling movement, between the rabbits and the falcons, Sco didn't even understand what was going on. He just like falling in a ice hole, he felt that he was walking early on the gates of hell. Horrified. It's a vicious mind. Jarlin licked his lips. The first impression Lombard gave him was really impressive. Chapter 51. If he dies at my door, you will yell again, "Oh, the shit basin will be buckled on my head." This is not the attitude you should have when you first meet. Jarlin pinched Sko's with 2 fingers. The carotid artery said meaningfully, "You know, I came here deliberately with kindness." Lombard silently stared at the goodwill man in front of him, not feeling it. There was a trace of goodwill from the other party. Sco was terrified. He didn't understand that the man behind him had just saved his life. Why did he use his sharp fingertips against his throat at this moment, exposing a thin layer of goosebumps? Neck. Don't you believe it? Jarlin stared at Lombard, and slowly moved his head close to Sko's ear, and said grimly, "This can be difficult." The whole sentence seemed to be addressed to Lombard, and it seemed to be whispering to Sco, and suddenly, a chill rose in both hearts at the same time. The sound of skin and flesh being torn, fingertips hooked on the fine muscle throat, dragging and pulling, tooth-sawing friction, blood vessels and fine bones broken, Sko's throat broke, a pigeon the egg-sized hole made a ho-ho vent sound, and blood gurgled out. Jarlin shook his finger, and a slender blood-stained throat was thrown to the ground. Sko covered his neck with both hands, looked at Lombard in horror, and whimpered in his mouth. Sko was dying as Lombard wanted, however, Lombard's complexion was pale, and he didn't feel any pleasure from the tricks in his heart. Instead, he felt a chill from the solace of his feet. It sprang up, as if there was a cold poisonous snake snaking around on the back, completely cold. Lombard understood that this was what the other party expressed, goodwill. It can also be understood as the sincerity of making friends. The limp body was dragged into the house by the slaves, and the jagged blood stains were dragged out on the yellowed floor. Jarlin turned sideways and said indifferently, "Please come in." Lombard. Kabeji stared at Jarlin with jealous eyes. He couldn't understand the other party's intentions at all. He could only read a message. The man in front of him was extremely dangerous. Lombard stood at the door thinking for 2 seconds, he retracted his gaze looking towards the bloodstain, and said to Kabeji, "Clean up the blood." To explain, Lombard raised his foot and walked in around the blood. The door was closed, and outside was a confused Kabeji. He gritted his teeth and returned to his house, then walked out with a rag. "Who are you?" Lombard stared at Jarlin tightly. He had already selected the two options of pirate and Tiago caravan in his heart. To be ruled out. I'm Yarlin. The voice came into Lombard's ears, and it was replied like this: I'm from the 153rd part of Marine Base, Lombard. Marine, right? You are not malicious. Marine, unexpected answer. Lombard set off a stormy sea in his heart. After a long while, he woke up from shock, stared at Yarlin with mixed emotions, and said depressed, did Marine see this island too? He can't really imagine the reason why Marine appeared quietly in this town. The only explanation is that this colorful stone mountain not only attracts greedy businessmen, but finally, today, it also arouses Marine attention. Couldn't it be the bandits? This island hides a group of vicious pirates. Marine is obliged to destroy this group of pirate. Yarlin faint smiled at Lombard's strong. How Lombard was a sneaked of indifferent expression, but he was thinking quickly about the pros and cons of Marine's sudden intervention at this time, and how he would do it to ensure his own cake. Yarlin moved a chair and sat by the window, holding a teacup in his right hand and turning it slightly without drinking. Why did you notice me? Lombard doesn't believe that living next door is just a coincidence. He also wants to understand now. Even if he doesn't come to try today, sooner or later, this man will come in contact yourself. You're right, our 153 branch really took a fancy to this island, but unfortunately, it has already been taken by Thiago's caravan. We want to grab it from him. Go here. The water in the teacup is already cold. Yarlin's complexion is calm, but there is a caw-caw sound from the teacup in his hand. The cat ear is forcibly cut off by him, and the teacup falls on the table and rolls the tea to the ground. The teacup is the town, and the cold water inside is the Tiago caravan. Now, if we want to drink hot tea in Marine, we must first pour out the cold water in the cup. And you? Yarlin stared at Lombard deeply, flicked the fingers, cat ears drew a parabola in the air, and was caught by Lombard. This is the handle, the agent chosen by the 153 Marine branch. With my handle, Marine can hide in the dark and hold this teacup. Lombard looked thoughtful, his eyes under the lens showed burning eyes. Then what can you get? As for the reason for Marine doing this, Lombard's eyes just turned, so he didn't have to ask any more. The left and right are the 153 branches that need to get actual benefits and preserve them. The face of justice, that's all. In the final analysis, Lombard had already seen through. In the final analysis, no justice or evil can escape the jungle law of weak are prey to the strong. This is the only truth on the sea. You will become the agent of the 153 branch, you will have the legal mining rights on this small island, and there will be no harassment by other merchants and pirates. You will completely monopolize the colored stone mines here, grabbing amazing profits. Yarlin paused, then grinned. Isho, and my friendship. Lam Ali automatically ignored the last sentence, his heart fluctuating, full of ambition and greed, burning a hoarse voice. Then, what do I need to pay? 50% profit. Yarlin stretched out a palm and spread his fingers. This is impossible. You Marine do not need to do almost anything, but I have to take charge of mining, transportation, loss, and other links. You want to divide it in half, accept the price, but still make an expression of dissatisfaction on the surface. You are smart, so don't act. You know that the Marine brand is worth the price. He can save you the trouble of overwhelming majority on East Blue. Yarlin is warm Deo. Being able to win the favor of the 153 branch is an opportunity that many businessmen dream of. Don't be too greedy. 50% of the profit is enough to support you. What's more, the profit collected by our 153 branch has to be spent. Okay, I accept it. Lombard saw that Yarlin would not bargain, so he stopped entanglement freely. Now you can get to the topic. Yarlin and Lombard looked at each other, and at the same time spit out 3 words, Tiago. Killing intent full. Chapter 52. Sko's body in the corner gradually cooled, the blood on the floor turned black and solidified, and the air blowing into the room was smelling of blood. Yarlin and Lombard looked at each other. "The last time you escaped Thiago's black hand, you dare to come this time, it must be planned?" Yarlin asked indifferently. The long and narrow glasses behind Lombard's gold glasses stared at Yarlin. "It seems that you know all of them." "Indeed, I came here prepared this time. Thiago's caravan wants my life. Why didn't I have the same plan? Tell me about your plan." Yarlin touched his fingers and hands. Lombard looked at the black glove on his left hand and touched the frame lightly. Said solemnly, "Set fire, fire." "Fire? How big?" Lombard took a deep breath, as the next sentence was spit out, as if the air was already filled with cool smoke and dust, "The fire that flooded the entire Keishi town." Hiss! Yarlin twitched at the corner of his mouth, sucked in a breath of cold air, without speaking. Lombard's face showed a crazy look, and his tone was sinister and vicious. "The entire Keishi town was built on the basis of Thiago. The town has long been regarded as private property by Thiago. When the fire spreads, the people of Thiago caravan will definitely fight the fire desperately, because this is saving their own property. Otherwise, once Keishi town is burned to ruins, it will take at least half a year to rebuild. The quarry is bound to be paralyzed. And this is unacceptable by Thiago Chamber of Commerce." Yarlin touched his left eyelid and took a deep look at Lombard, gloomily said, "I don't know how many of the residents in this town will die under your fire. They are innocent." How Lombard's pupils shrank suddenly, which is unprovoked. Reminiscent of a viper that has awakened from hibernation, with a hoarse and cruel voice, "A great man has to be ruthless." Saying. Yarlin drew a cigarette from the box and lit it. The smoke haunted his face. He stood up and looked at the quiet and dark town outside the window, his blue eyes reflecting the silent night. Very deep and deep, no one knows what he is thinking at the moment. "Go on." After a long while, Yarlin ejected the cigarette butt he had smoked, and the faint fire star splashed down. He seemed to have seen the fire sea soaring, with his back facing away. Lombard, his face is gloomy and uncertain. Lombard stared at Yarlin's deep back. "In the fire and smoke, Thiago's caravan's number advantage is gone. By then, you only need to find a chance to kill the caravan's leader. Nas, as long as Tunas dies and burns all the boats of Thiago's caravan, the remaining people can only be trapped to die on this island. It is up to us to kill or kill." "It sounds wonderful, but how do you ensure that there will be no mistakes in the whole process? Will the people in Thiago caravan just wait for you to set you on fire?" Yarlin asked. "At this point, you can rest assured, the man Tunas, I understand, I gave him a bait that he had to hook, and he will perform according to my choreographed repertoire." Lombard solemnly vowed. Yarlin is thinking, he doesn't believe that this is Lombard's entire plan, or that it may be true, but the remaining achievement may not be necessary. The reason is very simple, he does not fully trust Lombard, then Lombard would definitely not trust him completely, the other party would definitely leave room for himself and retreat. He squeezed the window frame with his left hand, came over halfway, and glanced at Lombard indifferently said, "One thing, you are wrong. This colored stone is now the property of our 153 branch. Every resident in the town is a valuable labor. I don't want to spend a lot of time and end up with a burning ruin. Is it true to think so, or hypocritical kindness?" Lam Ali thought in his heart, but he answered and said, "I understand. I will start setting fires all around the town, where fewer people live. For this, we Marine will ensure that pirates in the surrounding sea territory will not set foot on this island to ensure that your plan can proceed smoothly." Yarlin's eyes flashed with an imperceptible cold light, and silently added the next sentence in his heart, "At the same time, make sure that before the curtain ends no one can leave the island." The two talked about some details, and then agreed a time for the action. Lombard left, Yarlin closed the door and walked to Sko's body. The heart has stopped beating long ago, and the cold corpse emits a faint fishy smell. Yarlin felt a little regretful, and then asked the slave to hide the corpse under the bed with a blanket. Lying on the bed, all night without words, second day approaching the wee hours of the morning, Meeks quietly came up and stuffed a note from the crack in the door, which was a message from pirates, the Red Skull. There is a line written on the paper, to the effect that Thiago Caravan does not intend to borrow pirates' hand to eradicate Lombard, but intends to take it out by himself. Yarlin squinted his eyes, then found an oil pen from the room, wrote a line on the back of the note. Opened the door and saw the sneaky Mex standing outside. Throw the note to the other party, indifferently said, immediately give it to Kelsey. Mex folded the note in his hand, then went downstairs and quietly opened the door of the hostel, moved towards the opposite the street, walked over, and soon a silhouette came out from the secret street, took the note, and quickly left the town, moved towards the coast and ran wildly. The sky gradually lit up, and the hostel woke up from the silence, replaced by the hustle and bustle. The tired businessmen seemed to recover their spirits after a night of sleep, and Lombard's eyes were dark. Walking downstairs with bloodshot eyes. Did you not sleep well last night? Lang Shi looked towards Lombard and asked with some confusion. I've been at sea for a long time, but I can't sleep on land. Lombard squeezed a smile on his face and yawned, it's okay, I'll wake up after washing my face. Well, then Lang Shi looked at Lombard with a vague look and asked in a low voice. Well, I have already passed the news in the inside of Tyagori. We will gather together later and plan. Lombard patted Lang Shi on the shoulder. Neiying has passed the news? When did it happen? Lang Shi was shocked. He did not notice that Lombard had left the hotel. He concealed his shock with a "Hey. See you later." As he passed by, Lombard turned his head and glanced at Lang Shi's back, with a rippling killing intent in his eyes. He turned his head. With false disguise on his face again, moved towards the other merchants and walked away, greeted with each other's eyes, and whispered whispers. Chapter 53. People often say that the dark night is the soil for the breeding of evil, but even under the scorching sun, the rotting and multiplying maggots and the jackals can always smell filth and blood. The sun is rare today to penetrate the thick cloud of lead and fall on the land of Quarry Town. The smell of warm from the sea breeze of Hu blows the dust and scum of the colored stone mine, gathering at the door of the hostel with the guards and sailors of the merchant ship. In a certain room upstairs, several merchants gathered together and were plotting something. Suddenly, the door opened and Lang Shi walked out quickly, clutching his stomach, and walked quickly to the public toilet in the corridor. He coughed slightly, the innermost compartment opened, and he walked out. One person, Lang Shi walked over and confessed something in the ear of the person immediately left the bathroom, and after leaving the hostel, went straight to the center of the town. In the room upstairs, because of Lang Shi's discomfort, Lombard stood at the window and looked at the door of the hotel, and the corner of his mouth quietly evoked the arc of cunning. Lang Shi returned and the plot continued. The night came as promised. When the last afterglow was expelled and the darkness enveloped the town completely, the door of the silent hostel slowly opened, revealing a crowd of congested and depressed people behind the door, as if waiting in silence. Flames are brewing in it. Everyone, success or failure lies tonight. As long as this fire burns, Thiago Caravan will scattered ashes and dispersed smoke. Lombard's face was grim. The crowd suddenly agreed, and then dispersed according to the plan, with their respective guards moved towards the designated location. Lang Shi, the two colored stone mines are the most important locations. You and I will go to one place each. When we get there, I will naturally arrange for you to be picked up into the quarry. The people in the Yago caravan never thought that the explosives they sent to mine the ore every month would be secretly hidden by my people, and then used to blow up his fleet. Lang Shi and Lombard walked side by side. From the corner of his eye he glanced at Lombard's madness and ferocious expression, and his heart was secretly cold. Who would have thought that this guy was preparing for this plan the first time he stepped into Keishi town? This is a lunatic. You take out the explosives, and then we join together and go directly to the pier. When the time comes, the ghosts on the ship will join us inside and outside." Lombard patted Langshi on the shoulder. Sinister said, with a bang, "Tiago's caravan will be completely trapped to death on this island." "I understand." Langshi replied in a deep voice. "It's up to you, you go to the left, I'll go to the right and go around the center of the town." Lombard stretched his finger to the fork in the left road, and then led the two of Kabeji to disappeared from the street on the right. Langshi looked at Lombard's back, disappeared in the dark, turned around and moved towards the street on the left, and the dense footsteps drifted away. After 5 minutes, the fuzzy silhouettes reappeared. At the intersection, Langshi stood at the fork and looked at the empty street on the right with a little coldness, and then led people from the intersection in the middle, which was the road to the center of the town. At the entrance of the town center hostel, a piece of maza was quietly placed at the door. Tunas was sitting on it. Behind him stood a very quiet caravan guard ready to go, and he couldn't see clearly. "Come." Luasha, who stood beside her with her hands in her pockets, trembled slightly, and sure enough, after a while, the sound of tiny footsteps spread into everyone's ears. Langshi's pace increased and almost trot to Tunas, and then he explained Lombard's plan verbatim. When he heard the words gunpowder and blow up, Tunas stood up abruptly, the muscles of his eyebrows stretched fiercely, and there was a faint laughter in his throat. Langshi would not think that Tunas was really smiling, his back was cold unconsciously, and his mouth stopped. The cold moonlight reflected in his cold eyes, and he spit out coldly, killing intent. Tunas looked at Langshi, and the chill in his voice could even be distinguished by a fool. "Then, where did those bastards who eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gallbladder go?" "Set fire." Langshi shivered and said, "Divided into 3 parts, a branch set fire in the center of the town, to attract the guards in the hostel to fight the fire, the other part will detour from the mountain trail to the pier. Once a fire occurs, the sailors sent by the merchant ship to fight the fire will be intercepted along the way, and the last part." Langshi's forehead was full of fine beads of sweat, and he swallowed and vomited, hidden in the town, waiting for opportunities, ready to assassinate. Assassination. "Assassinate me," Tunas to Langshi said. He patted the opponent's nervous body, his mouth opened with white teeth, and then he turned his head and said to Lothar, who was playing with weapons, "You hear, they want to kill me." The complexion of charcoal makes Lothar hide himself in the dark naturally. The weapon in his hand is a hook similar to the tail of a scorpion. Its pitch black color. He stopped the movement in his hands, and his small eyes flashed fierce and bloodthirsty rays of light, and he lived like a venomous scorpion. "A group of act recklessly businessmen, I have long wanted to kill them all. I wanted to keep them a bit useful, but since they are rushing to die, I can't stop them." Tunas sighed, "Besides, I still know Alabasta, that's really one and I can't keep one. If you look down from the sky, you will find that the blue stone roads and streets in the quiet night are usually empty. There were some sneaky silhouettes at the moment where no one was present. Each of them was holding a torch wrapped in cotton cloth and alcohol in their hands. The heavy wooden boxes were swayed in their hands. The sound of the collision of bottles and cans was heard. The individual had opened the box and took out the yellow bottle from the inside. Immediately a pungent smell of fire oil was diffused in the air. Spread it all away. Liquid splashed on the ground, on the surrounding walls, and on the flammable materials accumulated on both sides of the street, and then suddenly, as soon as their movements stopped, a footstep came. "Stop it!" The footsteps kept on, the silhouette of the silhouette was still blurred, and the indifferent voice had already entered their ears, "You need to change place to set the fire." "Who are you?" Everyone looked vigilantly towards the silhouette walking out of the dark. He was a strong man with a slightly pale handsome face under his shredded hair. Behind him, not far or near, followed 2 tall silhouettes. The man is Yarlin, and behind him are 2 slaves. The leader of this arson team was one of the small businessmen. He fixed his eyes on Yarlin. He hadn't seen this face in the memory of his heart. He made a hidden gesture towards the back. The sound of the blade coming out of the body was very subtle, but he couldn't hide it from Yarlin's ears. He stopped and said to the people who were looking bad, "Lam Ali sent me." Chapter 54. Sniffing his nose gently, the air was filled with a faint smell of fire oil. Lothar the Black Scorpion looked suspicious. He crouched down, wiped the liquid at the root of the wall with his fingers, and licked with his tongue in the mouth. Bah! A mouthful of yellow turbid foam was spit on the ground. It was indeed the kind of crude and impure kerosene smell, and judging from the liquid splashed on the ground and all around, it was indeed someone who planned to set fire here. But only the kerosene was poured, but there was no burning flame, not to mention the silhouette of the arson. Moreover, the amount of kerosene poured on the scene was abnormal, as if someone planned to set fire here. But just poured ignition oil, suddenly stopped and left. "This is indeed the place," Lang Shi said. He didn't lie. So, where did the people go? Lothar stopped for a while, obviously didn't understand the reason for the strangeness during this period, but he was also aware when things changed. "I didn't know whether it was just an accident or that the intelligence that Lang Shi brought was wrong. Let's go to the next place." Luosha turned and left, quickly moved towards the southwest corner of the town center, which is the other place closest to here set fire. The town is not very big, and in less than 10 minutes, Lothar rushed to him, and his already dark face became darker. "This place is almost the same as the previous place. The same half-sprinkled kerosene, the same arson scene that suddenly stopped, the same ghost shadow did not see one." Lothar frowned. He looked all around, feeling that there was something in the darkness. Individuals are racing against themselves, always getting there first and taking away the person who should have set fire. "There are 2 more places, go separately, you go there, I go to the other side." Lothar decided to divide his forces to prove his intuition and guess. He let other people, they all went to the nearest place, and they moved towards the arson spot far away alone. In the distance, on the road near the corner from the center of the town, a group of rushing teams suddenly stopped. "Why did Lombard let us shift the position of the fire?" The businessman boss's complexion was not very good looking, although the other party's sentence "there is danger here" forced the transfer, but the vigilance in his heart has not been let go. "There are spies among you. I am afraid that the original arson location has been known by Thiago's people. If the fire is set according to the original plan..." Yarlin expressionless replied, "I am afraid that the fire has not been released yet, your corpses are already cold." "The spy? Who is it?" The merchant leader sank in his heart and blurted out, "The people of Thiago already know it, damn it, Lombard lie, this bastard, he knew we had spies, right? This is not important. The important thing is that you have no way out. Thiago's people must be looking for arson everywhere." "People?" Yarlin snapped his fingers lightly, and his tone was unquestionable. "Your only way to survive is to set off a fire and create the established chaos before you are found. Yarlin will do without." With the departure of the slightest hesitation, this is the second team he took away. According to the agreement with Lombard, there are still 2 arson sites that need to be transferred. "What shall we do?" The cold wind blew. The businessman bared his teeth, turned his gnashing teeth and glared at the idiot who had just asked, "What are you doing in a daze? Don't set it on fire." In 7 minutes. The rushing footsteps stepped on the wet kerosene ground, the spilled bottles fell to the ground, and the merchant leader's complexion changed drastically and stared at the Tiago guards turning up without being invited. Behind him, half of the arson scene was set up. 7 or 8 men carried a bottle of flaming oil in their hands, staring at the opposite side nervously, and their breathing became rapid. One of them quietly put down the bottle, grabbed the short blade from his arms, and before they could make the next move, one of the guards on the opposite side came out and said, "The leader ordered, kill all." None of them stayed. Under the sticky night, the merchant leader hadn't reacted yet, and the silver blade instantly filled his eyes. He climbed up to his face in horror, and slashed his blade into the flesh. The front face torn skin and gaping flesh blood shoots out. The merchant leader let out a miserable cry, a blood sulcus was pierced across his face, half of the nose with meat was torn off by the blade and fell to the ground. The business guards behind him trembled with trepidation, although a little surprised fear, but after all, he was not frightened. Instead, he drew his knives and rushed forward with a messy glance at each other. Humph, courting death. The cold rays of light flashed in the eyes of Thiago's guard leader. With a blade in his hand, the screams on the ground stopped suddenly, and the merchant the boss was completely severed from his neck, and then he stepped on the chest of the corpse and slashed forward vigorously. Crack bang! The sharp sound of knife blade collisions, blood and iron are intertwined on the cramped road, and the two teams fight to form a ball. In comparison, the guards of the Tiago caravan are more sophisticated and fierce, gradually compressing the living space on the opposite side, as long as they are forced to a certain corner. They will suddenly be hacked to death. Hey, go to hell! The guard's eyes were red, and a heavy knife slashed in a series. Suddenly, there was a dark wind in his ears, and his ears were cold and cut. Striking blood marks cracked from his ears and temples, and then half of his skull was lifted off, and the red and white ones were pulverized and splashed onto the surrounding cheeks. A crowd of blood energy surges, regardless of the enemy or me, it feels like a basin of cold water pouring down from the top of their heads. The wet touch on the corners of their mouths and cheeks stopped their breathing. The blood vessels on his face were flushed, it was a mixture of excitement and fear. What is it? The corner of the guard Tiago's eyes was the skull of his companion who was lifted off, and then I saw a red and black rays of light flashing by. Then his mouth opened in a whimper, and a strange hook pierced through the back of his head, piercing through the entire mouth and piercing out from the front. A weird bone hook with minced meat and half of the cheekbones on the hook, with even rotten teeth attached to the bones. The guard is still alive at the moment, but there is no sound in his mouth. A pair of blood-red eyes were round, as if they were about to fall out of the bags under the eyes. Woo-woo, the vague voice was probably begging for mercy. Slaves don't understand mercy. This is a creature that uses killing as the reason for survival since its incubation. They will only obey Yarlin's orders and implement this will in the most efficient way. Hey! The tail hook was bent and contracted, and a baby fist-sized hole was exposed behind the open mouth. All the hostile guards suddenly stopped their movements, and suddenly spread backwards like a ghost, and the middle surrounded by two tall slaves. A corpse with no teeth under its feet, and a corpse without a skull under its feet, it can be described as all bloody and terrible. At the same time, many people feel that their scalp is numb and the teeth are sore. Chapter 55. Tiago's 7 guards circled in a circle, staring fearfully at the two slaves in the center, almost 2 meters tall, the monster with its tail shaking in the dark, plus the 2 corpses in the field. Very visually stunning. The business guard who was suppressed on the opposite side did not feel sighed in relief. Instead, he raised his throat with a heart, and looked at the monster in the field with horror. Not like humans. This is the first instinct of the two people, but it is not easy to be sure. After all, the sky is too dark, the field of vision is not quite clear, and overall it looks like the outline of a person, except for the bloody cut tail. Who you are? The tip of the guard knife of Tiago's caravan pointed finger towards the slave, with a harsh tone. Silence, no response. The slaves were impossible to answer their questions, or to say, the response was Yarlin's will. The 2 slaves suddenly turned around and slaughtered them without warning. Attack on the left and right, target limbs. The silent transmission of consciousness, the inferior slave was born out of the incubation of the living dead, and its size and battle strength qualitatively leap, but IQ is obviously still a rigid tool. However, for Yarlin, at this stage, he only needs subordinates who can carry out accurate orders. The subordinates are more than adequate. No, in the blink of an eye, the sound of the blade dropping to the ground becomes one piece. The broken limbs and broken arms are scattered all over the place like random discarded garbage. Thiago's guard Chi has lost the ability to resist. Shushu limp on the ground, only a wailing sound could be heard in his mouth. Slave. Race, humanoid. Class, first order inferior, not evolutionary. Mental strength 0. Nerve conduction rate 3. Skeleton hardness 2. Muscle activity 2. Blood density flow rate 0. Recombination and alienation of carbon-based life form, paper paste-like weak body, brainless cannon fodder, does not have any cultivation value. Slowly come out in the dark. Yarlan squinted the observer, who was almost unscathed, and had a more intuitive understanding and comparison of the data on the slaves presented in his mind. The objects of comparison are naturally humans who are lying on the ground, and the attribute values of common normal humans are hovering between 1 and 2. Of course, this is only a preliminary speculation. After all, his knowledge of this world is still very narrow, but even so, he would not think that invincible slaves are invincible. After all, the word cannon fodder, even if his evaluation is exaggerated, it can't really be ignored. Furthermore, he has seen Captain Via's horrible sword technique. He substitutes it in his mind to compare it. Obviously, it's not Via's opponent to catch and fight against each other, and Captain Via's bounty gold. Still, there are no hurdles of tens of millions of dollars, and in this world, there are many great pirates with over 100 million rumors. Yarlan is thinking here, his eyes patrolling on the ground unconsciously, and then some data is naturally mapped on his retina. 0.1, 1, 0.2, 1, 0.1, 1, 0.1, 1, 0.2, 1, 0.1, 1, 0.1, 1, 0,00,0. Icy eyes swept over in the eyes of those who fell on the ground. They immediately felt strangely chilling in their hearts, as if they were being stared at by some cold-blooded carnivore. In the eyes of the other party, they were dismembered and served fresh meat on the plate. Look away, looking towards the merchant guard, who is trembling with fear on the other side. Oh, it's not appropriate to call it that way, because their caravan leader has died. Aren't you leaving? Yarlan looked at several people's side. Are you? Several guards looked at each other in blank dismay, and then a man who appeared to be slightly older came out and asked. Oh, we are in the same group. Yarlan reached out to the box that fell apart, and the rolling kerosene bottle came off. Lombard invited me here. Okay, it's solved here. It's time to set the fire. Go to the corner of the city and ignite the fire quickly. With a perfunctory explanation, a group of guards hurriedly picked up the things on the ground and fled. After the silhouette disappeared, Yarlan licked his lips and looked at the unresistible living person who collapsed on the ground. A black line flashed strangely in his pupils. What are you going to do? Ah, don't come here. Drawl. Like the sound of the balloon burst and the air leaked, and then everything returned to tranquility. The cold air was blowing over. On the ground full of blood and kerosene, a few shriveled corpses seemed to stick to them, and the wind blew them. Pa-ta sound. Compared with the swallowed skeleton doesn't exist and the transformed immortality state, the form of absorption is to draw the target into a corpse, and the flesh and blood essence of the whole body is instantly emptied to become the growth of Yarlan's body tonic. Although all of them must be fresh living people, if you simply judge from the ending of death, the absorption should be the most benevolent of the three. Yarlan sighed, but didn't know his feat. Will these corpses agree with his so-called kindness? The 3D projection in the consciousness emerged, and a new input appeared in the bottom column, and the number of points absorbed rose from 0 to 0.9. There are a total of 7 living persons, 2 of which provide 0.2 separately, and the remaining 5 are all drawn with a value of 0.1. The reason for the difference is that Yarlan still has a guess, but there is no way to judge. Can only be left to have a chance to verify the solution in the future. The current question is how to allocate 0.9 points. Yarlan has a feeling as if he is playing a certain game, but he knows in his heart that this is not a game, and this thing similar to a game template is just a reflection of Astur's construction according to his own needs. Some messy thoughts quickly turned around in his mind, and then Yarlin concentrated his attention, immediately a stream of heat gushing from the heart, quickly rushing to the limbs. The height of the whole person was instantly raised by 2 centimeters, the muscles of the whole body were as clear and tough as if they were crossed by a sculptor's axe, each muscle was bulged, and it was tightened with a little effort. The close-fitting clothes seemed to see countless steel cables entwined inside, which was not terrifying. Mental strength 1. Nerve conduction rate 1. Skeleton hardness 1. Muscle activity 3.1. Blood density flow rate 1. Missed body intact body, progress bar 1100. Draw assigned points, 0. Yarlin closes the 3D projection on the retina and feels silently assessing the terrifying power contained in the body. The feeling of power between the hands and feet is intoxicating. He looked at his right hand, the 5 knuckles became thicker, and the skin on the back of the hand seemed to become rough. It doesn't feel that smooth to the touch, but rather a friction similar to cowhide. Close your palms and gently put out a breath. Yarlin slowly expels the excitement of the spirit, which is the excitement that the biological cells transmit to the consciousness instinct after the body becomes suddenly strong. He is not the kind of person who will be immersed in a state of excitement, he is more accustomed to controlling his emotional changes. The night is sticky, imitating the slippery silk of Buddha's radiance, and the orange flame is quietly eroding and spreading from the corner. Chapter 56. East side of the town center. Lasha was holding bloody claws in his hand, and there were a dozen miserable ones lying on the ground. 1 or 2 cheeks were disfigured by the hooks, or they were hooked through the ribs and throat, and blood ho-ho was splashed on. On the ground, there is more air out of air and less air in. Say, where did the other people who set the fire go? The hook penetrated the shoulder blades, and the limp body was lifted up by one hand. Lothar's blood-stained face staring condescendingly, the leader of the merchant, resembling a bloodthirsty evil spirit, is frightening. The businessman was frightened and said several locations intermittently. You are lying to me. I just came from those places and didn't see a silhouette. Lothar's eyes were gloomy, and the merchant leader let out a miserable cry in his hands, and said in a panic, I said everything really, let me go. What he said is true. Damn, what's wrong with that? Lothar looked at the businessman with horror. Pretending to be a fake, he thought secretly, but the hook claw penetrated the scapula without the slightest hesitation, making a caw-chaw-tearing sound. The finger hook tore off the opponent's carotid artery, and even the fleshy bones on the shoulder blade were torn apart. Blood sprayed on his face, he licked his lips and killed all the remaining people. In a few minutes, Lasha stared at the shriveled corpse on the ground. The corpse was paralyzed on the ground like a weird cloth painting, as if the bones and internal organs of the whole body were turned into powder, supported by a piece of skin. What happened here? Lothar's face was a bit solemn. He had seen many dead people, but it was indeed the first time he encountered such a strange way of death. Bang! Under the black night smudged with ink, the rumble of explosions burst the sky, as if heaven falls and earth rends, and the piercing flames reflected the sky into red. The quarry. Lasha looked at the mountainside direction, half of the sky was suddenly illuminated, and his pupils shrank sharply, almost at the same time. In the edge corner of the town behind him, the quietly spreading fire snake suddenly lifted its head, making a burning sound of si, and the red billowing flames swept across, revealing fierce flames. In the entire quarry town, half of it exploded with thunder, and half of the fire sea was fierce. Lasha's face was dark and clear, he stood there blankly, then fiercely spit out a thick phlegm, turned his head and moved towards the mountainside quarry location and rushed past. Move the timeline slightly forward for 5 minutes. In the mountainside quarry, in a mine cave that is not shallow or deep, the hole is fixed and nailed to the cave with wooden brackets, and the connected brackets extend inwards. A man dressed as a miner, about 50 years old, crouched and looked out sneakily at the entrance of the mine. Then he saw Lang Shi's entire group coming up from the foot of the mountain. He tightened his old coat tightly, with a half-drawn wine bottle in his coat pocket, and he bent moving towards the opposite side with unwieldy hands and feet. Before people approached, a drunk smell of alcohol and sweaty sour smell drifted over. Lang Shi frowned and asked, "You were arranged in a quarry?" "Nei Ying." "Yes, Lombard asked me to wait for you here." Nei Ying opened a mouthful of yellow teeth, drunk, and said, "The amount of explosives is quite large, because it is difficult to carry and accumulate, so we all hid separately. There is a part hidden in the previous mine. You can take someone to move out with me first." "Hid several places?" Lang Shi brows. He turned his head and looked towards Tunas. Tunas squinted his eyes. His dirty clothes and hair seemed to have not been cleaned for a long time, the smell of poor quality alcohol mixed with water was pungent, his cheeks were full of wrinkled cheeks and yellow teeth. Slightly frowned, "Have you been working in this quarry for a long time?" Nei Ying was lifting his head, looking at Tunas with bloodshot eyes that seemed to have not rested for a long time, and then said, "I have always stayed in this town. When the quarry was established, my little son and I worked in it." "Why did you choose to do internal response? What dissatisfaction?" Tunas solemnly asked. Nei Ying rubbed his red eyes and said with emotion, "What can I do? My little son is looking forward to going out to sea every day." "So that's how it is." Tunas' brows at Lang Shi nodded. "Come on, my youngest son is still waiting inside." Nei Ying urged. The first moved towards the mine cave. The mine was deep, and there was a dull and muddy breath hoo-hoo. The whistling at the entrance of the mine, like a ghost crying, makes people panic when they hear it in the middle of the night. "Explosives can sink, come in and help." A urging echo came from inside. Tunas looked at the dark mine with a sense of inexplicable anxiety. However, these secretly hidden explosives are a hidden danger after all, and must be resolved tonight, and as soon as possible. "Go in and move." "Yes." Everyone took the lead. Lang Shi walked in the front, and then Tiago Caravan lined up. The guards of the column entered one by one. The inside of the mine was very dim, and the light bulb filaments hanging on both sides were also old, bright and bright. Tunas and the rest of his confidant guards stood at the entrance of the mine, waiting. His eyes looked at the mine faintly, and an inexplicable feeling of anxiety rose in his heart. In the depths of the mine, there is a closed dead end. The inner should stop and turn around slowly. He took out a fire from his arms and lit it, and held it in his hand. Besides his feet are digging hoe, shovel, and other tools randomly placed, as well as some clothing such as rags and quilts, and under those cotton cloths are exposed black debris and powder. A frightening smell permeated the tight air. Lang Shi and the others' heart jumped suddenly, and quickly stopped. "Quickly put out the fire, are you crazy?" "Crazy? Ha ha ha, yeah, I'm already crazy." Nei Ying stared at Lang Shi and the others with bright red eyes. The madness and deep hatred in his eyes made them shudder. "You are not the answer, you lied to us, it is Lombard, what he wants to do, you put out the fire, what benefits he gave you, you don't even want your life." Lang Shi brain turning quickly, his tone was panicked and hurried, "Calm down and put out the fire first. Once it explodes, you will be the first to break your bones." Lam Ali, the young businessman, "I know he is not a good person, he just wants to use me to get rid of you, but it doesn't matter. I don't want to live anymore." Nei Ying opened the wine bottle with one hand, Hua Hua poured wine in his mouth, he smashed the wine bottle to the ground. "My silly little son wants to go out to sea, but how does he know that you Tiago do not allow the people in our town to go out to sea? Those who go out to sea are all bought by pirate. Kill, you beasts, he's just a child who doesn't know anything." Lang Shi looked at the crazy internal response, the other party was hoarse in roar, and a heart was raised in his throat. His lips were dry, and the two guards next to him suddenly charged ahead and slaughtered Nei Ying. "Go out to sea, Father is here to accompany you. Nei Ying's eyes were bleeding red, and he looked forward with blurred eyes, as if he had seen his little son waving to himself in the ocean. He extended the hand and grabbed it towards the air, and Huaqiza dropped his hand to the ground. Catch it! Lang Shi screamed, the searing terrifying air wave poured into his body, swelled and burst. Skeleton doesn't exist. Chapter 57. In the dim mine, the rumbling sound rolled over, and Tuna's pupils shrank into a line. Red's flame air wave grabbed his entire field of vision, scorching violently on his chest. The breathing of the heart suffocated, and his body it was like being hit by a sledgehammer, and the whole person flew out, drawing a parabola in midair and falling heavily to the ground. Cough. Get up from the ground embarrassedly, the whole body seems to fall apart. Tuna's complexion is gloomy looking at the collapsed mine. Not far from where he stood, there were several guards who were also submerged by the blast of air. He glanced at it and judged that his internal organs and 6 lungs had been shattered, and the 7 orifices were pupu out and bleeding. Ta 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 ta! A series of rapid footsteps came from behind. What's the matter? Black Scorpion Lothar gasped and looked at the collapsed mine in shock. There was a burning smell in the air. We were tricked by Lombard. This is a trap. Tunas reached out his hand and pulled out the shaking teeth from his mouth, spitting blood on the ground. Where is the inner response that greeted us? Simply is a lunatic trying to perish together with us, so it seems that Lombard has long discovered that Lang Shi has a problem. He is deliberately using Lang Shi to send us wrong news. So that's how it is, no wonder there are no ghost shadows in those locations. Lothar suddenly felt Satori, and then said bitterly, then what are we going to do now? Tunas glanced over Lothar, looking faintly towards the small town at the foot of the mountain. A fire in the town has already reflected half of the sky, screams are everywhere in the raging fire sea, and the rising black smoke is tangled in the air like a deformed one. The monster hovered over the town roar. Lam Ali is a lunatic, he intends to burn the entire Keishi town to ashes. The muscles in the corner of Tuna's eyes were twitching. He must not allow this bad situation to happen, otherwise, his years of hard work will be in vain, and his position within Chamber of Commerce will drop 1,000 zhong in one fall. Tunas is now in the heart, and there is a vaguely chilling guess. He is afraid that the first message from Lang Shi is that Lombard is deliberately doing it, the so-called Alabasta, as well as the inner ghosts on the TI's fleet, etc. I am afraid that these will not be the news that Lombard deliberately let him know. The purpose is to lure myself into the bait and step into today's dead end. Of course, this does not mean that the baits that lured him into the bait are fake. After all, Alabasta's place name is true. It can only be said that Lombard's mind is too sinister and vicious, true or false. The adulterated bait has several points of truth, but it can't be more truthful with the violent poison. Now, I have to bite this poisonous bait, or even if I don't bite. Tunas stared at the burning fire sea, his heart was incomparable, and he walked quickly towards the foot of the mountain. Go, bypass the quarry and go straight to the dock. Letha quickly followed, and I heard Tunas gnashing teeth say, it's dead now. If you carelessly, not only will Keishi town be destroyed, you and I will also die here, but this doesn't mean that we can't make a comeback. Since he doesn't want to leave me alive, I also want to let them know what the deadlock is. By the dock, the clusters of torch above the huge ships lined up lit up, and the guards and sailors on the Thiago fleet turned pale. The return of Tunas and Lothar allowed them to find the backbone and restore order from the noisy quarrel. All the sailors disembarked me and went to the town to fight the fire. Lothar took the other half of the guards to follow, and found that any suspicious guys didn't need to be interrogated and killed them directly. Tunas said. As soon as it fell, Lothar nodded, swept a circle and quickly disembarked, moving towards the town and rushed away. With the departure of the entire group grandiose, the people on several boats were empty, and Tunas said grimly, set sail, all the ships set sail, and the muzzle is opened. Let me aim at those small merchant ships. Give me a blast to smash. The anchor was stretched, and the sound of steel cable linkage came out of the beach. The ship stranded on the pier was slowly turning backwards, while engraving the side and two wings. A dozen iron cannons were pushed out from the deck of his, and the dark barrels shook in unison. The sound of continuous artillery fire tears the beach in an instant. Dozens of cannonballs are scattered and covered the row of small merchant ships like celestial flowers, and then there is a thunderous sound. First the mid-lane ship was blown to pieces, and fragments of the shattered mast and deck were blasted and spun into the beach. There were oblique stab fragments everywhere on the beach, as if they had been ploughed by bullets. Cry, the screams just sounded, and another round of filling volleys, suppressing all the sounds. The blood and flesh collapsed on the first encounter under the cannon, and there was scum. Cannon's range is very short. It can only shoot the first few merchant ships, and the 3 small merchant ships moored at the back survived. At this time, they quickly raised their sails and drove the ship away crying. Beach. The Sea Shark was parked at the outermost position. Compared to the panic on other merchant ships, they seemed to have been prepared. Almost when the first round of artillery fired, Sea Shark was already off the beach. The bow is turning angle. The big ship turns slowly, and the boat turns quickly. This is inevitable. At this speed, when Thiago's merchant ship sets sail, their Sea Shark can already run 1 nautical mile away. On the Sea Shark, Kabeji wore a telescope with a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. And his bandaged wrist was raised high and waved at Thiago's caravan. By the way, did we really run away like this? You are not afraid that Marine will ask us afterwards? Kabeji asked with some worry. I guessed that Tunas would jump over the wall in a hurry, trying to blow up our merchant ship, so that we could also be trapped on this island. Hee. Unfortunately, every step of yours I guessed it. I'm always 1 step ahead of you. Lombard, who was supposed to appear in the quarry in the original plan, is comparable to Tunas and quickly returned to the Sea Shark. He said with a sneer, as for Marine, what we need to explain, we can do everything we can do. Is it possible that, are we guys really going up with Thiago's people dead? This dangerous job should be handed over to Marine. Lombard said sinisterly, we have killed half of the guards of Thiago's caravan. This is considered an overfulfillment of the task. Besides, since the 153 branch cherishes reputation, then I also think for them, and I have found them a great reason for going to the island. They are going to the island to fight the fire. By the way, they will destroy the gang of arsonists who are entrenched on the island and save the residents on the island. See, for such a big credit, Marine appreciates that we are too late, so how can we pursue our slight cowardice? You know, we are only good legal businessmen on the Sea Shark. That's it. Lombard laughed heartily. Behind him, on a low mountain, the sea breeze gently brushed the tips of the hair, revealing the hidden faces behind them. A pair of narrow and hard eyes overlooked the black sparkling sea in the distance, a huge ship the shadow of is driving out of the darkness. Chapter 58. Yin Red Skull Banner was hunting, and a pirate ship riding in the wind and waves emerged from the darkness, and the horizontally stretched hull was like a dam that intercepted the river flowing across the sea. Keng, keng, keng. The muzzle opens, and the narrowly spaced cannons stick out their heads. There are as many as 40 cold barrels on one side. Suddenly, the hideous giant beast opened its sharp teeth, revealing the killing intent of choosing people. Red Skull Pirates. Lombard's open laugh suddenly stiffened. He reached out his hand to support the oars, and said, how come there is pirate? What Marine is doing? They should not be blocked. Is this small island? No one can answer this question. It just blocked the way, we can't get around, damn it. Kabeji's forehead oozes cold sweat, because the sudden nervous voice is a little distorted. Damn it, it has too many cannons. Sea Shark, there is no way to slip away from under its eyelids. As long as 2 shots are shot, we are dead. Lombard's face was sullen, and his head turned quickly, looking at the pirate ship, which was gradually approaching, he swallowed the spit in his mouth helplessly, said solemnly, "I'll get off the boat and flee to the mountain." Kabaji cursed with his head down, his helpless hands leaving the oars, turning over and jumping down from the sideboard, with the sound of landing one after another. All the sailors on the Sea Shark followed behind Lombard, making a big arc on the beach, moving towards the mountain and running wildly. "How come the people from Pirates, Red Skull?" Tunas was stunned for a moment, and then squeezed out said with a sneer, "This group of pirates, who are not fed enough, discovered that the town was on fire and planned to come join in the fun." Tunas wondered what the price would be to fill pirates' appetite later, and then how to try to persuade them to help him fight the fire. "Boss, look over there, it looks like Lombard." Tunas' thoughts were interrupted, and he suddenly turned around and looked around, and he saw that there were a group of black shadows are rushing for their lives. Who is the first one who is not Lombard? He was taken aback for a moment, and then he reacted immediately, said with a malicious smile, "Want to run, dream?" Tunas can't wait to take Lombard's skin at this moment. How could he allow this cunning person to slip away under his eyelids again? And he coldly shouted at several guards on the side, "Catch up with him, absolutely can't let him go." "Yes." A murderous-looking response from the guards. "Tunas can't go yet. He needs to get Pirates the Red Skull first." He stroked his sloppy hairstyle and stood by the side of the ship waiting for the pirate ship, which was slowly approaching. The distance is slowly shortening. The two sides have entered each other's range. The outlines of each other's vision in the dark are a bit blurred. The firelight raised by the ship flickers in the sea breeze. As the distance approaches, Tunas vaguely saw the crowded silhouette on the opposite pirate ship. A row of gunners holding a torch stood near the end of the ship. Behind the gunner was Pirate with a red ribbon. All of them looked like murderous aura. In the middle of Pirate, the upper body was naked. The man with the skull tattoo was standing on the highest point, his face full of flesh. He seemed to perceive Tunas's gaze, and for a moment he looked at each other, and the corners of his mouth evoked a cruel arc. "No, I got a fiercely beat of Nas's heart," angrily roared. The reaction of the surrounding gunners was obviously slower. In their impression Pirates, the middle Red Skull, belongs to his side. One of the gunners turned his head around and wondered if he heard it wrong. Boom boom! The overwhelming bombardment and dazzling sparks exploded, and immediately the two merchant ships tilted and sank. The sailors and corpses on the ship fell into the cold water like dumplings, and the thick mast smashed against the evil merchant ship nearby. There was another wail like ghosts and howl like wolves. Fresh blood and warm corpses immediately became the main colors on the ship, and everything in sight was a bloody hell. After a round of shelling, the pirate ship approached, and pieces of elongated wooden planks were erected on the bow, yelling that Pirate stepped on it and swayed and jumped over. The more sophisticated pirate hung a rope from the high mast and threw it down. Before the man landed, the sword fiercely slashed into the sailor's head. Without any further instructions, the sailors and guards of Thiago's caravan and the vicious pirate were smashed together. Tunas's eyes were red, he grabbed a blade, and backhanded a pirate with a red ribbon, and the blood spilled all over. Nov bent his knives to the ground, blade the light continued to form a shadow, several guards were cut off at the same time, and both feet fell to the ground. He got up, the fierce light flashed in his eyes, and then searched Tunas. He stepped on the guard's chest with one step, only to hear each other. His chest sank and sank. The body leaped high, and the whole person was like a falling cannonball. Tunas raised his head, strode forward to meet, and the two knives collided and issued an order. The sour grinding sound of human teeth, the fire star dots splashing. Novi's left-handed knife pressed down, and another long knife slid against the blade of the blade smoothly and slashed towards Tunas's palm. When he let go, a short dagger suddenly popped out of his cuff. He shrank his wrist to avoid the blade, and then fiercely stabbed at Novi. Novi's eyes were bloodthirsty and vicious, he ignored it. Tunas stabbed the dagger in the throat, and smashed the left-hand knife into Tunas' face. The cold light in Tuna's pupils flickered. After all, he had no intention of changing his life. His wrist shrank, slid sideways under his feet, and immediately took 2 steps to the left and stared at Novi coldly. Novi stared back at him without showing any weakness, but he didn't rush up impulsively, but grinned. Looked towards the surroundings. It was clear that although the number of Tiago caravans still had a little advantage, half of the guards were killed and injured. The remaining sailors are not the opponents of the Red Skull pirates in the hand-to-hand combat. The only remaining guards are just trying their best to support, and the defeat is only a matter of time. What are you doing? Tunas took a deep breath and looked towards the Red Skull pirates' captain Calci, who walked slowly from the deck. We haven't been working together very well all the time, hey? We really have been working well together, but... Calci took out a note from his pocket and sighed. I didn't want to be on the island this morning, but who I told you to leave the dock just now. The palm of Calci loosened his hand, and the note was rolled up in midair by the wind and blown to the ground. There was a line on the back of the note. The handwriting on the back of the paper said, "The island is blocked, and no ship or living person is allowed to leave the shore." Look, that word is very clear. Calci opened his palm helplessly, his lips and teeth. The words revealed in it are cold to the bones. The only ones leaving the beach are the broken shipwrecks and dead people. Chapter 59. First volume is approaching the end. Some important supporting roles in the early stage have already surfaced, and the temperament of the characters has gradually been outlined, which also paves the way for their respective destinies and stories in the future. Then some foreshadowings, the leads, the clues of conflict, and the appearance of the important figure in the future are all interspersed with embellishment. Friends who watched carefully should have guessed some clues, but I don't know how many you have found, but it's okay. Wait until the time it is revealed. It will all suddenly become Satori. It turns out that the author has explained it. Realistic flow. Everyone should understand now that you see here. The characters appearing in first volume are basically IQ Online, each has its own personality characteristics, and each character has its own interests in the place. And thinking and planning, I have always believed that everyone, whether they are good or evil, whether they are enemies or friends, must have their own independent ideas. Conflicts between enemies and friends will also, if there is a collision, there must be deep-seated reasons and benefits for the so-called no-head worship, not to mention the chaotic and cruel world of pirate, who can beg for food on the sea, no matter good or bad. It should be a wonderful character. In the book Vice Admiral, Yarlin is portrayed as a boss-type character. This kind of person conquered some blood-licking generations at the initial stage, and there should also be mutual games before it will be reflected. After the initial tone is set, how the boss really builds the rudimentary power, and uses the strategy of checking and balancing all kinds of backbones in the team. So, sometimes if Amon focuses on a certain character and takes up a relatively large number of words, it must not be a water plot, but this character must have a pivotal weight in the future story. It may even be that a large episode of the plot itself will be detonated by him, so he has to outline the image of the characters in detail. Fortunately, first volume is about to pass, and second volume began to become the story of 153 Marine, compared with first volumes. To lay the groundwork, the rhythm of second volume will be accelerated, and the depth and breadth of the plot will be thicker. When you think about it, you will know that when you are doing pirate, you will dare to plan with Marine's skin. What will happen when you become a Marine? In addition, compared to the many original characters of first volume, the characters in the original works of second volume will begin to appear one by one, and Amon himself feels that from the detailed outline. He also feels that second volume will be more exciting. The book is layered layer by layer, with contradictory plots set up layer by layer, so the keynote is that the later, the more exciting and interesting. Well, let's talk about the update plan at the end. I'm sure to have a little wave during the 10.1 National Day holiday. I have to have a meal at home, visit my relatives, and meet friends. It's possible to update. It's a bit unstable, but at least 1 shift per day can be guaranteed. Then if you don't go out at home, then 2 shifts, then after 10.1, the highlight is coming, the update speeds up. Well, Amon sets the flag 3 shifts a day, that is the update volume of nearly 200,000 words in almost a month. It is Jiangzi, please support Amon. After all, the first round PK was kneeling, and still so confident, there is no one who is optimistic to prepare for the 3rd shift instead of the court eunuch. Well, Amon admits that, like Yarlin, I am a person of wild ambition. This book also has some wild ambition ideas and overestimate one's capabilities. Therefore, court eunuch does not exist. After the 10.1 break, the Yarlin will really set sail. Please follow up on board the ship, wave the recommended tickets in your hands, collect them, and book lists. Let's add enough horsepower to make a bloody route at the starting point. Everyone who voted for, rewarded, commented, Amon every day all watched, the name is in my heart, thank you all. September 29, 2018, 18.00. Chapter 60. That one. Tunas caught the strange words in Kelsey's mouth. From his subconsciously observation, what caught his eye was the ridge of the slightly lower deck breaking apart from the ship's side. There were grey-brown smoke and dust everywhere, it was sawdust, nails, splashing waves, and even mixed flesh and blood. In the ears, steel knives collided, flintlock guns shot, the metal broke through the flesh and blood, the heavy objects fell into the sea and thumped and then was submerged. Everywhere there was a boiling cry, and the cold sea breeze set off blood. The aerosol. In the chaos, he saw a black cloth shoe stepping on the deck, a strong man like a dangerous peak winding a steel cable, and behind the dangerous peak are 2 burly silhouettes, like weird tail hooks. It is the wagging python tail that forms the horns around the guard. One of Thiago's guards rushed up with red eyes, and saw a tail hook rushing through the shoulder blades. Blood shot through the tail hook and penetrated the body of the guard. It was effortless in midair. Lifting it up, both feet leave the ground and moved towards the man in the middle. 0.1, 1. A line of numbers appeared in his eyes, Yarlin expression indifferent, and the left hand with black lines wrapped in black sent forward, and his 5 fingers pierced into the opponent's chest. Hey! The moment of a breath, the scream of horror disappeared, and the body was dehydrated and shriveled at the speed visible by naked eye, like a corpse that had been weathered over 1,000 years. Yarlin pulled back his palm, and the slave's tail hook flicked, and the corpse was thrown into the sea. A few bubbles emerged from the gurgling and quickly sank and disappeared. A series of movements are extremely skillful, as if they have been coordinated many times, and the fact is indeed the case. The number of points displayed on the Yarlin eye mask has risen to 1.1 again. Devil Fruit's ability user. Tuna's pupils shrank, a single thought uncontrollably rose in his heart, and then he wondered, but, can you sucked into a corpse, what kind of devil fruit would this be? Kelsey's pupils were also trembling, and his heart was chilling. This is the first time he saw Yarlin's strange ability today. The fear is even worse. Originally, I was afraid of Yarlin Marine's background identity. Now, I have to be afraid of this man's strange ability. As the weakest East Blue in the world, the number of devil fruits flowing to East Blue is so small that most people in East Blue do not believe in the existence of devil fruit at all, such as pirates. No one has ever seen devil fruit, but as the captain, Kelsey knows that devil fruit is a real existence. Devil fruit is called a sea treasure. After eating it, you can gain unimaginable terrifying ability, but at the cost of it will be cursed by the sea to become a land ruck. There are rumors about devil fruit in Kelsey's mind. There was a scorching envy in his jealous eyes. He wanted to get a devil fruit in his dreams. Compared with the powerful ability he could obtain, trifling couldn't swim. Simply wouldn't even be a side effect. Are you that person? The one who gave Kelsey a note. Tuna stared at Yarlin. He had never heard of such a character on pirates. Contact Kelsey just now with words and the expression on his face at the moment, Tuna's heart startled to have an answer. Yarlin walked within a radius of 5 meters, and the fight was weirdly retreating. He blinked and met Tuna's uncertain gaze, and whispered, "Note? It should be talking about me. Who are you?" Tuna stared at Yarlin deeply, with a retreat in his heart. Lombard's death and Pirate's Red Skull added fuel to the fire. The situation in Shichen is completely irreversible, and he needs to find a way to get out. "I'm Yarlin." After pulling the clothes on the slave's body, and wiping away the blood stained on his hands indiscriminately, he raised his eyelids and stared at Tuna's, greeting, "Tiago's the fleet is over. I think you look like a smart man, you don't want to die yet." Bang bang! The keel of a merchant ship suddenly broke. The entire hull collapsed and cracked from the middle. On the verge of collapse, the ship sank into the sea. The people on the ship were unsteady and fell into the cold water like dumplings. Pirate with a steel knife in his mouth followed the inclined mast. Climbing and jumping to other boats, and then turning around, his companion tied the musket rope, and the yellow-brown projectiles were shot into the sea. Soon, large areas of redness appeared in the sea, and the bodies floated. In the sky, raindrops began to fall, and pattering rain lines splashed around the floating corpses. At this moment, all sounds and images seemed to converge quickly into Tuna's field of vision. He exhaled a white breath from his mouth, his eyes seemed to be staring at Yarlin with a blur, and suddenly he smiled nervously. "It's raining." Yarlin raised his head, his wet hair sticking to his forehead. He opened his eyes, and the black smoke entrenched in the town was slowly dissipated, roaring wildly. The fire sea lowered his head unwillingly. He squinted at Tuna's. With a flat voice, "It's too late. A heavy rain can't change anything. Look at the shipwreck under your feet. You have no chance of turning over." "No, it's not over, it's not over yet." Tuna suddenly retreated, and the solace of his shoes showed 2 blood marks on the deck, and he quickly retreated to the ship's side, rolled over and landed on the beach. Yarlin's eyes kept squinting, and there was no wave on his face. Kelsey's complexion slightly changed, and Novi rushed over and jumped out of the deck after a few steps, rolling on the ground like a cheetah. "Did you let him run on purpose?" Kelsey noticed Yarlin's indifferent expression. His heart was stunned, but he didn't ask too much, but pointed his finger aside and asked, "What are they going to do? Did you kill them all?" Tuna's escape immediately became the last straw to crush the camel. The sailor of Thiago caravan gave up resistance and knelt on the deck. "No, keep them." Yarlin shook his head. "Killing is the most rude and wasteful practice. Excluding extreme cases, Yarlin doesn't like to handle his spoils of war so simply and rudely. After all, living people can usually create more value than dead people." He said to Carl strangely, "I don't know how many people have been burned to death in such a fire. The operation of the quarry needs sufficient manpower to supplement it." Pause. Yarlin pronounced the verdict on this incident in advance. The Thiago caravan was attacked by pirates and the entire ship died. They are just a group of homeless people. I allow them to stay forever. On this island, create wealth for the 153 Marine branch to wash away their sins. I am very satisfied with your performance in this plan. I promise that when I wear military uniform next time when I step here, I will bring the friendship of all Marines from the 153 branch. Yarlin patted Kelsey on the shoulder, grinning said with a smile, "Happy cooperation." "Happy cooperation." Carl Isho grinned strangely, and the black worm teeth exposed were very terrifying. He gave a few words to Pirate underneath, and Pirate soon drove the captives together and tied them up with twine.